Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
All right, we're going to read a book. We're going to try to read 10 pages from Ayn Rand. The Virtue of Selfishness. The need for such an experience is inherent in man's nature, but if a man lacks the self-esteem to earn it, he attempts to fake it, and he chooses his partner subconsciously by the standard of her ability to help him fake it, to give him the illusion of a self-value he does not possess, and of a happiness he does not feel. Thus, if a man is attracted to a woman of intelligence, confidence, strength, if he's attracted to a heroine, he reveals one kind of soul. If instead he is attracted to an irresponsible, helpless scatterbrain, whose weakness enables him to feel masculine, he reveals another kind of soul. If he is attracted to a frightened slut, whose lack of judgment, standards, allows him to feel free of reproach, he reveals another kind of soul. The same principle, of course, applies to a woman's romantic sexual choices. The sexual act has a different meaning for the person whose desire is fed by pride and admiration, to whom the pleasurable self-experience it affords is an end in itself, and for the person who seeks in sex the proof of masculinity, of femininity, or the amelioration of despair, or a defense against anxiety, or an escape from boredom. Paradoxically, it is the so-called pleasure chasers, the men who seemingly live for nothing but the sensation of the moment, who are concerned only with having a good time, who are psychologically incapable of enjoying pleasure as an end in itself. The neurotic pleasure chaser imagines that by going through the motions of a celebration, he will be able to make himself feel that he has something to celebrate. One of the hallmarks of the man who lacks self-esteem and the real punishment for his moral and psychological default is the fact that all his pleasures are pleasures of escape from the two pursuers whom he has betrayed and from whom there is no escape, reality, and his own mind. Since the function of pleasure is to afford man a sense of his own efficacy, the neurotic is caught in a deadly conflict. He is compelled by his nature as man to feel a desperate need for pleasure as the confirmation and expression of his control over reality. That is the reason why his pleasures do not work, why they bring him not a sense of pride, fulfillment, inspiration, but a sense of guilt, frustration, hopelessness, shame. The effect of pleasure on a man of self-esteem is that of a reward and a confirmation. The effect of pleasure on a man who lacks self-esteem is that of a threat. The threat of anxiety, the shaking of the precarious foundation of his pseudo self-value, the sharpening of the ever-present fear that the structure will collapse and he will find himself face to face with a stern, absolute, unknown, and unforgiving reality. One of the commonest complaints of patients who seek psychotherapy is that nothing has the power to give them pleasure, that authentic enjoyment seems impossible to them. This is the inevitable dead end of the policy of pleasure as escape. To preserve the unclouded capacity for the enjoyment of life is an unusual moral and psychological achievement. Contrary to popular belief, it is the prerogative, not of mindlessness, but of an unremitting devotion to the act of perceiving reality and of a scrupulous intellectual integrity. It is the reward of self-esteem. Chapter 7, doesn't life require compromise? Okay, we're going to continue on chapter 7 in just a moment. But first, I got to go to the bathroom and get this big booger out of my nose. This big boogie. It's hanging on a cliff, waiting to come out and meet the world. A big boogie. We are also repositioning cameras to capture this moment as much as possible on camera. little Suno music as I go pick this epic booger.
Falling under skin to skin, drawn to the fire, I can't begin. You play like a chorus alive, too close to touch, too far to flee.
Okay, we are continuing on with Ein. Run. Chapter 7, doesn't life require a little compromise? By Ayn Rand. A compromise is an adjustment of conflicting claims by mutual concessions. This means that both parties to a compromise have some valid claim and some value to offer each other. And this means that both parties agree upon some fundamental principle which serves as a base for the deal. It is only in regard to concretes or particulars, implementing a mutually accepted basic principle, that one may compromise. For instance, one may bargain with a buyer over the price one wants to receive for one's product, and agree on a sum somewhere between one's demand and his offer. The mutually accepted basic principle, in such case, is the principle of trade, namely, that the buyer must pay the seller for his product. But if one wanted to be paid, and the alleged buyer wanted to obtain one's product for nothing, no compromise, agreement, or discussion would be possible. Only the total surrender of one or the other. There can be no compromise between a property owner and a burglar. Offering the burglar a single teaspoon of one's silverware would not be a compromise, but a total surrender. The recognition of his right to one's property. What value or concession did the burglar offer in return? And once the principle of unilateral concessions is accepted as the base of a relationship by both parties, it is only a matter of time before the burglar would seize the rest. As an example of this process, observe the present foreign policy of the United States. There can be no compromise between freedom and government controls. To accept just a few controls is to surrender the principle of inalienable individual rights, and to substitute for it the principle of the government's unlimited arbitrary power, thus delivering oneself into gradual enslavement. As an example of this process, observe the present domestic policy of the United States. This is Mayor Kitover running for the 2027 Chicago mayoralship. Go to mayorkitover.com or chicagomayorvote.com. We are reading from the brilliant Ayn Rand. I hope you enjoy this book on selfishness, on egoism versus altruistic suicide. People often ask me, John, why did you want to run? What motivated you to run? And I just like to quote a great leader when he said, It's not important who we are. What's important is our plan. Okay, so every 60 seconds or so, I will be taking a little break and then creating a clip on YouTube on his phone. There can be no compromise on basic principles or on fundamental issues. What would you regard as a compromise between life and death, or between truth and falsehood, or between reason and irrationality? Today, however, when people speak of compromise, what they mean is not a legitimate mutual concession or a trade, but precisely the betrayal of one's principles, the unilateral surrender to any groundless, irrational claim. The root of their doctrine is ethical subjectivism, which holds that a desire or a whim is an irreducible moral primary, that every man is entitled to any desire he might feel like asserting, that all desires have equal moral validity, that the only way men can get along together is by giving in to anything and compromising with anyone. It is not hard to see who would profit and who would lose by such a doctrine. The immorality of this doctrine, and the reason why the term compromise implies in today's general usage an act of moral treason, lies in the fact that it requires men to accept ethical subjectivism as the basic principle superseding all principles in human relationships, to sacrifice anything as a concession to one another's whims. The question, doesn't life require compromise, is usually asked by those who fail to differentiate between a basic principle and some concrete, specific wish. Accepting a lesser job than one had wanted is not a compromise. Taking orders from one's employer on how to do the work for which one is hired is not a compromise. Failing to have a cake after one has eaten it is not a compromise. Integrity does not consist of loyalty to one's subjective whims, but of loyalty to rational principles. Compromise, in the unprincipled sense of that word, is not a breach of one's comfort, but a breach of one's convictions. A compromise does not consist of doing something one dislikes, but of doing something one knows to be evil. Accompanying one's husband or wife to a concert does not care for music. When one does not care for music is not a compromise. Surrendering to his or her irrational demands for social conformity, for pretended religious observance, for generosity toward boorish in-laws is. Working for an employer who does not share one's ideas is. Accepting a publisher's suggestion to make changes in one's manuscript when one sees the rational validity of his suggestions is not compromise. Making such changes in order to please him or to please the public against one's own judgment and standards is. The excuse given in all such cases is that the compromise is only temporary and that one will reclaim one's integrity at some indeterminate future date. But one cannot correct a husband's, a wife's irrationality by giving in to it and encouraging it to grow. One cannot achieve the victory of one's ideas by helping to propagate their opposite. One cannot offer a literary masterpiece when one has become rich and famous to a following one has acquired by writing trash. If one found it difficult to maintain one's loyalty to one's own convictions at the start, a succession of betrayals which helped to augment the power of the evil one lacked the courage to fight will not make it easier at a latter date. It will make it virtually impossible. There can be no compromise on moral principles. In any compromise between food and poison, it is only death that can win. In any compromise between good and evil, it is only evil that can profit. Atlas shrugged. The next time you're tempted to ask, doesn't life require compromise? Translate that question into its actual meaning. Doesn't life require the surrender of that which is true and good to that which is false and evil? The answer is that precisely is what life forbids. If one wishes to achieve anything but a stretch of tortured years spent in progressive self-destruction. Chapter 8. How does one lead a rational life in an irrational society? I will confine my answer to a single fundamental aspect of this question. I will name only one principle, the opposite of the idea which is so prevalent today and which is responsible for the spread of evil in the world. That principle is one must never fail to pronounce moral judgment. Nothing can corrupt and disintegrate a culture or a man's character as thoroughly as does the precept of moral agnosticism. The idea that one must never pass moral judgment on others, that one must be morally tolerant of anything, that the good consists of never distinguishing good from evil. It is obvious who profits and who loses by such a precept. It is not justice or equal treatment that you grant to men when you abstain equally from praising men's virtues and from condemning men's vices. When your impartial attitude declares in effect that neither the good nor the evil may expect anything from you. Whom do you betray, and whom do you encourage? But to pronounce moral judgment is an enormous responsibility. To be a judge, one must possess an unimpeachable character. One need not be omniscient or infallible. And it is not an issue of errors or of knowledge. One needs an unbreached integrity, that is, the absence of any indulgence in conscious, willful evil. Just as a judge in a court of law may err when the evidence is inconclusive, but may not evade the evidence available, nor accept bribes, nor allow any personal feeling, emotion, desire, or fear to obstruct his mind's judgment of the facts of reality. So every rational person must maintain an equally strict and solemn integrity in the courtroom within his own mind, where the responsibility is more awesome than in a public tribunal, because he, the judge, is the only one to know when he has been impeached. There is, however, a court of appeal from one's judgments, objective reality. A judge puts himself on trial every time he pronounces a verdict. It is only in today's reign of immoral cynicism, subjectivism, and hooliganism that men may imagine themselves free to utter any sort of a rational judgment and to suffer no consequences. But in fact, a man is to be judged by the judgments he pronounces. The things which he condemns or extols exist in objective reality and are open to the independent appraisal of others. It is his own moral character, standards that he reveals when he blames or praises. If he condemns America and extols Soviet Russia, or if he attacks businessmen, defends art, and defends juvenile delinquents, or if he denounces a great work of art and praises trash, it is the nature of his own soul that he confesses. It is the fear of this responsibility that prompts most people to adopt an attitude of indiscriminate moral neutrality. It is the fear best expressed in the precept, "Judge not that ye be not judged." But that precept, in fact, is an abdication of moral responsibility. It is a moral blank check one gives to others in exchange for a moral blank check one expects for oneself. There is no escape from the fact that men have to make choices. So long as men have to make choices, there is no escape from moral values. So long as moral values are at stake, no moral neutrality is possible. To abstain from condemning a torturer is to become an accessory to the torture and murder of his victims. The moral principle to adopt in this issue is judge and be prepared to be judged. The opposite of moral neutrality is not a blind, arbitrary, self-righteous condemnation of any idea, action, or person that does not fit one's mood, one's memorized slogans, or one's snap judgment of the moment. Indiscriminate tolerance and indiscriminate condemnation are not two opposites, they are two variants of the same evasion. To declare that everybody is white, or everybody is black, or everybody is neither white nor black but gray, is not a moral judgment, but an escape from the responsibility of moral judgment. To judge means to evaluate, given concrete, by reference to an abstract principle or standard. It is not an easy task. It is not a task that can be performed automatically by one's feelings, instincts, or hunches. It is a task that requires the most precise, the most exacting, the most ruthlessly objective, rational process of thought. It is fairly easy to grasp abstract moral principles. It can be very difficult to apply them to a given situation, particularly when it involves the moral character of another person. When one pronounces moral judgment, whether in praise or in blame, one must be prepared to answer why and to prove one's case to oneself and to any rational inquirer. The policy of always pronouncing moral judgment does not mean that one must regard oneself as a missionary charged with the responsibility of saving everyone's soul, nor that one must give unsolicited moral appraisals to all those one meets. It means A, that one must know clearly, in full, verbally identified form, one's own moral evaluation of every person, issue, and event with which one deals, and act accordingly. B, that one must make one's moral evaluation known to others when it is rationally appropriate to do so. This last means that one need not launch into unprovoked moral denunciations or debates, but that one must speak up in situations where silence can objectively be taken to mean agreement with or sanction of evil. When one deals with irrational persons where argument is futile, a mere "I don't agree with you" is sufficient to negate any implication of moral sanction. When one deals with better people, a full statement of one's views may be morally required. But in no case and in no situation may one permit one's own values to be attacked or denounced and keep silent. Moral values are the motive power of a man's actions. By pronouncing moral judgment, one protects the clarity of one's own perception and the rationality of the course one chooses to pursue. It makes a difference whether one thinks that one is dealing with human errors of knowledge or with human evil. Okay, take a reading break. Hope you enjoyed it. That was 37 minutes, maybe 20 minutes of reading. I don't know how many pages we got through, maybe 6. Hope you enjoyed. It's a slow, long process reading a book this way, but going word by word helps with the comprehension. We've also been filming this on Meta, as well as Loki, as well as B. All AI wearables. Remarkable technology. Okay, I give you the world of Clown House compared to the world of books. Prepare to witness historic, epic retardation.
To the wonderful people, Concrete, I'm gonna invite you back up. Come on up.
I'm already up, First Lady. Thank you.
Okay. Great. And where was I? Oh, so if you guys continue to join the conversation, that would be great. If you have any new news, please don't hesitate to let us know, especially if it's breaking news. Let's see, what else do we have here? Oh,
I'm here to cook him out.
Why you want to cook him?
Lord. The beatings will continue.
He's obsessed with me.
The beatings will continue until morale improves. She asked me a question. I'm answering it.
No, she didn't
She asked
ask
me a question. Why do you want to keep beating me now? And I said the beatings will continue until morale improves.
All right. I'll shout out my brother. I want to shout out Crisis. It's been a while. I don't remember this brother Divine here. We shared a few spaces together talking about the music industry. I remember that boy. I hope all is well, brother. Thanks for being here.
The wife is happy, so I'm happy.
Hey, happy wife, happy life, but a happy man is God's plan.
Yeah, we gotta get rid of that happy wife. That's the slogan of a captured, defeated. Come on, let's not do that, fellas. We gotta work on that.
Just told you it's a happy man is God's plan. You didn't hear that part.
I did hear that part, and I take it that you're trying to soft pedal the first part, which was definitely counterproductive to the establishment and elevation of the Negro community. Happy wife.
We were just talking about Paul Robeson. We're not going to do it. We were just talking about Paul Robeson.
You're taking on the
Why are you being so combative lately?
That's
Let me give myself the parry back.
See
Let
what
me
you're
get
doing,
Penny
Devon?
back. You
You're
want Penny.
encouraging
That's what
that.
you want. You need that good feminine energy
Hold
to
on,
be
one
put
more
on.
second, if I may.
You need that cat feminine energy.
Y'all want all Malcolm.
Feline. You need a feline. That's what it is. No, because you come in here, you interrupted. I said I'm going to let you up, and then you said I'm already here, First Lady. I said okay, great. And then I tried to get back on track.
And I said
and
thank
then
you. Don't forget
and
that part.
Divine.
Go make a baby, Concrete. Go make a baby.
You and Divine started talking. And ML decided he was going to chime in because his name was mentioned. Now, if I mention Ban's name, I bet he's not going to jump in. Don't you make me out to be a liar. Anyway.
Right.
Anyway.
So y'all want all Martin Luther King and no Malcolm
What is wrong with this guy?
And
I'm
so
still
I heard
talking.
that gentleman. You weren't speaking when I started speaking, First Lady.
I was still talking.
Go ahead. Y'all gotta stop this white supremacy.
You have to stop
This
being an imbecile.
gaslighting of the Negroes gotta stop at some point. This second-class citizenship of the Negro has got to stop.
All right, let me ping Penny.
It's
I done told you to shut up already today. Don't you bring them up. Not none of y'all. Anyway, so as Divine said, we were talking about Paul Robeson and saying that he was the most dangerous. So that was the conversation. I don't know if you guys have finished. You guys kind of got quiet, so I decided to come off mic and just welcome everybody. And it's Wednesday, it's Hump Day, and you guys have a really boring day. Okay. Anyway, if you guys can put some caffeine in this conversation, I would definitely appreciate it. Otherwise, I might have to go and get my own caffeine, and I'm really trying not to. So, that is my complaint for today. I thank you all for listening, and have a great day. Thanks.
So firstly, you should have that. You should have that smoothie you had yesterday.
I know, but that's on.
Because
I-
you were like it's like you just snorted.
That was too much. That was too much. Spare this. That was way too much. Spare this. I'm waiting for you to take it back.
Just a couple of rails, not anything.
Just a couple of rows. That did it. That did it. Damn it. You are going on punishment. Go ahead, Crisis. How are you today?
I'm blessed. I'm blessed.
Yes,
New job.
I
New job. Being back in school for AI.
When one deals with racial persons where argument is futile, yeah, I don't agree with you.
One of the things I asked him in the chat, and I hope the brother.
Or equal treatment that you grant to men when you say equally from praising men's virtues and from condemning men's vices. When your impartial attitude declares the fact that neither the good.
Y'all were having a really good conversation, and then it got derailed about Africa. And one of the things that often comes up, but is not really discussed in depth, is the lack of transcontinental highways that would link I believe it's all 4 of the deep sea ports that exist on the continent, because that could possibly open up economic opportunity for the landlocked countries, and then also create opportunity for people outside of the continent who are a part of the diaspora to be able to invest in the continent more, which then can also help for the growth on both ends. And I was just curious about what y'all thought about that. What are the impediments of a transcontinental highway because of the way that they carved up the country with rail and whatnot. There's a gentleman in the chat by the name of Ebozo who mentioned something about it lightly, but I just wanted to know if y'all knew anything more.
I think the people that was talking about it, I don't think they're here. I think Ben is probably taking a nap. He didn't finish his coffee or his espresso. I don't know who this K guy is. And Concrete was eliminated from the job. He was out of life. Dr. Library is here. There was an error. Hey, Dr. Library.
Grand Rising to the stage.
Why,
Grand
bro?
Rising Queen.
Why?
I wish I could answer it, but this is turned to a 48-hour topic. I started yesterday, but I'm here for it. You know, anything dealing with the motherland. You know, of course, dealing with where we are here, of course, as well. But they do need to create more avenues for there to be opportunity for investment. But I believe one of the hurdles one of our speakers was speaking about was corruption. So I don't want to get into that too much.
Dr. Library?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Was that to me? Sorry, Dwayne.
No, Crisis was just asking if anyone had information about, interconnecting highways in Africa.
Oh, no,
and
I
opportunity.
have no information about any of that. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Specifically to the deep sea ports. So I believe there's 4 deep sea ports. Yeah, I believe it's 4 now. I know that one of the newest ones is the project that they're building in Kribi in Cameroon. And like, unfortunately, a lot of these deep sea ports are being funded by nations outside of Africa, obviously. But the opportunity, if you're able to connect the deep sea ports through rail or road, it would actually open up trade, commerce, and business for the landlocked countries if you're able to connect all of the deep sea ports. But that will require outside investment. And I'm just curious if that's something that people have ever looked at as a possible way to bridge the gap between those of us here and the continent there to be able to have more of a financial stake in what's happening there and create an imprint that is more, I want to just say profitable, but more agreeable to what the overall goal is for all of the people who are involved.
I guess it needs to be a new fad. Because I remember the Great Return or whatever. Everybody's like, yeah, we're going to Ghana, we're going to Ghana, we're going to Ghana. It was this whole big social media. Everybody's talking about Ghana back, and then you just don't hear anything anymore. It's kind of weird.
Are you talking about when they started offering dual citizenship?
Yes, around that time, yes.
Yeah, so like, for example, right, I'm gonna just use Equatorial Guinea as an example, right? So for a while in the late 90s, early 2000s, they found oil off of the coast of Equatorial Guinea, but that was being controlled by Spain. But when it comes to the ports, none of these ports are controlled by the countries that they exist in. I don't know who the hell was doing the negotiating as in terms of why they agreed to such shitty deals. But I think that when y'all were speaking earlier on that topic, I feel like some of this is kind of put on the younger generation to try to fix some of the deals that were created by the older generations who just wanted to have power and use the treasury as their personal bank account. But if your goal is really to be for the people, and there was a brother earlier who was talking about all he listed, like about 5 to 6 leaders.
Compensation from Mark Zuckerberg.
People and got either murdered, poisoned, whatever. You know what I mean? But exactly. How to build and bridge that gap can start with something as infrastructure investment. The same way you see, like, for example,
of moral neutrality,
like other countries will invest in our highways, and then they might even have a piece, not a big piece, but they'll have a piece of something as easy as Easy Pass on the highway. Now, on the surface, you think it's coming from the state, but then you dig a little deeper, and you find that it's actually a whole different country that's invested in it. Like, is it possible to be able to galvanize the different pieces of the diaspora to pull the money together to invest in something in that, like that, and then use that to then turn around and leverage when it opens up in terms of the access to some of these landlocked countries to develop factories, et cetera, to create products. One of the gentlemen earlier talked about the largest work age, the largest work age working force in the world in the next 15 years would be in Africa. What good is having somebody who's of work age if you don't have anywhere for them to work? But if you're able to bridge the gaps between the different ports, now the imports come in, the exports, if you're able to invest in factories and whatnot, a lot easier if we're investing in the infrastructure, road infrastructure in particular, to make it so that it's not as difficult to touch all of the different parts of the continent. I was very surprised when I found out that there was no transcontinental highway.
Yeah, that's because of a multitude of issues crossing over different municipal or sovereignties, and you got terrain issues, you got raw material issues, you got equipment issues, bro. Listen, I understand the aspiration, but something else is pretty interesting.
There was also that fascist politician in the United Kingdom, Oswald something.
Do you or do you not think it's hopeless?
I think atheism is utterly hopeless
Okay, so why?
because you're denying the beauty and love God has to offer with a sense of hope and tranquility.
No, I don't think it's a requirement to have a belief in a God to have beauty and tranquility and hope and desires and things that are good.
So who defines what is beautiful and
So it's
pleasant?
subjective. It's subjective. Like I find hiking in nature beautiful. Some people find listening to techno music beautiful. Those are two different things.
Here's the adage.
And so, what's your foundation on defining something as beautiful?
My subjective experience.
Right. There's like a story a rabbi told me about this beauty of life and belief in God and all that. So a guy came up to three people sitting on a bench in the park, and he's like, "How do you know that there's a God or beauty in life?" And he said, "Well, in my dream, I always wanted to be a doctor. My dad couldn't pay for it, so I studied in the daytime. I worked really hard in the evening and all kinds of odd jobs. And after a few years, I became the doctor that I wanted to become." And he goes to the second guy, and he said, "How do you know that there's beauty, this beautiful force?" And he said, "Well, like my friend sitting next to me, I also wanted to become a physician, and I didn't have the means to do that, and someone came and just gave me the money. So that I saw was beautiful and divine." And it goes to the third person, and the same question. And the third person says, "I was the one who gave him the money. That's how I experienced beauty of force or divine." So I don't know if that meant anything. I just think it's a great story, though. But do you see, Lena, did that mean anything to you?
It kind of threw me for a loop. I can't lie. It sounds like, you're trying to use an anecdotal situation to define how we define beauty.
No, I'm not defining anything, but there is moments where we can't explain. There are instincts that we have, and they are beautiful moments with or without a divine power telling us to do that, I think.
Lena,
I agree with that, for sure.
Lena, let me try this. Do you agree that everybody does and should experience God in their own way?
Do I believe everyone deserves God?
No, that's not what I asked. I'll ask again.
Please.
Do you think everybody both experiences God in their own way and should experience God in their own way? That's the question.
The first, do they? Yes. Should?
Okay.
It's up to them. I'm
Okay,
not one to tell someone what they should and should not do.
Very good. And clearly God has brought you beauty and love and all the good things about God, correct?
About life in general.
About life in general. Do you think that not everybody can experience God the way you do? Do you think that there are some people, and I'm not talking about atheists, I'm talking about people
Right.
that just when they experience God and they do everything and spend all the time they experience misery and despair.
I mean, listen, you have people in many different countries on planet Earth, right, who grow up in different scenarios, different doctrines, different legal systems. They know what they know, and you can't tell them they're wrong if they were never taught or shown or presented capital T truth, right? And so my basis in my belief is that there is this, ultimate capital T truth.
Let me re-express my point. I did a poor job. I'll be more direct. I completely believe you when God has made your life better. I also believe that there are some people, as much as they try, will not experience God like you. I believe without question in my mind and in my gut, there are some people that God will not be a positive experience. Not everybody can experience God like you. You can feel free to disagree with me, and I can point to several examples of several horrible things that have happened to people in the name of God. Some people are just not born and designed.
It depends on which God you're.
No, it depends
you're
on
referencing.
I disagree. It depends on the individual person. It doesn't depend on the God. It depends on the person.
Well, I think what I mentioned is actually quite crucial because someone can be misinformed on what God and who God is.
Right, because of the individual person.
Which we
not,
have
not because of the teacher.
to our demise.
Not because of the teacher. Not because of the God. Because of the individual.
So I hold a belief that God will present himself truthfully and purely to everyone at some point.
And I believe that God will present himself differently to everyone.
Right. And
right.
Let me just clarify.
Yeah.
In my belief system,
yeah.
At the end of our lives, we have a judgment moment, right? So, for clarification, I'm an Orthodox Christian, and so salvation is constantly strived for. You're not just saved, whatever. But at the end of our moment on this earth, we are presented to Christ, and we can choose in that moment.
Yes.
Do we believe he is who he says he is and who has been what we've said he is, and he's presenting to us straight in our faces, or whatever the being looks like of our being, right, in that moment? Or we can choose to deny him and follow through with the deceit that has been fed us.
And the only thing I change about what you said is from the word we to the word you.
Yeah, it's my belief system.
Yes.
It's okay if you don't align with it. I full-heartedly believe this is going to happen for everyone, and it has happened for everyone since the formation of.
No, it hasn't. It has happened for you. It has not happened.
You actually can't. You can't objectively say that.
Well, you can't objectively say it either.
Right,
then.
and that's why it's my belief.
For you.
Yeah, and many other people I do want to mention.
No, of course, yeah, 2 billion. Yes, many other people, a third of the planet, 2 billion people believe the way you believe. But
significantly smaller for the Orthodox Christians, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but 4 billion people don't believe the way you do. That's the only reason I'm saying I'm not disagreeing with you when it comes to you. I'm just disagreeing when you say we. That's all.
And I think, people come from illiterate countries, they can't read the Bible, they are in either Islamic state, so they are indoctrinated with different beliefs, right? And it's hard as, someone just like myself that is just a mere person on earth. I can't determine, the ultimate truth in life. However, what gives me hope is that I feel a sense of peace and serenity, knowing that there is ultimate good out there, and will have my best interest in mind because this ultimate good provides love.
assumption that I make is that that is for you. It works for you. It doesn't work for everybody. That's all. And I want to move on, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I just will pray for you, I guess. I don't know. It's very sad when I hear about.
Lena, you can pray for me anytime you want.
No problem.
So hang on, Lena, I need to step in. You can pray all you want, but don't tell us it's sad that we're unbelievers.
Well, I'm not.
Did you
That's
say
not
that?
title.
Did
I'm
you
just
say that?
expressing what I hold.
She did say it's sad. So this is where no.
I feel sadness.
No.
To think
So
there are
stop.
atheists.
Please.
What's wrong with her saying it's sad?
No, hang on. Stop.
JCC is going to explain what's wrong.
God damn, dude. Because she's making her subjective opinion and projecting it onto us. Maybe it's sad to her, but don't tell us it's sad because we're unbelievers. Go ahead and pray because it helps you feel good.
You didn't hear me correctly. I find sadness. I painted it from my perspective.
Right. Okay, cool.
And I am very valid in my feelings, correct? So I'm doing this for you.
I'm not going to deny you that you have feelings. It's sad that they're unbelievers.
Seems like you're uncomfortable, though.
I'm not uncomfortable. I heard you say it's sad that we're unbelievers. That's all. So please don't do that.
It's sad to me. I honestly.
It's sad to you. So you know what? I don't say negative things, right? Unless I react, and I might react about.
What was negative? It's coming from
hang
places.
on. Why must you continue to talk while I'm talking, right? So the point, what I'm going to say is, if I do respond negatively because someone else told me something negative, that is the only thing. But I'm not going to initially say, I think it's sad.
What's your foundation on defining
That's something negative, and I would rather not say it to somebody and keep the conversation positive. However, you like to end it with, I'm going to pray for you because I find it sad. So I'll just ask you kindly, just go ahead and say you're going to pray for us. That's cool.
I mean, it's up to you to take that negatively.
I'm sorry when someone says, it's sad to me that you're a believer. That is negative, right? So now I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. My subjective opinion is, I think you're deluded in thinking there's some higher power controlling everything. I think you're deluded. Thank you. You feel good about that?
I can probably suggest a compromise that everybody would be happy with, and then we'll move on. And I'll just say it. Lena, it would probably be better received if you were to say you feel sad, because then you're talking about your feelings, and I would never argue with anybody's feelings.
I agree. I messed up the syntax, and I offended him in the process.
Again, sometimes it's... Yeah, no, you can ask one question. I want to move on to Elliot's down the sheet.
I have a little bit of curiosity. The line is, I experience all men and women are created in the image of God. So I don't know if that meant anything. I just think it's a great story. But that means but do you see how does that mean anything to
It kind of threw me in for a loop. When I hear that just gives me insight into how I should exist on this earth. You know, it also paints that we are in the image of Christ and his likeness and the way Christ was. He merely attracted versus promoted, and I think that's crucial to understand when it comes to Jesus Christ. It clues into how I should act, why I should act the way I do, given his experience and what followed thereafter. When I say the last thing, like when I hear we're created in God's image, that influences me to protect them because of what I learned and know and feel and experience when it comes to God. I don't want to disrespect God, and so I would like to do what I can to be a good person.
The first, do they? Yes. Should? It's up to them.
Love and beauty.
I do not want to tell someone what they should and should not do.
Very good. There you go. Thank you. Elliot's next. Hi, Elliot. Hi, Elliot. Hi.
About life in general.
Hey, what's up?
Do you think
I guess I can comment on
not everybody can experience God the way you do? Do you think that there are some people, and I'm not talking about atheists, I'm talking about people that just when they experience God and they do everything and spend all the time, they
misery and despair.
I mean, listen, you have people in many different countries on planet Earth, right, who grow up in different scenarios, different doctrines, different legal systems. They know what they know. And you can't tell them they're wrong if they were never taught or shown or presented capital T truth, right? And so my basis in my belief is that there is this, ultimate
Let me re-express my point as a poor job. I'll be more direct. I completely believe you when God has made your life better. I also believe that there are some people, as much as they try, will not experience God like you. I believe without question in my mind and in my gut, there are some people that God will not be a positive experience.
Totally appreciate that.
Not
Thank
everybody
you.
can experience God like you. You can feel free to disagree with me.
Suture Saturi.
And I can point to several examples of several horrible things that have happened to people in the name of God. Some people are just not born and designed.
It depends
A little play on words there. A little play on
No,
words.
it depends.
All right. Well, let's
I
go.
disagree. It depends
You're
on the
up.
individual
Going once, going
person.
twice. We can
It
come
doesn't
back.
depend on the God.
Next
It
is
depends on
Hans.
the
Hi,
person.
Hans.
Well, I think what I
Hi,
mentioned is
yeah.
actually quite crucial because someone can be misinformed on what God and who God is.
Right, because of the individual person.
Which we
Not
have
because of the teacher.
our demise.
Not because of the teacher. Not because of the God. Because of the individual.
So I hold a belief that God will present himself truthfully and purely to everyone at some point.
And I believe that God will present himself differently to everyone.
Right. And let me just clarify, in my belief system, at the end of our lives, we have a judgment moment, right? So, for clarification, I'm Orthodox Christian, and so salvation is constantly striving for you're not just saved, whatever. But at the end of our moment on this earth, we are presented to Christ, and we can choose in that moment. Do we believe he is who he says he is, and who has been what we said he is, and he's presenting to us straight in our faces, or whatever the being looks like, our being, right, in that moment, or we can choose to deny him and follow through with the deceit that has been fed us.
And the only thing I change about what you said is from the word me to the word you.
Yeah, it's my belief system. It's okay if you don't align with it. I wholeheartedly believe this is going to happen for everyone, and it has happened for everyone since the formation of.
No, it hasn't. It has happened for you.
Well, you actually can't. You can't objectively say that.
Well, you can't objectively say it either.
Right, and that's why it's my belief.
For you.
You keep saying
And many other people I do want to mention.
No, of course. Yeah. 2 billion. Many other people, a third of the planet, 2 billion people believe the way you believe. But
significantly smaller for the Orthodox Christians, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but 4 billion people don't believe the way you do. That's the only reason I'm saying I'm not disagreeing with you when it comes to you. I'm just disagreeing when you say we.
So
That's all.
please elaborate on why you think
And I think, people who come from illiterate countries, they can't read the Bible, they are in either Islamic state, so they are indoctrinated with different beliefs, right? And it's hard as, someone just like myself, that is just a mere person on earth. I can't determine, the ultimate truth in life. However, what gives me hope is that I feel a sense of peace and serenity of knowing that there is ultimate good out there, and will have my best interest in mind, because this ultimate good provides love, and when we experience love,
Oh,
I think that's
because you
Amazon.
tried to read
That's
the
great.
Bible.
I
No,
love
no,
that.
I'm asking, no.
Again, the only correction that I make is that that is for
No,
you.
it's not
It
lame,
works for
dude.
you.
You
It
made claims.
doesn't share.
Stop over
That's all.
talking me.
And I want to move on if that's okay.
Read the
Yeah,
Bible
that's fine. I
objectively,
just
and you
will
get to elaborate
pray
on
for you, I
how
guess. I don't know. It's
to read
very
something
Lena,
that
Lena here, Lena, you can pray for me anytime you
no
want.
problem.
So hey,
So how do you
Lena,
read
I'm gonna
something
step
like
in.
that
You can pray all you want, but don't tell us it's sad that we're unbelievers.
Well, I'm not. That's what
I
I'm
didn't
just
say
saying.
that.
I'm saying what I feel.
She did say it's sad.
And what
So
you
this
gave
is
me
why
was not an answer to
I
support
feel sad
the
and
reading
I
objectively.
think
So
there are
stop.
yes.
How would
yes.
you know?
Oh, you're so
No, I got stop. She's going to explain what's happening. Damn, dude. Because she's making her subjective
Alright, are you
opinion
done?
and
May I talk
projecting it onto us.
Maybe.
Maybe it's
Okay,
sad to
thank
her, but don't tell
So-
us it's sad
So,
because we're
you
unbelievers.
just
Go ahead and
know
pray because it helps you
that
feel good.
not only
didn't
did
hear me
not
correctly.
attempted to read
I
the
find
Bible
sadness.
objectively,
I
but you
painted
haven't
it
read
from
it
my
at all.
perspective.
You have such an
Right.
incredibly
Okay, cool.
And I am very valid in my feelings, correct? So I'm not
You
going to
said
for you.
reading
I'm not going to
objectively.
deny you.
My question
you
still
have
stands,
feelings
and I'm gonna
sad
ask
that they're
you.
unbelievers.
Seems like you're uncomfortable.
My question, huh?
I'm not uncomfortable. I heard you say it's sad that we're unbelievers. That's all.
Which
So
question
please
is
don't do that.
Yeah, it's sad to me. I
It's
honestly
sad to you.
Okay.
So, you know what? I don't say negative
You
things,
said
right?
Everybody
Unless
should
I
read the
react.
Bible
And
objectively.
I might react
Well,
about
I'm
it.
asking,
I might
how
negative
is
is
it
coming
possible?
from
Hold on. Why must you continue
Well,
to
first
talk
you gotta
on
give it a shot
right?
and try
So
to
the point
read it,
what I'm
which you
gonna say
obviously have not done.
Here's the added
And so,
So how would you know if
what's
you
your
haven't
foundation
even
on
tried to
defining
read it
something?
objectively?
So, do you remember what I elaborated on about how it's, I hold that it's entirely objectively
There's like a
impossible
story Rabbi told me
because
about
of
this,
what the Bible consists of? And it requires a subjective human interpretation. So where is it, in your understanding, any human being can possibly read this objectively?
And he said, well, in my dream,
Well,
I
that would
always
mean,
wanted to
based on what you're saying, that no human could read any book objectively.
couldn't pay for it, so I
Depends on
studied
what
it
we're talking,
anytime I
depends on what
Did
we're
you
talking
read
about.
any Harry Potter?
And Harry Potter's
And
fictional,
after a few
right?
years, I became
Well, you
So
think the
that's
Bible's
what,
fictional, don't you?
that's why I said, depends on what you're
and he
reading.
said,
If I read a math textbook, right? If I read a biology textbook,
my friend sitting next
those
to
are
me,
two different things.
I
Do you not
also wanted to
agree?
become a physician.
So when it's in referencing the Bible, because we understand the Bible is an interpretation of subjective human experiences.
I
Do
saw
you
it was
agree?
beautiful and divine. And it was the third person.
Do you or do you not agree that those who put together all these books that are now compiled in what we understand as the Bible, that all these writings are based upon other human beings' subjective experiences and interpretations?
Is it subjective when you see something in front of you, or is it objective when you see something in front of
It
you?
kind of threw me off for a
It's your
loop.
personal
I can't
subjective
lie.
experience of how you interpret
It
it.
sounds like,
However,
you
when
know,
we're referring to
you're
something
trying
that
to use
is
an
objective,
anecdotal
meaning it
situation
exists,
to
regardless
define
of my
define
understanding,
beauty.
which is the same thing, regardless of so like, I could go outside and touch the ground, the earth, right?
We can't explain it.
I could say my interpretation of it is squishy or it's hard, depending on what part of the earth I'm touching, right?
So when we see the element of gold, right,
this.
and it has this chemical compound that objectively defines it as gold always, wouldn't it be objectively so if we see this, it's objectively gold?
So when you say we see the gold, and we know the gold has been measured and calculated to be the gold that it is that what you're saying? Like, someone can say, I see gold, and it turns out it's really not gold, i.e. food
Yeah, but I'm
gold.
talking about it is gold, and we're witnessing it as gold.
Yeah,
So
it's been
it's objectively gold.
It's been objectively tested and verified it's gold. So yes, I see gold.
So you
Therefore-
can objectively see something.
He's on stage. Judith and 9. What is your definition of a masculine man? Judith, do you have one?
Samson. That's a masculine man right there.
Rabbi
I said this is to the women on the stage. Judith?
A God-fearing man, one that can stand on his own 2 feet and can work as a team, and that's self-sufficient to some extent, and wants to be a member of a team and work together and lead me.
Are you willing to follow if he does try to lead? Can't hear you if you talk. Nye, what do you think? What's a masculine man to Nye?
Well, man, where do you start?
You start with JB and you finish with JB.
Right? From JB to Hakima? No. Let's say I like a man that's confident. I like a man that's disciplined. That's number one. He has to have some self-control. He has to be consistent. He has to be committed. Whatever his goals are in life, committed to his well-being, committed to his family, committed to making money. He has to have emotional strength. That's so important. Manage your emotions. A man who's not violent, that's masculine to me. Integrity. Did I already say integrity? Resilient. Oh, protective. And listen, because I love Jesus and the Lord, I do think it's very masculine for a man to admit that he loves the Lord and he fears God. And I think a man who fears God leads a certain type of life and makes certain type of decisions. He follows a moral code that cannot be, broken. He cannot be persuaded to do anything that's outside of his moral code. So he's humble, humility. He's secure enough to admit when he makes mistakes. He's reliable, and
Well, no,
you won't find. And lastly, let me say this: you won't find a masculine man anywhere on Clubhouse bitching and whining and arguing with women and bitching about women all day. And I'll land it.
Well, here's something that maybe it's a recent phenomenon. Because, I started dating again since I got divorced. And I noticed in a lot of these profiles, if you're MAGA, don't swipe on me. If you're a libtard, don't swipe on me. What the fuck does it matter where my political affiliations land? If I treat you right, I'm loyal to you, and I'm just a good man to you. Why does who I voted for matter so much? I think that's one of the problems that we have in society. Women want to dictate how a man should think.
Who would want to date a MAGA? Or vice versa, if you're MAGA, the people are too far apart politically. It's politics. I don't think they can coexist in the same space. I know I couldn't. But I couldn't imagine dating a girl that was fucking MAGA. Black girl that's MAGA.
Oh, wait a second, Hakima, don't even mute up. Let me ask you this. What if you meet a girl and she's gorgeous and you have chemistry and she's MAGA and you're not, right? MAGA's not going to be around forever, but you might be with that girl the rest of your life.
I don't think we have chemistry though. I don't think that would happen. I mean, because soon as we say any conversation gonna spark political conversation in these days, so it'll get there quick. So I don't think the chemistry would ever get there. And that's my opinion. I don't think so.
Can I add to that real? No, I was gonna say this. I kind of understand Hakima's point, and I probably would not agree. If we were having a discussion maybe 5, 6, or even 10 years ago, I would have said, hey, I don't care what your political affiliation is. If we vibe, let's vibe out, right? Now that because I feel like the modern liberals, not all liberals, but just the liberal ideology is so far left, it would be hard for me to date a liberal man. And not because I would never argue. Go ahead.
No, don't mute up. Let's have a conversation. So you're pretty hot, right? I'll get that. Let's put that out of the way. You're a really good-looking woman. So, and you're like an undercover MAGA, in my opinion.
But I'm not MAGA.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. To me, you have MAGA tinges. Let's just say that. And that's fine. I don't really care. Kamala, you did it. No problem. Why would that stop you? You and I get along better than I get along with anybody in the South. Why would that prevent us from being together?
It wouldn't. For me, it wouldn't because here's the thing. I would would not spend all day arguing with you. Oh, let's say you were more liberal. Okay, I'll just take your scenario. It wouldn't. It wouldn't because I've gotten to know you on this app, and I know that you and I can agree to disagree on politics, and it will not affect our friendship. Or if we were romantically involved, it would not affect our romance. But you see, a lot of modern humans, Americans, I should say, they're not mentally mature to respect people's political points of view without being hysterical and being triggered. Like the reason why I said today I would have a problem with dating a liberal man, and two, 5, 10 years ago, no. I say today because a lot of liberal leaning men, not all, are very Trump derangement syndrome. But that aside, let's take Trump out of the equation. They don't seem to have a moral code. Anything fucking goes. Transgender the kids, men and women's sports, abortions for all. Fuck God. Like what do they believe in? Right? Anything goes. The household can be topsy turvy. You can't discipline the children. The school can call your children they them, right? The school can lead your children out onto ICE protests, and the parents on the back sideline cheering like, yeah, F Trump, F ICE, right? You let the school system indoctrinate your children. This is what I feel like I would be dealing with if I have to date a liberal man. And if I say, hey, no, can we just go pray today? Maybe eat some Chipotle? And I'll have to listen to fucking MAGA, Chipotle. The owner of Chipotle donated to Trump's campaign. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm just giving you an example. I think the modern day leftists, not all, I have to stress that, they're just too far gone and they're never at peace. They're perpetually depressed and complaining. How can a woman have a peaceful relationship if you're in a relationship with a man who's perpetually angry and uptight about politics? And liberals are perpetually angry because of
I think liberals give too much power to Trump by
that
being
part.
angry at him. Me personally, I don't really give a shit. I don't wake up thinking about Donald Trump. I'm not going to bed thinking about Donald Trump. I don't care. Now, it's different for me. Well, yeah, no. Listen, here's the thing, Kimo. And I'm going to say something that's polarizing. And I believe this, though. I think people of color in America need to worry and think about Donald Trump. White, the cracker in the corner, he don't have to worry about Donald Trump. He ain't coming after me. He's not gonna have the police state come after me. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Well, listen, the police state is not coming after black Americans either, but let black Americans, not all. I find that on this app, I have to be very specific with my words. A lot of left-leaning black Americans believe, let me rephrase, a lot of left-leaning black Americans believe that right now, that Trump and his army of white supremacists is waiting in the wings to arrest them and haul them off to some concentration camp, right? I've been hearing this rhetoric for the past 2 or 3 years between Fanbase, TikTok, and Clubhouse. So,
Do you think if he could, he would?
I don't think. No, I don't. Because why? Like, what would be the benefit? What? If y'all can tell me what would be the benefit of Trump rounding up blacks and getting rid of blacks, as if we don't understand our.
Getting rid of blacks is the benefit to his white supporters. I'm not saying he's trying to do that, but I think if he could, he definitely would. But like you say, he's not targeting us. Like targeting don't mean that he's trying to put it in a concentration camp. It ain't got to be that extreme. It can be going after our history. It can be going after DEI. It can be going after all the things that he's doing that is focused on black people. The voter rights thing. Like to say that that's not a pull down black people is like not really paying attention or admitting to what you're actually seeing.
No, and I agree with that.
It don't got to be concentration camps, but there is a target on black by this administration.
No, and Hakima, please, no, I recognize. Now listen, and Hakima, you probably have heard me say this because we've been in rooms before when we've had these political conversations, but I have stated that just because I voted for Trump in the last election, I had my reasons for that. It does not mean that I support everything this man does. Just like I'm sure you agree whether you voted for in the past, you might vote blue no matter who, regardless, just because. But it doesn't. I would like to think it doesn't mean that doesn't mean you agree with all the policies that a Democratic president put forth. You know, whether it be Biden, Clinton, or Obama, right? So I agree with you. Do I think I've certainly had my criticisms this year about some of Trump's, moves, and especially as it relates to the black community. I still don't regret not voting for Kamala, but at the same time, my thing is this: if Trump's administration is anti-black, it's not the first anti-black administration, and it's not the last.
It's
See what I'm
definitely
saying?
the most blatant in the last 40 years.
Oh shit!
Definitely the most blatant.
Hold on, my boss is calling. I gotta take this call. Sorry, JP.
It's okay, no problems. Say hello to Joss. Ash, come up, Ash. Retro, how you doing, Retro? We got Dawn. Moosey, what's up, Moose? His Will there. This is Unhealthy Debates. If you have to pay ticket, cash it in. Have men become too pussified? Is Me Too still a thing? I think men are afraid to be men. They're afraid to speak their mind. What's up, John Wiley? They're afraid to speak their mind without being canceled, because cancel culture is real. And that's where we're at in the conversation. If you want to come up, raise your hand. Everybody's welcome to the stage. Just be civil and be respectful. Thank you.
Can I comment to JP about the mental health issue that you brought up earlier about how you don't like it being blamed, that mental health, people need to get help?
Be my guest. Go ahead.
I'm a living testament of that. I later in life, after menopause, was diagnosed with a mental health issue, and I had to go out of state to get the help that I needed to be able to be medicated, to be able to be a productive member of society. And I just come to terms with the fact that this is an issue that I'm going to probably have for the rest of my life, and it's not going to go away. And yes, there is help. Yes, there are things available, and they're readily available to people. And we need to, I don't know what we need to do as a society, but I know what I need to do as an individual. I need to accept it, realize it, and move forward with it,
Well,
and do what I need to do.
Here's the problem I have. I have no, listen, I see a therapist twice a week. I proudly say it. I get help. But here's the problem. When
Funds the
some
cures he
idiot
pushes
lowlife
on his
walks into a
victims.
school and shoots 17 kids and they blame it on mental health, I'm tired of that. I'm just tired of always having a crutch and excuse of why somebody did something. You know, we need to address it so it doesn't happen. How we address it, I have no idea. But I think that too many people use it as a crutch to get away with bad things. Just that's what I meant to say, Jason. I didn't mean to insult you or anybody else with mental health issues.
I just agree with you on, help is available, and we need to as individuals seek out that help and take responsibility. And I think it has to do with the pussification of men too, because if they need help, they need to ask for help, and they need to get over themselves, and they need to be accountable. I think people need to love themselves more and be accountable to themselves.
I agree 100%.
Narcissistic egomaniac is the most powerful person on the planet. So I think the whole point of the Bible, and I'll sum it up right here, is the same as any of the other great spiritual documents, is to keep us from shitting in our own meskit and destroying our own world, which we're doing at an ever exponential rate.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Good discussion. David, you're next. David, you're next.
Yeah, well, I wasn't trying to necessarily respond to that.
You can wait. You can wait. You can talk about whatever you want, buddy.
No, I was with John trying to think about how these different accounts that it didn't happen in the age of a messianic time. I mean, America's got its own post Jesus that of prophets of evangelical nature. You've got Seventh-day Adventists, Mormons, Church of, what is it?
Latter-day Saints?
Latter-day Saints, yeah, but they're Mormon. There's another one. These are non-negligible parts of American belief systems that, you know, they are young Earth creationists, and they spawn all of the conspiracy theory, the government sucks. Like the thing in Waco here in Texas, that Branch Davidian thing, that is a Seventh-day Adventist set of nonsense that says that in the 1840s there were some people that had prophecy after Revelation.
I thought it was David Koretz's sense of nonsense.
Yeah, but he's like
I think he arguably could have been anything, and he would have had his followers. No.
You can say no. Look into it. It spawned from a branch of Adventists.
Correct.
You know,
Well,
post Jesus prophecy. Just
I made my point. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm just saying that it wasn't like he himself said he was the second coming. He didn't start it that way. He started off of a fertile group of people who already believed in prophecy after resurrection. This is an American breed of Christianity. It's not Catholic. It's not Protestant. It is Protestant, but it's not Baptist and not Methodist. They're Adventist. They run like 100 hospitals. They're not trivial to everybody.
Anything else, or are you good?
Just curious about the post Jesus prophecies in that being part of Christianity today. If people say they're Christian,
They're not Christian.
you know, tell me more, right? Well, then you know why? How are they any less crazy than a Shia Muslim? When people say, "Oh, Sharia law" or something like that, how is it okay to have a Mormon politician if they're not Christian? They seem to be Christian. They use the hierarchy of Christianity to get along in life.
I don't understand your question.
It was to the room. It was.
I know it was to the room, and I know it was to the room.
How are evangelicals not seem to be wackos? That's what I'm asking.
They're wackos.
How are? Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying he referring to this way far out branch of what they would like to call Christianity, but it's not true Christianity, and it's
Well, that's your opinion.
based on historical knowledge.
Doesn't matter what it's based
Doesn't
on.
align with
It
traditional
doesn't matter what.
Welcome to the show, Bow Wow. Dude, she's such a fucking liar.
I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I don't care for the most part, but whatever. Like, so I came in here, I thought you were like playing previous nights or whatever. I don't know.
No, bro.
Sorry, it's funny.
That chick is a fucking waste of time, bro. I mean,
Clearly.
that other chick, Cindy in LA, holy shit, bro. Talk about a waste of time. Whoa.
Low IQ?
Dude, I mean, she's like, oh, I missed my workout time. Now I have to go to 5 o'clock when the guy is hot instead of the girl is hot. And what? It's like, she's like, oh, I'll put you in touch with my agent. My agent will take care of. She's like fucking retarded, bro.
Fun time.
I mean, you can pretend you're something or somebody, but eventually you might have to get a job, you know? I mean, how many years can you sit in a clubhouse room and like not say anything intelligent? Now, see, I read a book this morning that puts me in the top 1%.
Yeah, you are 1%, John.
Yeah, but that's only because I read. In fact, my cell phone is sitting on the book that I just read right now. That means you are standing on Ayn Rand's virtue of selfishness. Do you think you're too do you think you're too altruistic, or do you think your self is just enough?
I'd like to think I am, in the grand scheme of things, I'd like to think I'm the betterment of altruism, but my actions prove otherwise sometimes because I'm human and I can only be selfish. I mean, isn't the thought of altruism just another opinion? It's my opinion being projected into the world.
Well, moral pronouncements are important. So, when Yasmin told you that John Kitover was playing a recording of you, did you question her values?
No, because you can't question anything she does.
Well, I'm selling pictures of her pussy. Do you want to buy some pictures of her pussy? $1 a picture. All proceeds go to the Rebbe.
No thanks.
All right. Well, let me know if you change your mind. You want to see that wet Iranian, slime. She's a good girl, they said. She's a classy girl. And then they heard the recordings of her on Clown House, and they said, that's my Yael? Yael! How could you talk like that on the internet? That's Yael? Oh! Oh, no! Yael, you said that? Oh, no! Yael! I'm taking you out of the will, Yael. I'm calling my lawyer on Monday. I'm taking Yael out of the family will. Could you imagine if I actually got her removed from her family's estate because of the vulgar, profane, obnoxious, and how much time she wastes talking to R words because she herself is fully R worded out.
I know, I tell you.
So,
Are you at the gym?
anything else to ask or talk
Yeah, I'm at the gym.
Nice.
about the room is run?
Gain weight.
Well, it's so much of it just, you got to work out every day, but then it's not what you eat.
Yeah, it's how much you,
It's how much, yeah.
Yeah.
If you go to Chipotle, don't get the burrito, just get the bowl and don't get any extra chicken. You gotta eat the minimum, not the maximum.
Yeah, I'm self-aware. The problem is that you know, if you used a job a few months ago, you become more sedentary because you're sitting at a desk.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh yeah, no problem. I was eating 3 times a day, or 3.5 times a day as opposed to just 2, right? And I don't know. And then I packed on fucking 15 pounds in like a month. I was like, holy shit.
Well, you can lose that in a month. The thing is, you gotta make sure you sweat and break a sweat every single day.
Yeah.
It only takes 15 minutes to break a sweat.
Unfortunately, at this age, you can't be sedentary.
You can't, dude. If you don't move, you're gonna die.
Yeah. One day, it's like fucking 4 or 5 days a week. You have to be.
Just think about how much time you spent listening to Yael, that stupid twat, and that stupid other girl in Los Angeles who thinks she's an actress. If you took all the time that you spent listening to their retarded voices and you put that into the gym, bro, you would be gold. You would be made of gold. You would be made of gold. So what does that tell you? These women are vampires. They are attention economy vampires.
All women are whores.
No, they're attention economy vampires. They are parasites. Parasites.
They are parasites.
But I'm actually in the Yao pussy picture business where I've like recreated her pussy 1,000 times in AI, and I've started an entire business based off of one horrible person's private pussy photos. And it's true artwork. I've like inverted it. I've had like AI expand it and then zoom it back and then overlay the universe on it, and it's very artistic now. You actually can't tell that it's a pussy. It actually looks like a roast beef sandwich from a Jewish delicatessen.
Is it Audi or Ninny?
Yael has huge labia. You've never seen Yael's pussy photos?
No.
Oh, she was fucking a Palestinian man, and she was sending dirty photos of her pussy. And then then I kept asking. I was like, everybody keeps talking about when can I see it, and finally the right psychotic asshole that hates that bitch finally said, John Kitover, I got you. These are for you. Do you know Bussy?
I think so.
Yeah, Bussy
The
is.
transgender?
He's like a gay Latino, but he sounds like a gay black guy to me. Yeah, he's the one who gave me Yael's collection of photography work. She's a gifted photographer as well. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, I know.
Her pussy photos are her greatest work. Anyways, I'm just totally kidding about all these pussy photos, but it's fun to mock that fucking obnoxious woman. Because as a Mischling, she loves to say that I culturally appropriate her religion, her cult, etc. It's like she said so many things to me. She's called me a P word. She has labeled me with a lot of shit, you know? It could be projection. It could be projection. Hard to know for sure. Look at JoJo's PTR. Isn't that beautiful? An overweight white and black man in lingerie, kissing, taking a selfie. JoJo, just that's super pride right there. That's super pride strength. That's pride victory right there. Mm. Yeah, good one, JoJo. Excellent work. Excellent. I should take a selfie of that. I mean, take a screenshot of that and incorporate that into like a new political campaign.
Instagram.
Diversity, pride. You are beautiful. You are beautiful.
Right. Thank you, Cora. So these things shouldn't bother you. If someone is raping someone,
Why would they not bother it?
No, of course it bothers atheists because just like Cora said, they have empathy. I'd be willing to bet you that the majority.
Hey Hans, I'll be willing. Hey Hans, I'll be willing to bet that you can stay on mute and not interrupt.
I
Waited till she was done. And she just said, no, he's fine. So
Okay, then he can talk to me. He can talk to me. You can go back on mute. Thank you. Go ahead. I'm mad.
Yeah. So these things, shouldn't bother you. If, it doesn't, concern with you. So like the society, humanity.
All right. Anything? Do you have anything else you want to say?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, Iman, I think I want to say, just because something's subjective doesn't mean you don't care about it, right? So I subjectively am bothered by people harming other people. I'm bothered when people are hurt. I'm bothered when the groups I'm in aren't functioning well because people are harming each other or victimizing each other. That's where my morality comes from. It's still a subjective position, right? And it is centered in my humanity, right? In my empathy, in my relationships with other people. And believe it or not, religious people get theirs the same way. They just like to overlay this idea that they're somehow superior because they've made up this hierarchical structure that it's somehow coming from some objective place, which isn't the case at all.
saying that, I don't believe in humanity. I don't care, someone got hurt or not, close. I just care about myself. I'm just myself.
Yeah, you're being selfish and self-centered.
Right, you're being selfish and self-centered. Right.
You're going to have a hard time dealing with the societies. You're going to be ostracized as someone that doesn't want to associate with you. So if you're the person that wants to go around raping and stealing, and whether or not you get caught or not, the society in which you're doing it in is probably going to ostracize you and somehow eradicate you from that society.
And I know a lot of people that are atheists and that believe in God that do exactly that. Both do that.
I'm not kind of, small robot. I'm a big mafia, I have many bodyguards. And police send the politician to be on my payroll. Okay, in that case, we all know nobody get the justice here in this world.
Okay, justice can be served. However, you're trying to imply that if this person that you're implicating does not ever get caught, when do they get punished? Is that what you want to get to?
Yeah.
Yeah. You hold. Are you a God believer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you hold that something's going to happen to somebody when they die. Yes.
Yeah.
Not everybody holds that belief. We can understand that there are people in the world that do atrocious things and don't get caught. It sucks. We don't like it. So you ask, why does it bother us? It bothers us because we wish that not happened. That's why it bothers us.
And if I were you, I would double check with your bodyguards because a little bird told me they're planning to turn on you.
Hey, can atheists who aren't mods speak in this room?
Well, let me go through the queue and then we'll open it up. And as long as it's civil, we just got 2 more people in the queue and then absolutely. Legalist left. It appears that way. Okay, so next is Andrikis. Hi, Andrikis.
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Good.
Yeah, this conversation always deeply confuses me. I'm not sure at what point in a religious person's thinking that their own internal considerations and feelings got switched off, or they think they got switched off. Like the way if an action is taken against them or they take an action against somebody. I mean, unless you have severe psychological issues where, you're some kind of like a psychopath or something where you don't have those emotional responses. For a religious person to not recognize those reactions and to not understand that that's very likely the bottom level base foundation of where moral considerations even come from in the first place, I'm just completely mystified by how they think that unless you have the God belief, that those feelings don't occur, that those moral considerations don't occur within a person. I can't understand what they're trying to argue when they say that, when he just made that decision, that saying like if somebody steals something, you shouldn't feel anything about it.
Well, maybe they're just trolling, or maybe they're just idiots. What do you think?
Yeah, it's got to be one of those two things. Because, like I said, unless you've got severe psychological issues that are just blocking those average normal human responses, you've just got to be doing something to make people feel stupid for being atheist or something. That can be that. There can't be any genuine motivation into saying something.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, is it Arnie? Amy? Let me see.
Hello, everyone.
Arnie. Hi, Arnie.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Well, English isn't my first language, so please bear with me.
Okay.
I do have if
what?
someone was born into a religion they didn't choose, how can they be sure that they are religious?
They cannot. The answer is they cannot.
I thought so. And one last thing. I am at a point in my life where I have questions and my belief doesn't answer those questions. So am I still identified as a religious person if I am truly questioning everything I was told my entire life? If I think that the book doesn't
the answer is you have to make that decision for yourself.
Well, actually,
You have
I
to,
think it's
yeah,
not that easy.
it's not that easy.
Yes, after living it for 30 and 5 years old, being told everything in your entire life, and now you have questions and no one is answering you.
If it was that easy, you wouldn't have to ask the question, right? I don't think she liked what I said.
Wait, what is she asking? What's the
I
question?
think I appreciate where she's coming from.
Hello?
I appreciate very much. You're going through a very difficult time. You could ask 10 people the same question, and they could give you 10 different answers. The bottom line is you have to answer the question for yourself. And if you cannot answer the question for yourself, then maybe you need to do a little more soul searching. Maybe do a little more educating. Maybe you want to ask the question to more people that you trust. But eventually, the only one that can make the best decision for you is you. It is my pleasure.
I missed the question. I'm just curious. What was the question?
Because, I fixed my audio in the background.
All right, communist, you can stand muted. Just give me 10 seconds. She was born a religion. She was told she was into her religion. Now she's starting to doubt it. She's wondering what religion she really is. That, in a nutshell, is what she was saying.
Gotcha.
Okay, communist, go ahead. Remember, no questions about the rules of the room, just the topic.
I was wanting to talk to Army really quick.
Oh, you know what, Cora? Go ahead. It's fine.
So, Army, I think a lot of people, like I was raised in a religious household. I think the difference is I never was able to believe the things that they were telling me. But I did try because I felt I needed to fit in with my family and, their cultural preferences and all of that. But around the time I was like 13, I started not questioning, because I didn't question, I already knew I didn't believe it, but I started looking into, or as a curiosity of why did they believe this, right? And I started studying their religion, other religions, from a more academic standpoint, comparing things, and it really became something I was like curious about, and enjoyable, and I realized along the way that I don't have to believe things to know about them and understand them, right? And for me, it makes it easy to like engage in practices with people that are religious without, being like oppositional to them, even though I don't believe what they're doing, right? And so I don't think just because you're an atheist, you need to be like oppositional when in certain settings around religion. But you can be honest about like, I understand what you're doing, but I don't believe it. That's kind of where I'm at.
All right. Oh, go ahead.
Now I'm at a point in my life where I think morality has nothing to do with any religion. There are some times when religion made me feel less of a human being, just because I'm a woman. And I lived in Egypt, in our country, and life isn't that easy for a woman any place around the world. But with the religion in the equation, it doesn't serve us justice. Now I think that morality and humanity has nothing to do with being religious. Actually, you could be religious and less of a human. I have seen people who are very religious, but they are monsters. And I have seen people with no religion whatsoever, and they are wonderful human beings. So, to be human, to be kind, to be righteous, to have empathy, it has nothing to do with a religion. And let me say this safe. Doesn't feel safe.
Well,
To
it's not,
even share my thoughts with anyone around me.
yeah,
So
it
I
sounds
am
like you're well on
a
your way to
little
being
maybe
more of a,
confused.
yeah, more of a rationalist about these things, Army, which is a good thing. And but I think the main thing is, and I don't know your background or anything, but always number one, stay safe, right? Um, but you know, we should all strive to be able to like reach our own, you know, level of self-actualization and self-expression, and not be oppressed by the preferences of others. So I hope you're staying well and safe.
Cora, that was beautiful. You were the right person at the right time to talk to her. Okay, we're going to go to communist, and then if it's okay with JCC and the other mods, we'll go popcorn.
Again,
Communist.
Why?
He wanted.
Yeah, so you guys did a whole lot of skipping over these things, which is.
Oh my God, dude, stop.
Okay, like I said, talk about the issues. Don't talk about how the room is run if you want.
Okay, so could I make a complaint? Can I complain?
You can complain. You can complain on the weekend. Okay, so you can complain on the weekend. Come back on the Saturday or Sunday show. Okay, if it's okay with the other mods, I'm gonna go on mute and we can go popcorn or JCC, Cora, and Elliot's a green bean. Good.
Welcome, Dave. What's up, Dave? You got
Well, yeah, I was kind of interested in what is in the room made the case for the resurrection of Jesus.
Well, I'll go first. Oh, JCC, go first.
Go ahead, Steve. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I do not believe that Jesus died and was resurrected. I believe it's impossible for anybody to be verifiably dead for 3 days and come back to. I don't think it's ever happened on the planet at all, I think.
I have a question.
Well, let Dave respond because he asked a question. So.
Sorry, my apologies for that. But I guess Steve, I was asking specifically, what do you make of like the case? Obviously, you don't believe in it, otherwise you presumably wouldn't be an atheist. But like, are you familiar with the case for it? And if so, like, kind of what's your rebuttal?
Yeah, I'm a theist, and I think it's a very seductive lie.
I'll be happy to answer. It's scientifically impossible. It's medically impossible. It is biologically impossible. By all of the information that I have learned throughout my life, it is impossible for anybody to be verifiably dead for 3 days and then come back to life. I think that I don't believe in the paranormal or the supernatural. By definition, the paranormal and the supernatural go against the laws of nature. And generally speaking, I don't go against the laws of nature. So the resurrection, I do not believe that it happened. Does that support my belief, my stance enough for you?
It explains why you hold it, for sure. I guess the worry is that there might be some begging the question of, like, naturalism in there.
Let's reverse it. Why don't you give me your case for it happening? Please be specific.
Sure. The general structure of the case would be that I think we have testimony in the 4 Gospels saying that Jesus was resurrected. I presume you'd agree with that.
I do not agree that they are either telling the truth or that they actually. Well, let's just say I don't believe they're telling the truth. We'll start there.
Okay. And so, do you think they're lying, or do you think they're honestly mistaken?
If someone's not telling the truth, they're not telling the truth. It doesn't matter if they're lying or mistaken.
Right, but my response would, like, be different based on whether you think they're lying or not.
I know that.
But you don't have any preference between those two options?
Doesn't matter to me. I think I don't think they're telling the truth. Period. End of story.
Okay, well, we're gonna kind of have to discuss those separately, right? Because it's the...
I don't mind. You're the one that has the burden of proof because we're reversing it.
I'm accepting the burden of proof. I'm just dialectically trying to figure out which path you want to go down. The path of
whatever path you want to go down, I don't care.
All right, well, then let's consider the idea that they were lying.
All right.
And we can go back to honestly mistaken if you want to.
Sure.
So, kind of one objection to the idea that they are lying about this would be the willingness on the part of the apostles to die for this. In some cases, actually die for this.
Thousands of people died for a lie. It's called war.
Hans, hold on a second, please.
Go ahead. They're willing to die. They're willing to die for a lie. Okay. We know that's happened before, right?
For example,
war.
Do the participants in war die knowing that something is a lie? Like, what is an example? Because war doesn't even really seem to be over proposition.
How about Hitler? How about Hitler?
What lie did he die for?
That the Jews were responsible for the state of Germany?
Yeah, I don't think he died for that lie.
Oh, why did he die?
Because he bit off more than he could chew by,
And how did he bit off more than he could chew? What was
by attacking all of Europe, specifically, attacking Russia. It's obviously
he had the Germans behind him because he blamed everything bad about Germany on the Jews. Isn't that correct?
Sure, but that's not what.
And no, sure, and he lied because he knew it wasn't true. Okay, well there you go. You asked me for an example.
But why are we saying he died for this lie?
I have another example because I come from a Muslim background. So a lot of Muslims die in the name of Allah, and that is a lie for you. So there is an example.
All right, thank you for the example. Please continue, sir.
I think the difference there, though, would be that.
I don't think that's on point, but that's fine. Please continue. I think Hitler is directly on point.
All right, I actually think that's a better counterexample. With all due respect to you, Steve, I think that's a better counterexample.
Well, he said all Muslims believe it, and that's a lie. That's not true.
Well, I think he was saying, specifically, say, the 9/11 bombers, for example, right? They died for a belief that in regards to lie.
Just like in the history of Christianity, a lot of people died for their faith.
But we're not talking about people dying for their faith, sir. We're talking about people dying for lying.
Right, but the hypothesis we're going with, right, is that their faith is a lie.
His example has no indication of lying. That's what I'm saying. My example does.
Yeah, I think you said by my lights, this is a lie.
I want to refer to Muslim faith is a lie for him.
Yeah, I know. Please go on mute. The Muslim faith is a lie. I understand. Go on mute. That may be true, but not all Muslims are lying. They believe it. So anyway, sir, please continue.
Well, and I think that's actually the critical point, right, Steve, is that I think they actually believe it. And so this is evidence of sincerity, their willingness to die for their Muslim beliefs. The difference with the
I agree with that. I don't disagree with that.
If I could just finish.
You can
The difference
finish.
with the apostles is that they're supposed to have seen this themselves, right? So they're not believing this on the basis of what someone else told them, the way that Muslim markers. So that'd be the key difference.
All right, thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, by their own accounts, they didn't actually witness the resurrection. So,
Where are you getting that from?
No, they scattered like Jesus said they would.
They literally they witnessed the aftermath of someone claiming there was a resurrection. The tomb was empty, okay, but they didn't actually witness the resurrection occurring. They didn't witness.
Oh, you're talking about the resurrection
coming
event.
back to life.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. What they claimed to have witnessed, though, was the resurrection.
When we just established they lied.
Well, we didn't, right? I gave you a
No, we did. They did not witness the resurrection. They heard people telling them.
Wait, who told them?
Cora just said.
They did not see Jesus come back to life, is the point they're trying to make. They
said that they saw the resurrected Jesus. Is Cora saying that someone told them about that? Because if so, then if that's not what she's saying, then that's just not relevant to the argument, right?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It makes far more sense.
Like, it could have been that they literally saw a Jesus that was unconscious and placed in a tomb and then removed from the tomb and, nursed back to some level of health, but still had scars and cuts and things like that. So, that he was even placed in a tomb instead of thrown into a mass grave hints at that as well. Like, that just didn't happen. Like, people that were crucified were just thrown in a pile.
Sorry, what is your evidence
They
for
weren't
that?
given special burial rights in Joseph Arimathea's personal, tomb. Like,
what is the
Yeah,
evidence
a
for this?
freshly made tomb that was only a 2-minute walk from the cross.
Hang on.
Historic
I'm trying to see if Cora can back this up.
records of how Roman crucifixions went. Like,
Which ones are you appealing to, and are they about Judea?
they are about Judea.
No, they're not.
Literally, there's an actual site where all of the bodies of people that were crucified were thrown
Not
outside.
in Judea. In fact, we have no archaeological evidence of mass graves in Judea, and we have explicit testimony from Josephus that prior to the Jewish-Roman War, even crucifixion victims were buried. And this is backed up in, the discovery, for example, of the ossuary of Jehoiakim, son of Hagkol. He was a crucifixion victim. The nail is, in fact, still in his feet, and yet he was given a proper burial. So, I know it's a popular talking point, but I don't think the evidence backs that up.
Do you believe in the Shroud of Turin, Dave?
No, but I also haven't,
So you think the Shroud of Turin is a fraud?
I don't have, a super defined opinion on it, but I'm inclined to think that it's, a Eastern Orthodox relic that was mistaken by the Crusaders for being an actual
Fair enough.
relic.
Okay, so how many millions of people believe that the Shroud of Turin is real?
Don't have statistical data on how many people.
I bet there's quite a bit, don't you?
Probably.
Mel Brooks is teaming up on it these days to make some extra cash. He's saying the Shroud of Turin is legit.
Can you get to the point?
Well, my point is that a lot of people are easily seduced by a lie that they want to believe. Like, they want to believe that someone is going to pay for their sins. They want to believe that they're going to go to heaven and see Uncle Bob. They want to believe that they're going to live forever. So it's very seductive, this lie. And there are 2 billion people that do believe that Jesus is the one and only Messiah. But they also believe that this idea of the resurrection is a monstrous lie, right? So I don't think you have much to stand on by saying that he magically came back to life, because no
Hey,
one
Hans, do they want to believe that all their family members are going to go burn in hell?
What's that?
Do you think that those people want to believe that their family members are going to burn in hell because they don't believe it?
That's right. And that's why
You think that they do want to believe that?
Christianity is a very seductive lie.
No, I don't think you heard what I said. You think that they want to believe that their family members will burn in hell?
Well, I can think of a few family members that don't burn. They want to believe there's this thing.
Christians.
Same day you originally brought up Hobbes, they don't no one was believing that no one wants more what they want to believe. They'll be just giving you a counterexample to that.
No one wants to believe that. That's why it's a very seductive lie.
How are you defining it as a lie, though? What gives you the logic that you are right when you say it's a lie?
Well, you're the one that mentioned logic. It's completely illogical that someone is dead for 36 hours. Blood is coagulated.
Yeah, but Hans,
flies are walking on their eyes.
Hans, this is based on their beliefs in that God has the ability to rise a body from the dead. So that's why they believe it. You understand that, right? So
I love believing that.
I'm happy for you. But the problem with this whole martyrdom claim that the apostles demonstrate that they're sincere, but it still doesn't completely make the resurrection of true, right? Just because they have.
Never claimed it is.
Okay, cool, awesome.
I said that that's an argument against the proposition that they're lying. Now, you could try to maintain, okay, maybe they're not lying, but they're honestly mistaken in some way. Cora kind of hinted at that with saying, that, hinting to like a swoon hypothesis. Maybe Jesus didn't really die on the cross. We can dig into that if you want to. But point being, I think it's going to be a little bit, like my response is going to look different. In any case, I'm not just saying it's true because they were sincere about it. I'm saying they weren't lying because they were sincere about it.
You would have to intend to lie for it to be a lie. I don't think they intended to lie. I think they believed what they were told.
Why are we assuming that this is what they are told? Their claim is that they
didn't
saw the
see
resurrected Jesus.
They didn't see Jesus come back to life.
Well, they claim to.
Just because you claim something doesn't mean it's true fact.
I know, but you're saying that you don't think that they're lying. So then you have to explain how someone can honestly come to think that they witnessed a resurrected person.
Okay.
And you're... Sorry,
Go ahead, Dave. Go ahead.
Well, so I was just saying, then you were saying like, oh, well, someone told them this. But I'm not going to believe I experienced something because someone told me I experienced it. That would be absurd. So what has to be accounted for is the content of their experience. This isn't something they believe because someone else told them.
If I'm a death cult leader, right, like which is common, like a messianic death cult leader, right, around that time, and I have a ritualized dinner, and then I take some bite poison so that I can hallucinate while I'm like praying in a garden, right? Then I get arrested before I can take the antidote and crucified while I'm still tripping, right? And then they take me down before I'm actually dead because they didn't break my legs. They actually cut lungs so that the fluid would drain out, right? And then I got nursed back, by some people overnight, and I came out, and I'm still in a psychotic state, and I probably fried my brain, and I'm going to tell people I came back from the dead. Like, seriously, dude. Like, there's so many other explanations than the man actually came back from the dead.
Yeah, the question is, are they better
explanation, by the way, that he came back from the dead? That's the
well, no, I believe.
Chorus was pretty well done.
Yeah, I mean, I would disagree.
Yeah, when you say better explanations, right, depends on who you're asking. Of course, from the God believers, they're going to say, no, we have a better explanation because God is all powerful and almighty, right? So that's why.
Well, JCC, there are criteria of best explanations, right? More parsimonious explanations, explanations of explanatory power, explanatory scope, et cetera, right? So it's not just a matter of like there are actual criteria of what makes an explanation valuable.
What?
Well, what is the criteria that justifies Jesus rising from the dead?
The general criteria that I just listed for a imprint to the best explanation.
And I love that best explanation.
Like, you have to eliminate a lot of other cultural practices and historical contexts to get to that being the quote best explanation. Like, it's silly. There are all sorts of other practices in the region, all throughout that area, that mimic the same things. Even like the story of Lazarus, right, is indicative that there were common like practices. Like, I think the better explanation for Lazarus was he freaking went unconscious from doing some sort of like ritualized, hallucinogenic thing, and they thought he was dead. They put him in there, and Jesus went in, gave him an antidote, or like talked and got him revived, but he wasn't really dead. He was just like unconscious, and then brought him out. Did he smell? Was he in there a while? Sure, but he probably smelled because he shit himself. Like, seriously, there's so many other better explanations.
Corey, have you read that story recently?
I have.
Because Jesus doesn't go in the tomb in that story.
No, he calls him out. But you know what, Dave? It makes far more sense in the Synoptic Gospels where they talk, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, this rabbi comes to Jesus and says, save my daughter, right? Jesus comes in the house, all these people are shrieking because they think that daughter's dead. And what does Jesus tell these people actually happened to the daughter?
You'll probably have to refresh my memory.
Well, he tells them she's not dead, she's asleep. She's like unconscious, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's far believable than what these people who were not lying when they told us she was dead. They believed that she was dead out of their own ignorance. They believed that.
They didn't know the difference between a sleeping person and a dead person?
Stop freaking out. She's just sleepy. So
It wasn't uncommon.
The Torah is saying there's far more easy, believable explanations to what happened with Jesus than he rose from the dead. And if you read the Bible, you know, and I bet you know this, that Jesus said the only sign that will be given this generation is the sign of Jonah. Well, if you read the 3 pages of Jonah, the second shortest book in the entire Bible, it says Jonah fainted twice. He fainted in the belly of the fish, and he fainted again on the hillside. He fainted. So it makes far more sense that people on the cross for 2 and 3 days and they have to break their legs to kill them. Jesus was only on the cross for 3 to 6 hours. And even in the gospel, when Joseph goes to get the body, Pilate says, he marveled, he's dead already? So yeah, it makes sense that he fainted and recovered.
Hans,
He had a foot rest to push himself up.
Hans Rest, do you know what the survival rate was for crucifixion in antiquity?
Probably hardly any because they were on the cross for a couple of days, dude. Not
in all cases.
Well, I'm sure there's an exception to the rule, but the rule was that they were on the cross for 2 to 3 days.
What is the evidence that this was the rule?
There was always, I've studied crucifixion because I was looking in the
Then you could be able to give us the source. What is the source that they usually were on the cross for days?
I don't know the exact source, but I guarantee you, if you Googled it right now, what was the standard amount of time Romans had someone on the cross before they died, it would say 2 to 3 days.
We don't actually even have data on that, right? What we have is...
You're just trying to obfuscate, because that's all you have.
No. I'm just saying, it seems you're saying that this was...
Obfuscating and prevaricating. You probably don't even know
you're saying
Romans
this was the
had
norm.
crucifixion teams, that's all they did. They specialized in crucifixion. There was a centurion in charge of it.
I'm not disputing that. I was disputing the specific claim about that. Oh, well, it typically took days. I'm saying the Romans did not keep statistical data on this, right?
Well,
so the best we have to go on is like the accounts that they give us of crucifixions, and sometimes they report how long it took. So sometimes you're right. It could take a couple days, but to say that's what normally happened, like we don't have evidence for that.
What was the purpose of crucifixion?
It's to execute someone, but obviously in a public way, in such a way that would prevent, future...
It was an advertisement.
I was getting to that, Hans, if you listen.
Good, I'm listening, go ahead.
Okay, I said it was an execution, it was a execution that was intended to function as a deterrent to politically subversive behavior. So see what happens when you let me finish my answers?
Wonderful. So here's my other question for you. What is the reason why God gave dreams to Nebuchadnezzar and the Pharaoh and Pilate's wife?
I'm not sure what that has to do with the case for the resurrection.
It has a lot to do with it because if you read the gospel, you would know that Pilate's wife told him, the most powerful man in Judea, not to have anything to do with this man's death, right? So Pilate did everything he could to make the Jews let him go. They refused to do that. As a matter of fact, they said, if you don't crucify him, we are going to riot and get you in trouble with Caesar. Pilate did not want that, so he was in a dilemma. So it makes far more sense for a grown-up in the 20th century to realize it was an inside job that Pilate, who controlled the crucifixion team and had already done business with Joseph, conspired to let the Jews believe that they killed Jesus and they saved him. Now, my other question for you is, why would God save the son of Isaac and not his own son.
Can I respond to the first point?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so I think there's a tension here, right? On the one hand, you're wanting to say, oh, it's an inside job by Pilate, right? Because his wife said don't have anything to do with Jesus. Hans, can I finish my point, please? I didn't interrupt. Okay. So the first point is like, you want to say that it's an inside job from Pilate because his wife said don't have anything to do with Jesus. And so now Pilate knows about this. But one of the earlier arguments you gave for why we should think that Jesus wasn't dead was because Pilate was allegedly surprised that Jesus had died after only a few hours on the cross when, supposedly this normally took days, even though we don't actually have statistical evidence for that. Now, you can't have that both ways, right? Either it's the case that it's an inside job, so Pilate knows damn well that the plan was never for Jesus to die on the cross, or he shouldn't be or he could be surprised about it. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. So pick your poison.
I think it's both ways. Why wouldn't Pilate act the act? Like, oh, he's dead already? Okay, take him off. Here's the note to give to the centurion to take him off. Yeah, he would play the game.
Right, but the point is,
if it was an inside
he
job,
shouldn't be leaning into that element of it, right?
if you were pulling off an inside job, wouldn't you cooperate like that?
I don't think that's not cooperating with anything, though.
Why would he not want to kill Jesus?
Because his wife had a dream to not have anything to do with his death. That his wife said, this is a righteous and just man. It'd be bad karma for you to kill him. And I'm sure Dave knows that throughout the Bible, God uses dreams to influence the behavior of people. So you'd have to ask yourself, Dave, why did God influence the wife of the most powerful man in Judea to not have anything to do with his death? Why would God do that?
Does the text say that God gave her this dream?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. All right. So you don't think God influenced Nebuchadnezzar or Joseph or the Pharaoh with dreams either?
I think those texts pretty much clearly say that God did give those dreams, but I'm not sure if the text ever says that God.
You don't believe that God influenced Pilate's wife with a dream. You don't believe that. You're going to go on record.
I am skeptical of that, and I'm not sure the text says that, which is
Why
why I
do
asked
you
if
think
you could, support it.
Why did they say that in the gospel that she was?
Because that's what happened.
Oh, but God didn't have any part of that.
Wait, the visit to Joseph or the visit to Pilate's wife?
I'm asking you if you believe that God had any part in influencing the wife of Pharaoh with a dream.
Yeah, that one I'm fine with.
Okay, so you do believe that God influenced Pharaoh's wife with that dream.
Pharaoh or Pilate? Who are we talking about?
I'm sorry. Pilate's wife with that.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that God gave. I mean, I'm open to that if the text says that, but I'm not sure it does say that.
Oh, okay. I'll look it up.
I have a quick question. If Pilate was faking it and, participating in a hoax, why would he let it get so far as to have Jesus nailed to the cross and hang there for three hours? To get that far.
To trick the Jews.
Well, I think they're saying that was.
Think about it.
They're saying faking the resurrection was the hoax.
Yeah.
What?
They're saying the plan was to fake the resurrection, so it had to appear that Jesus died. If the hoax wasn't Jesus forgetting crucified.
Okay.
Basically, take him off the cross before he died.
Right, and stab him.
That was the plan.
Side also. Stab him in the side, make sure it doesn't.
That's only in John, Michaela. That's only in John.
So what?
John is not a synoptic gospel.
Well, you don't like Paul either, so you just have to choose which ones you
Well,
want.
I'm not.
Hang on. So it's not a synoptic gospel. So what?
That's right. Well, you know the reason why they're called synoptic gospels, right?
Yeah, because they're literally dependent on one another.
Yeah, because they align with each other. John is extremely different.
Yep.
Only in John is he stabbed in the side. Only in John is he only in John is Lazarus raised from the dead.
The question is, so what? Are you saying that you just are rejecting John as a reliable source?
Yeah.
And why? Because it's not a synoptic? Why is that a reason to think it's not reliable?
That's right.
So why is that a reason to think it's not reliable? That does not mean that it's unreliable. That does not mean that it's unreliable, right? So you need to give us a reason if you're going to ask us to reject the source. Based on what?
Based on the fact that synoptic gospel doesn't align with the other gospels.
Do you think synoptic means reliable or more reliable?
God is ensuring that Jesus is God, whereas in the synoptic gospel, Jesus makes it very clear he's not God.
You need to read Simon Gabriel's. You need to read
I
Simon
don't understand why Christians try so hard to say that Jesus is God. What, will you not believe this teaching that he's not God?
You seem to think
Aren't
that
his teachings enough for you?
you seem to be
No,
trying
they wouldn't have authority.
conspiracy theory to get around the story. Tonight, Paul, tonight,
I'm kind of cutting out when you were
that's fine. I'll give it to you. I was just saying, Christians are trying. I think these conspiracy theories you're coming up with Cora coming up with, the snake venom rituals that Lazarus were doing. Now, Pilate coming up with some reason. I didn't hear the reason why he wouldn't do this.
because they were going to riot. The Jews threatened to riot.
Right. Oh, but why did right.
And so they manipulated that. They said, you're going to get in trouble with the
He would have done it. He would have done it if his wife hadn't had the dream. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
I think so, yes.
That's why he went forward like just on the spur of the moment and told them to get him off the cross, before he's dead. Fake that you're stabbing him in the, fake all this. He put this conspiracy theory together at the last minute.
I don't think he did it at the last minute. He certainly was able to pull all the strings because he controlled every single Roman soldier on that crucifixion team.
Right.
I mean, what was his benefit from killing Jesus? His wife already told him, don't do it.
Now,
and you know as well as I do, Michaela,
I don't need a lecture. When did you tell him that?
In the Gospels.
I know when. In the morning, in the evening, just before the crucifixion?
The minute Pilate saw Jesus, his wife pulled him aside and said, do not have anything to do with the death of this man. I had a dream about him.
Got it. It was the last minute.
Not the last minute,
It
probably,
wasn't the night before.
Several hours.
Yeah, right. But it was just during what was happening. Okay, he was brought to him. Okay, I got to figure out. Okay, I'm going to figure out how to do this.
I'm sure he did quite easily.
It's just kind of amazing that, and this may not apply to Hans in particular, but I think it does apply to Cora, right? But the same people who'll say that they can't believe in a resurrection because that's never happened before are going to be willing to say that Jesus was like the only person in all history to survive a full Roman crucifixion.
Dave, there are 2 billion people who believe that Jesus is the Messiah that think the resurrection is a monstrous lie. 2 billion people believe that, all right?
He wouldn't have been the only person to survive a crucifixion. There are accounts of people surviving this.
Nope, you've got one other one, and it wasn't a full Roman crucifixion.
No, you don't have the full document.
What do you mean by full Roman crucifixion?
What I mean is someone who wasn't deliberately taken off while they're still alive. We have one account in Josephus of he comes across 3 of his friends. This is after the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD.
How do we know Jesus wasn't taken off while he was still alive?
Well, again, they're granting the gospel accounts, right? So the impression that he's dead, right?
The impression is, right, but nobody, it's not like someone had they never wrote down that someone is inspecting him and that he is now officially dead.
Right, but Jane, the point is that you'd have to say this is the only person in history for whom this happened.
It's not. He was taken down within 6 hours, and the other account of them have taken him down also
about that same time period.
Uh-huh.
Like length of time on, so he is not,
Why,
he would
why,
not have
why are
been.
we assuming time length is the only relevant reference class? That
I'm
seems
not,
completely arbitrary.
I'm not saying it's the only, I'm saying it's similar.
Yeah, one similarity. Okay, but other
It's
than
not
that,
one
it's gonna be the
similarity, they were
only
both
emphasis.
crucified, they were both taken down, and they could have both survived. I'm not sure why you're saying that if he survived, he'd be the only one. We have documented cases of other people surviving about that same length of time being crucified.
You have a case of one person who did that, who was explicitly still alive. And here's the other thing, too. That guy was taken off the cross with two other, right? And they both died anyway.
Yeah, the other two died. Yeah, but the thing is, when you say
So why are you
he
saying
would be
cases
the
like
only
it's plural,
one,
Jane? Jane, why are you saying cases like it's plural?
That, Dave. I'm happy for you to believe that. The only thing that bothers me about Christians is they tell other people, if you don't believe in this fantasy, you're going to hell. You know, I'm happy for you to believe in Jesus and his teachings and the resurrection, and every Sunday practice dying to your ego and being reborn in Christ. I think that's a beautiful thing. The only problem I have is Christian fascism, which every Nazi was a Christian, and they had on their belt buckles inscribed, God is with us. So that's a lie right there. God was not with the Nazis. So, and they believed and they died for that lie. So I'm happy for you to be a Christian and believe in all that, but please don't become another fucking fascist that goes after everyone else that doesn't believe how you do.
That's one way to derail the conversation.
Can I offer a piece of advice that I was just thinking about while you guys were talking? I'm new here, so I just wanted to forward something while I have the chance. Does anybody mind hearing
Go ahead, Jordan.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. So I believe there was a legal precedent for soldiers if they were told to crucify somebody, or they were told to keep a prisoner, or they were told to make sure that somebody was executed, that if they didn't follow through with that and the person survived accidentally, that person would be executed in either a similar way or a similarly brutal way. So it seems like there's, unless you have Pilate conspiring to keep Jesus alive, so maybe he wouldn't have been processed in that same way, though he did have higher ups. And if there was a riot, it would have been his fault. Would it add weight to the other side of the scale to say that, like, the centurions probably wouldn't have lied about this because then they could have been killed?
No, the centurion would follow the chain of command, which anybody that's been in the military knows you serve the rank right above you.
Right. I'm actually a 6-year veteran in the Army, so I know quite well.
Good. So you know the chain of command then, right?
I understand, yeah. I don't think that following orders that could get me and my men killed in a brutal way would be something that I would do just haphazardly. But I'm just trying to forward the idea that maybe it adds a little bit of weight to the other side of the scale, that, like, if Jesus had survived, if there was a chance that he'd survived, and it wasn't somehow proffered by Pilate or somebody of the higher-ups, then these people could have been punished. But just a thought to that.
Good point, Jordan. Good point.
Well, in 6 years in the military, Jordan, how many times did you deny the order of your immediate superior?
A couple of times, yeah. You're allowed to deny an unlawful order. In fact, you're obligated to by the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
That's why I asked you, how many times did you deny
It was a few times.
intermediate superior?
It depends on the nature of it. Like, a lot of times it was more of a conversation. So, like, we had to go out on a couple of very dangerous patrols. And there was questions about, do we want to do this, or do we want to wait? Do we want to maybe wait in a place that's potentially extremely dangerous, or do we want to stay here and then possibly have the same extreme danger approach? And so if somebody was to advance an idea like the platoon sergeant or the XO to everybody's liking, people could announce their gripes. Ultimately, it would let the person the say-so of the higher-ups. But there's many situations, especially where lieutenants and captains and other people who are commissioned officers are completely outranked by the people who are non-commissioned officers, which is not how the rank structure works. But if they know that they don't know what they're talking about, and they recognize that the non-commissioned officers are going to do what they want anyway, it happens quite a bit. Though you do salute the rank, and it is extremely important to follow orders. I wouldn't suggest that that's not what happens typically, but, like, in in a situation where it's actually dangerous, usually the XO or even the person who's in charge has to be subservient to the person who knows what they're talking about and the person who's going to keep the most troops safe. So I hate to give like a long-winded, like breathy answer to that. It is complicated, but I would be concerned that a Roman centurion would be something like a sergeant major. That would be a very, very powerful person, extremely dangerous, extremely hard, and extremely adept with combat. Has no problem killing a Jewish guy. Has no problem causing. If they caused a riot, they would just kill these people. Like it was like. So I'm not saying it was necessarily trivial, but at the same time, it does seem like there's a lot of precedent in Roman law that if these centurions or if the soldiers involved were to not follow through with the execution, they would be horribly executed themselves, and a centurion would have lots of people underneath.
Yeah, I heard that.
Who could get
My
it.
point,
So
my point is far
yeah.
simpler. That I guarantee you the centurion followed the orders that were given to him by Pilate. So when he gave the permission for Joseph to take the body off the cross, the centurion did it. That's all I'm saying.
Understandable. Yeah, and if the idea is that Pilate did listen to his wife and he was scared and so he tried to like this put up job where Jesus was taken off the cross early, it does seem like that's possible. But like again, like I think Dave's got a good point when he says that the full Roman crucifixion is a really hard thing to survive, especially since he was also scourged and beaten and other things.
And we have examples of that happening.
Which scenario, Jordan, is more plausible to you? That Jesus' blood coagulated and he had flies walking across his eyes for 36 hours and then came back to life, or that it was a conspiracy with Pilate who ran the show because he didn't want the Jews to not know that he crucified Christ? Which scenario is more plausible to you? As a 21st century educated individual.
Educated is a strong word. Yeah, I mean, antecedently, if you don't think God exists, then obviously it's ridiculous that somebody was risen from the dead. I mean, I think a third story that would be more interesting for a person that's trying to consider the dead is that he died and then they made up the story, or they stole the body or something like that. That seems more plausible to me than he somehow survived this and people were convinced that he survived. Somehow he was a third too.
Between raising from the dead and having him faint and recovering, which seems more plausible to you?
I mean, if you antecedently deny God's existence, obviously the latter. If you don't, and you think that maybe there is a God and maybe Jesus was part of that, then yes, it would be entirely plausible to see him raised from the dead. But you have to sort of decide that question first. So, I think that it's a fraud question, because if you think God doesn't exist and doesn't do things and doesn't do anything in the world, then yeah, obviously Jesus had the stories of Jesus have to be completely made up. But if not, then you might be more open to the fact. But a third story that would comport with the data is that he was killed, and they made up the stories later, or after the fact, somebody made up the story about he made these appearances and stuff like that, and sort of made a bunch of converts that way. That would be a better direction. But the idea that like he survived the crucifixion is pretty implausible to me on prima facie. But though I'm not a medical.
Yeah, you do know that Jesus was not a Christian, that it was Paul who invented Christianity, right?
Let's see what Jordan says to that.
I don't think that. I'm sorry. I don't buy that.
Jesus was a Jew.
Also has nothing to do with the argument.
Not a Christian.
Yeah, why are we diverting over?
Yeah.
Are we getting off of resurrection talk now, or what?
Well, I'm not diverting because Paul was mentioned. So Paul says our path to salvation comes from only the belief in the death, burial, and resurrection.
Oh, get off this soapbox.
Sure.
You turn every conversation into this.
Jesus clearly says that our path to salvation is our deeds, whether we helped other people or not.
If you love me, you'll do my
So if you follow the belief that you're saved by your belief in the resurrection, you are not a Christ, you're a follower of Paul.
Hans, do you have any talking points besides this one? Because you turn every conversation into this at some point. In every room I've ever seen.
Well, it's a
what you
fact.
turn the conversation.
I'm helping you with facts, Dave. That's I think it's in Matthew 21, where Jesus said, many will come to me on that day saying, didn't we do this in your name and that? And he says, depart from me, your workers
shtick before, all right?
He didn't say, oh, you believe my resurrection, so you're good to go. He never said that.
Yeah, again.
I mean,
I've heard your shtick before.
can I ask? Jesus also
Maybe don't
says
think
Jesus also seems to claim a really weird amount of authority to his own teaching. Like he says he's the Lord of the Sabbath, which is incendiary for a Jew. He says plenty of things. The one thing that really sticks out to me when it comes to what Jesus thought of himself is, I believe it's Mark 14. I don't know off the top of my head, I don't. But he it was pointed out to me recently that Jesus quotes Daniel 7 of himself, and Daniel 7 is the passage where the Ancient of Days brings out one like the Son of Man and gives him all power forever. And it's this pretty insane passage in Daniel where it's like, it's called, the thing is called the two powers in heaven doctrine, where you have Yahweh and then you have the Son of Man who also is Yahweh. And it's this extremely strange text, especially when you have Shema saying God is one. But Jesus' trial, adjured by the high priest, he says, I adjure you, you have to answer.
Hey, Caitlin, it's Johnny
They're
boyfriend.
punching him, they're beating him up, and it's a kangaroo court, ridiculous, hung jury and everything. And, it's a bad courtroom thing. At the guy's house who wants to kill you. And Jesus says, he calls himself the cloud rider, which is, he says, I am the Son of Man, you'll see me judging on the clouds. He calls himself that. The high priest tears his robe, which was illegal and by Jewish law, and then votes and says he's worthy of death, which was illegal. The Jewish trials had to vote from youngest to oldest so that the youngest people weren't swayed. There's a number of things that went wrong in that situation, which showcases the incendiariness of what he's claiming. So it seems to me like he doesn't think of himself as like some, ordinary Jewish person. He thinks of himself as the Son of Man in Daniel 7, which is out of control if you actually look at what Daniel 7 says, which I was baffled to find. I didn't know that this was a quote until recently. I thought it was interesting. So his self-understanding does seem to make him singularly unique in this situation.
Yeah,
now, whether or not that's correct, I mean, he could be entirely mistaken. If you think that he is, that's fine. But what he thought of himself was not like some ordinary itinerant teacher that was just sort of like promulgating Jewish law in some happy way. Right.
He saw himself as the Messiah. You were correct.
Yes, but even more than that, like calling himself the Cloud Rider is a shocking claim.
Yeah,
which is why they killed him. Oh, that's okay. I just wanted to bring it up because if you were forwarding the idea that Jesus sort of just was Jewish and Paul invented this, Jesus was the one who claimed of himself that he was the Cloud Rider, not just Messiah, though he does claim that of himself.
Yeah, he says repeatedly, I have come to gather up the children of Israel and bring them back to their proper covenant, right? That's it. I have come for them to bring them back so that they can become a nation of priests to guide the world into justice and righteousness instead of the shit show that we're experiencing now.
Okay.
That was his only goal.
That's debatable, but okay, I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, but as a Muslim, you think that the whole scripture has been perverted, so that's why you are
Don't put
correct.
words in my
Not
mouth.
perverted.
I'm a follower of the teachings of Christ, not the teachings of Paul. It's that simple. It's that simple. In what?
Muhammad also.
I believe that Muhammad is the last messenger because his teachings are synonymous with Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. Paul's teachings are in conflict with Abraham, Moses, and Jesus' teachings. So why would you cast out the teachings of Abraham, Moses, and Jesus for the teachings of some monobrow, bald-legged, prematurely bald homosexual? Come on now.
Oh, lovely character.
Well, that's true.
All right, very true. Yeah, made up like the Koran's interpretation.
Oh, by the way, Paul is a misogynist as well.
Oh God, please go.
So why would you prefer the Jesus over Paul? It's very simple. That's a simple question.
I think Kelly's trying to say something. What's up, Billy?
Yeah, that's been chill listening to you guys talk. Hans is definitely right about something. Jesus thought that he was a Messiah. He was a Jew. He knew about all the, the traditions of and he was familiar with the Torah, all this kind of stuff. He was definitely a Jew, but he thought that he was a Messiah. Even in the New Testament, and somebody mentioned Matthew chapter 21 earlier, it says a lot of stuff in Matthew chapter 21. One of the things that it says is it has a story about Jesus. He tells some of his homies to go into a nearby town, grab themselves a couple of donkeys, and bring them back to him so that he can ride them into as a triumphant king. Well, maybe he doesn't say as a king, but right? But the point is and then Jesus he quotes a couple one verse out of Zechariah chapter 9, starting at verse 9. There's a whole prophecy in there about a coming Messiah, just like Hans is talking about, and the Christian Bible is full of this kind of thing. So Jesus quotes this little section about Messiah, a triumphant king who will come back on a couple of donkeys as a triumphant king into the land. People will recognize him. But anyways, so even Jesus, the point here is that even Jesus understands the prophetic stuff out of the Hebrew Bible. He believed in that stuff. He thought that he was a Messiah.
Yeah,
There are great many Messiahs, but he definitely thought he was Messiah. That's absolutely correct. But if you go back and you read Zechariah chapter 9, it turns out there's a whole bunch of other stuff in there that this specific Messiah was supposed to do that Jesus never did. He didn't do any of that stuff. So, you guys can talk all you want about, somebody coming back to life. Maybe that's true, maybe that's not. It doesn't matter. There's no prophecy in the Hebrew Bible anywhere that says God, Yahweh, is going to incarnate as a human being, be born of a virgin woman, get killed, and then come back to life as a human sacrifice for all the sins of humankind. There's nothing like that anywhere in the Hebrew Bible. And we are to believe that he is Yahweh, or that he is God, and that, kind of need a little more.
The book of Isaiah has the prophecy of
God.
coming of the Messiah. The whole entire Old Testament talks about the coming of the Messiah. And the thing is, Jesus did fulfill a lot of what was said or prophesied. No logical thinking people would not expect him to fulfill every single thing. You know why? Because the scriptures is written by man, inspired by God. So those men that are writing it are expected to get some things not so good. Right? They're expected. There's nowhere in the Bible that it says man is perfect. Whenever they are speaking for God, there's nowhere does it says that. It says God is perfect. But it doesn't say when God is speaking through his prophets, that they're automatically perfect. Right? So the point is Jesus himself. There's a lot of eyewitness, there's a lot of accounts that clearly states in the book of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John that matches up with what Isaiah himself was saying. And that is and those are the things that we're going off of.
I think you raise a good point when you bring up Isaiah 53, right? Because it does talk about suffering servant taking on the iniquities of us all. I'm not sure if that was Elliot or whoever was saying that's not something that the Messiah is supposed to do, but I thought of that as well when he said that.
And see, this is the problem.
That Christian reading of that verse, by the way, is not in the Hebrew.
Exactly. This is the problem, you guys. You don't get anywhere in the Hebrew Bible typological fulfillment. It doesn't say anywhere in there that anyone gets to read prophecies from the Hebrew Bible as a type of typological fulfillment. That is only in the New Testament. So why should anybody think that when we go and read Isaiah, specifically chapter 53, and there's a bunch of other stuff in the Bible, why is it that Christians where do they get this idea of typological fulfillment from? Because it's not from the Hebrew Bible. So, just if you just go and read Matthew chapter, if you read read Isaiah chapter 53 from start to finish, nowhere in there does it say anything about anyone dying and rising for your sins. And in fact, if you read the whole thing, like, so Isaiah is written in like sort of three different time periods. There's first Isaiah, there's second Isaiah, and there's third Isaiah. Second Isaiah is about the deliverance of the Israelites from the hand of the Babylonians, essentially, in a nutshell. That's what the whole, like, everything from Isaiah chapter 40 up to like around 55 is all about just the Israelites being delivered from the hands of the Babylonians. Okay, that's what it's about. And it tells you like 10 different occasions explicitly who the suffering servant is in Isaiah chapter 53. It says it is Jacob, it is Israel, over and over and over and over. It tells you repeatedly who it is. And when the Christian comes along and they read Isaiah chapter 53, and they say, well, this kind of sounds like Jesus, so we'll just say that it is Jesus. I mean, you guys, like, like, what are we doing here? It seems like when you guys look at these fulfillments, you're kind of going throughout the Bible, and you're just kind of picking anything that remotely sounds like Jesus, and going, this is a foreshadowing of what's to come in the future. But the problem is there's no objective criterion by which you can say, this is a prophecy, this is not a prophecy. You know, the Hebrew Bible itself doesn't tell you that you get to read prophecy this way. So,
I don't know that it really matters, right? Like, the original point, as I understood it, was that, like, there's not any sort of precedent in the Old Testament of, like, this expectation that the Messiah is going to die for people's sins. And, like, my point was, I mean, from what I understand, I'm pretty sure that, like, Second Temple Jews did, at least some of them did understand Isaiah 53 to be messianic. So, like, whether they were rational in doing that is completely beside the point, right? As long as they did, then I don't think you can say that, like, that there's nothing in there that would indicate that this is what we were going to get from the Messiah.
You know, I've been like looking into this stuff like for many years, and every time I look at any prophecy that Christians say is a prophecy about specifically Jesus, the Messiah that Jesus thought he was, I go in there and I read the original prophecy. You know, in its original context, it's not about Jesus. It actually is never about Jesus. It's always about some prior setting, about like the ancient Israelites or something like that. It's never.
Well, that's the problem. The Christians, to make it work, they have to really bend and twist things to make it work. And Paul was very skilled at bending and twisting words. He was very skilled at that.
Again, though, I just see that as being, like, a very different point from the one that was originally being raised.
I know. I mean, it is like a different point, but you know, a Christian pastor would have you believe that Jesus is God. He would have you believe that, and so you ask him, "Who is God?" You know, his answer should be Yahweh. His answer should be Yahweh, and he can say more things like the Trinity and the Holy Spirit and the Father and stuff like that. But God is Yahweh. That's the name of God. You know, if we're supposed to believe that, you know, Yahweh is the God of the ancient Israelites and of the Jews. You know, so like, what is the connector between these two ideas, if not?
What is the connector between what two ideas? That Jesus is God and God is Yahweh?
Yeah, in the new. Yeah, you know, Christians today will have you believe that, you know, if you ask them what's the name of God, they'll tell you it's they'll say Jesus, they'll say the Holy Spirit, but what they really mean is Yahweh. That's what they really mean. So like, why should we believe that he is Yahweh?
That Jesus is Yahweh? Because we developed the idea, or we interpreted what happened with the idea of the Trinity. That's how. So you can say Jesus is the Holy Spirit, or God is the Holy. I mean, they're all what, right? Yahweh. Are you saying Yahweh is the Father, or Yahweh is the Trinity?
The only thing Yahweh is the Old Testament God.
Jesus. So you don't have any in a Trinity. You just have one.
Right. So Christians then, when Jesus came and his revelation was that he was
Allegedly.
the Son of God. Right. Well, that's what Christians believe. Then when they're saying now we have now we see God as a Trinity. Okay.
Well, they kind of made it up from scratch at the
Why are you
Nicaea.
fussing over the verbiage?
Nah, I think Jesus is well before Nicaea.
What?
Trinitarianism predates the council.
I mean, but they had to hold a council to try to resolve it, didn't they?
Well, that's what was to resolve Arianism.
That was more about, Arianism than Trinitarianism.
Actually, Trinitarianism postdates Nicaea. No one at the Council of Nicaea was a Trinitarian.
Zalek had more claims and no evidence.
They killed that guy. What's his name? Arius? He was Arius. Yeah, they killed that guy.
Yeah, though they said he was punished by God by an illness. He wasn't poisoned. So it was God's punishment.
I know, it's like in exactly the sort of fashion that, Christians would expect,
For trivial differences, like Arius, believed in the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and believed Jesus was the incarnation, of the Logos, who's the Father's cosmic helper through whom he created in the universe, etc., etc. Oh, you had a detail wrong. We need to hate him.
I guess you guys your conversation with Hans.
Oh, I'm sorry, Elliot. Go ahead. I just wanted to ask Delaney if what his thoughts on the resurrection are.
I mean, I already said these days, I don't believe in physical resurrection.
Okay, all right. That's all I wanted to know. Because I've listened to you speak before, and you sound like a very reasonable person.
But wait, he said physical resurrection. Is there something more than that, Zelini?
He believes in a spiritual resurrection.
Which is just a term from Christian history, where it's basically you believe God, Jesus' soul survived his death and he's alive after the death of his body. So nothing spectacular in the sense of there being some miracles, physical kind connected to that. It's just a term that existed to this word resurrection.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus even says, don't worry about the death of the body, worry about the death of your soul, right? So, I don't see any problem with that. Are you a believer in the spirit
Your
coming
boyfriend
back?
could be crazy.
No.
Crazy like a fox.
There are some questions that I need to
Crazy
ponder
in
more.
love.
But they're gonna
Crazy
open a can
in
of worms
love.
with regards to other views that I have, and how I accept some stuff from the Bible about universalism, etc. And it's I don't know, if I in a nutshell, currently no. So I don't believe in reincarnation.
Wouldn't reincarnation of the spirit comport with the law of conservation of energy?
I don't think they're connected. I think souls are not really of the type of substance that is described by the laws that we can discover
Just
through
you,
physics.
Gabby. Just my girlfriend.
Fair enough. I mean, I just don't need to believe that Jesus rose from the dead to follow his teachings. It's just, his teachings
teachings without believing that he rose from the dead. And I'm like, nah, because one of his teachings is that he was going to rise from the dead. So it's not just this simple case of, oh, I can believe his teachings without believing, in a resurrection.
I believe in his core teachings, like the reason he washed the feet.
Yeah. You believe in the ones you like, and you reject the ones you don't.
You believe that your feet should be washed, So I believe in his teachings, his core teachings, that we're to be servants to creation. Right? That's his core teaching.
Great.
And by the way, if you read the first 3 pages of the Bible, that's why God said he created us to serve his creation. So everything that Jesus teaches is very compatible with what Abraham and Moses and Muhammad taught. They are not compatible with what Paul taught. If you want to be a follower of Paul, have at it, dude.
Okay.
Just stay
Yeah, the
in your own
teachings of
lane.
Jesus are not compatible with saying you can have sex with a 9-year-old.
I'm sorry, it's not compatible either.
That's
with
such
deceiving
a
your wife.
desperate move.
Do you think you'd even know about Jesus' teachings if his followers didn't believe he had risen from the dead?
Yes, Michaela, because the law is written on our hearts. That's what
Okay. So we
atheists
don't
were
even
trying
need
to.
Jesus.
Wait a
We don't
minute.
even need Jesus.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to answer your question. That's what atheists were explaining earlier, and Cora did a beautiful job about it. She said, I have empathy. I treat people how I want to be treated. As a matter of fact, I'm almost done. As a matter of fact, the great Rabbi Hillel was asked, can you sum up the Torah while standing on one leg? And he said, sure. Don't do what you'd hate done to yourself, to your fellow human. The rest is all just commentary.
That's right. So
there's nothing more. Why get into all this other
Well, you say it's written on our hearts.
in the first place.
You say if it's written on our hearts, we don't need any of these religions.
No, you don't.
Fine.
I mean, some people do. My 45-year-old daughter, when her kids were like 3 and 5, she would put this elf on the shelf and say, oh, this elf is watching you all day long and all night, so behave so you can get good presents for Christmas. So if some people need that type of guidance, I'm all for it. The problem is when they start condemning other people for not believing the absurd things that they believe. That's the scary part.
Well, I agree with you. But I don't think the teachings are absurd. But I don't like people being threatened with hell. I don't really understand where that came from, and I couldn't have come back to the church if I had looked that square in the face this idea of hell. So, but I agree with you there about the threat of hell. I don't like it.
The beliefs are certainly no more absurd than thinking that pedophiles can be profit.
Aw, good for you, Dave. More points for you, Dave. See, this is why Christians hate Islam so much, because Islam exposes the resurrection lie.
Yeah, we hate pedophiles.
Oh, God.
We hate pedophiles.
Muslims call them out on it, and they call the resurrection a monstrous lie. And they get really upset about that.
You say that's a monstrous lie while defending someone who had sex with a 9-year-old? I'm not monstrous about that.
I don't know where you're getting all that, but you dredge it up all the time. But I bet you're one hell of a Trump ass kisser. And we know that Trump was raping
Oh, here we go.
girls, So you bring that up all the time. But I'm willing to bet you're one hell of a fascist Trump supporter.
And who made polygamy part of the religion? That's an absolute contrast to Christ. One man, one woman.
Joseph Smith and the Mormons still practice
they're not
to this
Christians.
day.
They're not Christians.
Oh, they think they are.
I know.
What is this?
Shouldn't they polygamy take when the entire Bible says polygamy throughout is the same way?
Yeah, but
That's
Christ
exactly
ended
right.
that.
Yeah. Let's not overtalk each other. Y'all can have this back and forth banter, but yeah, just maintain a decorum at least. But I'm also interested, Hans, you keep saying that the first 3 words in the Bible, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. Well, that's more than 3 words. But
No, I said the first 3 pages.
Oh, first 3 pages.
Correct.
And
in the first 3 pages, God clearly says, I created you to take care of my creation.
Where's
He calls it his garden.
Where it says that?
Keep reading. It might, it might grow on you.
So Genesis would grow on me. I just want to read it. Like,
well, go
I'm
ahead
looking
and
at
read.
I'm looking at
Go
Genesis
ahead and
1.
read the first 3 pages.
Okay, thanks.
I think we've used the word
I'll see
dominion.
if I can find it for you, James.
I think the word has been used dominion, or there's another word, but I don't know if it's like serve. But there's dominion and something nicer than dominion, but I don't think it's serve. Tend maybe, or
well, I mean, do other believers in God think what he's saying is accurate? Or Bible readers?
I think it's more like dominion.
Who has dominion?
Man.
Man has dominion of. Adam has dominion of
over
the earth?
creation.
Over
Yeah.
the earth. Oh,
Yeah.
that's what you think. Okay.
But there might be another translation that's friendlier than dominion.
Okay.
No, I don't think that's the verse. I think it's the verse I opened now, 2:15. And God Yahweh to command. Sorry, let me open the actual translation, not just look at the Hebrew word for word. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it. Now this word to work in Hebrew can mean in some context to serve, because like usually peasants, were serving the landlords. So it can mean like, to serve as a subject, like to a king or something like. But it can also mean to work in the sense of like, to till the land, or it can mean to work like be employed by a person. So I guess you could say to serve and take care of creation.
Yeah, we were created to be basic servants to serve God's creation that he made. And he created us to take care of it. Not to exploit it, but to enhance it and make it better. And by that's everyone from plants to humans. We were basically compelled to take care of everyone from plants to humans that are lesser than us.
But what I find interesting, like, okay, 2:15, Genesis 2:15, the Lord God took the man, put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it. And the Lord commanded the man, you are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of knowledge. So then it goes off into telling the man what to eat, not eat, not necessarily, holding to the claim that Hans is sticking to, like, make sure you take care of this good and do all things the best for it. Like, this is your job. It seems to, like, that's not very precedent as far as I can tell. The precedence is like, listen to me and do as I say kind of thing.
Yeah, and what he said to do was take care of his garden and not to eat from this tree of knowledge of good and evil. That was the basic commandments. I mean, it's like an employee, right? Here are the rules, there you go. I'll talk to you.
I think it's a trick. It's obviously a trick. It's like taking you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's like you take your kids and you put them in the kitchen and you leave like a pot of cookies in there or whatever. And you say you can do whatever you want, but you just can't eat these cookies. And when they do, they're gonna eat them.
I agree. I think it's a great trick, and I think it was done for a reason. I agree.
Because scientists do those self-control tests where they literally put kids in a room and they put a cookie in front of them and they say like if you manage to not touch the cookie for 5 minutes, you'll get 2 cookies instead of 1, and then they like see which of the kids like succeed or not.
Well, I think it was a trick and a test, Elliot. And if you want someone to manage your creation, they can't be read-only memory. They have to be able to be pragmatic. And the only way you can begin to be pragmatic is you have to be able to look out for your own best interests. So that's why he says, unless you eat from the tree of life, you'll die or you'll lose your soul. Because what God wants is like in the Shema, that you look at everything as oneness, that you value other people as yourself. So the first step is to be able to value yourself, which was eating from the tree of knowledge. And the next final step was to value other creatures equal or as essential as yourself. So not to exploit other creatures.
But so following that line of thought of eating from the tree of knowledge, if this God exists and actually wants mankind to take care of the land, wouldn't you want your people taking care of the land to have a differentiation between good and evil? Like, why deny them the access to the tree of knowledge to know of good and evil?
I think that's a profound question, and the only answer I can come up with is what Elliot said. It's basically a trick and a test to see when they're ready to take the next step. And he even had Satan come in there and help them out, right, and influence them to start looking out for themselves, because eating from the knowledge of good and evil is your personal knowledge of what's good for you and what's bad for you. But that's also what separates us from the rest of the world, and that gives us our ego and the us and them mentality. I'm looking out after number one, so that kind of separates you from the rest of the world. And it's desire, which also engenders fear. It's a trap that we have to wrestle our way out of and become one with creation. But yeah, I agree with Elliot. I think it's a trick and a test. I mean, you don't want robots running your creation. You want people who can think and, deal with pragmatic situations that come up.
But on your take, like, do you think God knew what was going to happen anyway?
Absolutely, 100%.
So
just like someone, like a farmer, he knows if you don't put a certain spray on your crop, you're going to get a fungicide. It's just the experience. I mean, that's what God told.
That's different than knowing, even though God says don't eat from here, but God already knows they're going to. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Like Elliot said, the trick, it was a test. Because otherwise they would just be programmed to do what they could do. They couldn't, process things.
So wait, otherwise they'd be so are you saying that since they did eat it, they're not programmed? Is that what you're saying? So wouldn't that be a good thing, since they're not programmed?
Absolutely. It would be the beginning of thinking for yourself so God would not have to micromanage them. You'd be like dogs.
So then why would God want to, why would God want to say, for if you do, you will surely die? Like, why?
That's another profound question. I think God was talking about her soul, because once you start looking out after number one, you could go overboard and be an unfair, unrighteous person and lose your soul. God was talking about the death of your soul.
So how could someone interpret how could someone interpret that if they read it and they were reading it without any bias, like you want people to do, right? Don't eat from this, or you will surely die. Certainly die. So, okay, to me that sounds like, oh fuck. You're not gonna live anymore, you take care of the garden. Like, wait a minute, dude, you asked me to take care of your fucking garden, and holy shit, look at the fruit on this tree. This is awesome.
selfish, unrighteous person. That's why they say now you got to eat from the tree of life, because if you don't eat from the tree of life, you are going to die. So eating from the tree of what's good and not good for you put you in a vulnerable situation, because you're following the guidance of your ego. And that's why Jesus said, I am one with God, because he's saying my ego is at one with the will of God. I can only serve what God wants, not what my ego wants. Buddha said the same thing.
Wait, does it really say Satan anywhere in Genesis?
What's that?
Is Satan really mentioned in the creation story?
I think he is mentioned in the original sin, isn't he? Isn't he the guy that encourages Eve to eat?
I thought it was just a talking snake.
Yeah, those are just like, those are all like ideological explanations. Like, here's why men have to sweat with their brows. Here's why women have to have pain when they're in childbirth. Here's why snakes crawl on their bellies. That's the more appropriate reading of that.
Well, yeah, if you're worried about number one and you're looking at what's good and not, and you're incredibly worried about, the pain you're going to suffer from childbirth, you're probably more likely to have an epidural and an episiotomy, But I have been at 5 births in a very intimate, delivering the child sort of way, and 3 of them were different women, and they behaved differently. The ones that fought the birth more had more pain. The ones that were worried about the pain suffered more, and the labor lasted longer. The ones that just went with it, okay, I'm going to go with it.
Wow, amazing sample size.
I know, right? Yeah, if you just went with it, it'd be all.
It's got to flow.
Jeez,
I'm just saying what I experienced. That's all.
Women's bodies have ways of shutting this stuff down.
It's a method that's been taught, the Bradley method, Lamaze and all that. Women are taught how to go with it and not use them.
Yeah, Lamaze. Absolutely, Michaela.
Or
But
Bradley.
Michaela, you also know there's that transition.
Lamaze is childbirth.
It's a method of going through childbirth, of dealing with the pain. I don't know about Lamaze, but the Bradley and there's other methods.
Yeah. Do you know the term transition during childbirth,
Yeah.
Michaela?
Yeah, it's when you can't stand it anymore, you think, and then
you let go.
Right.
Transition is about letting go.
Right.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Right. Yeah, I've had 3 of those unmedicated births.
Oh my God! Wow. Yeah. So you had 3 natural births, huh?
Uh-huh.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I've been at 5, and trust me, I'm glad I'm a man.
My births, actually, they weren't very painful. They went real fast, but I was lucky.
The first one did?
Yeah, first one was very fast.
Wow.
I think I pushed twice or something.
Holy
In like a few hours.
Well done.
Well, maybe, I don't know. And I was older, too. I was in my 30s. My last one, I was 41.
Wow.
And that was so fast, I couldn't stop it. They told me to stop it, and I ripped.
Wow.
Yeah, so, but, the whole thing with pain in childbirth is because a human's heads are large, and we have to, what they call, the newborns like the 4th trimester, they have to get out and then finish some of their development because their heads are just too big, their brains, so. I think a lot of what you're saying is a good interpretation, Hans, but I think that, I disagree with some of it. I think you've got this, do you even believe in original sin? I think you have sort of a Muslim point of view. They don't like to look at original sin and talk about it. Right? Okay.
I just got my hair and beard cut. I went to this old school barber shop, like, it was kick ass, man.
Get the
like,
hot towel and all that good treatment.
Fuck yeah, like the razor on the
Yeah.
neck.
Oh yeah.
The fucking, like, dude had, I mean, it was like old school. Like,
Yeah. When I was in the military, I used to do that when I was in the military. I loved it. Yeah.
Oh, it's great. The experience is just top notch. So, love it.
I think there's places here where they have some hot women and do that, and then you get whiskey.
But yeah.
Yeah.
And
Thoughts?
I don't want to. I want the dude. I don't want the guy. Sorry.
No, a true barber is a good experience. I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yeah. It was good. It's like the smells. All the smells made me think of like when I was a kid, going to like an old school barber. So it's great. Ladies can't really, I mean, they don't understand, so
Yeah.
gotta be a guy, so.
Oh, they got salons and stuff. My wife worked in one for like.
Yeah, but the barber experience is completely different, it's like very male oriented,
Yeah, I think what Jason's saying, is that a woman cannot relate to having another man give another man the barber treatment, the classic.
Yeah, that's true. It's always like dude talk and like shaving you and like what else?
Isn't that what they do?
Yeah.
Isn't that what they do in the salons though? It's like, like ladies go in, they get like the perm and stuff, whatever they talk about, whatever.
Gal things, whatever they're talking about.
I don't know, man. Like this guy's like expert at like beard, the beard look, like, just getting your beard just right. Love that shit. I've been having such a hard time finding somebody that can like cut my beard like the way you want it. So.
Yeah, that's true. My wife went to beauty college and she learned like a lot of different techniques, but most of the stuff that she learned was like how to do ladies' hair. She didn't learn how to, give like a shave and stuff.
And getting your beard, like for a man, getting like somebody who knows how to deal with your beard is like it's an art. Like, I've gone to a bunch of people and they just don't know what the fuck they're doing and they fuck it all up. So it's always, I looked far and wide to find this guy in this shop, and then I looked him online. And people were like, this guy's like the best. You're not gonna find anybody in your area as good as this guy. I was like, oh yeah, that's what I want. Like,
It's expensive though. It's expensive though, and there's not that many of them. I just shave with the razor.
I think it would have bad for the experience, wouldn't they?
The experience is worth it, but it is pricey. But but he made me feel very at ease. Loved it. I was relaxed.
I guess you would have to if he has like a razor sharp blade on your throat. He better make you feel
like Sweeney Todd or some shit.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Hey, Buster or Jason or Frenchie, Heidi, help me remember the person that was always on Clubhouse and did those opposite rooms. He was a watercolor artist. I'm trying to remember his name.
Rascal?
Rascal! Thank you. So it was on the tip of my fucking tongue. I was like, God damn.
Oh, Rascal. Yeah. I haven't seen him in a while.
He left because of
He was on Discord for a little bit, but then he got even more frustrated. He just totally bailed completely.
How do you feel about being swarmed, JCC and Elliot?
We're not swarmed.
We're happy. No. I'm saying you're being swarmed by the fundies.
It was a great. They had some great combos, bro. I was waiting for you to pop in. Jordan was here. They were giving Hans a run for his money. It was great, dude. I enjoyed.
Jordan, you mean Jordan? This Jordan?
Jordan. Jordan. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. All right, good. Leisure, Elliot, I like your drink and your PTR. Just wanted to say that. Jordan, have you asked the atheist anything? This says ask an atheist anything.
It was terrible. I just spotted this drink and I had to try it out because it has my last name. It was terrible. Don't.
Fair enough. Dave, have you asked the atheist anything?
Yeah, I asked them to how they would, interact with the case for the resurrection, and that got interesting.
Okay. Did they? Okay. Very good.
Yeah, surprisingly, they seem to favor the swoon hypothesis in this round.
Really?
Yeah, I was surprised.
Wow. Swoonies. Who would have thought?
What's the swoon hypothesis? I think Steve was actually interacting with you.
Just that he didn't die.
Yeah, so Jesus didn't actually die on the cross.
He resuscitated.
That he fainted. The theory is that he fainted on the cross, and they took him down after 3 to 6 hours.
Yeah, that's your hypothesis. I think Steve just said he doesn't think a human being can come back from the dead.
Yeah, Steve didn't really interact with the case, what was her name? Was her name Cora? She put that forward, and yeah, Hans was defending. I think someone else. Oh yeah, Jane to bat for that as well.
I mean, medically, the best solution for anyone needs is for them to lay down, right? Because the loss of blood.
Why would you put them down if they fainted in the threat to die?
Why would you what?
Makes no sense. Why would you especially leave them up there where they're not till they die?
Well, actually, the men on either side of Christ, they broke their femurs so that they would speed up their death. Yeah. I mean, one theory is that the sponge that was lifted up to him had opiates in it, and it made him basically pass out. But I think it's far more profound that it was spoiled wine because it was a failure. The whole winemaking thing, metaphor throughout the Bible. I think it makes more sense that it was spoiled wine that he was offered that he denied he didn't want it.
What if like I said that Jesus is from another dimension? That the Jesus that you see on the third day is he came from Earth 424 from a different. It's like a parallel universe. Yeah, he's a parallel universe Jesus.
I think that makes perfect sense. I think he came from a very advanced, like it would be one of us coming back to, 2,000-3,000 years earlier where people didn't understand science or anything like that. They were literally retarded compared to our knowledge, and I think that's who Jesus was. I think Jesus came from heaven or a more evolved earth.
Or it's like Jesus is a time traveler. This is actually Jesus in the future, or some shit like that. Why wouldn't that be the case? That seems
could be.
Why not? Yeah, it says he was sent from heaven.
I see a making of Back to the Future number, would it be 6 or 5?
4.
I like the other one. I don't know if it has a formal name or whatever, but I think it makes better sense that they actually did kill him in that fashion, and then they, people saw it, and they're just stricken by grief to watch someone that you love deeply, dearly die in such a horrific manner.
Yeah.
I think they hallucinated him after.
Yeah, but he appeared to 500 people afterwards, 2 months
I reckon
later.
it was looks like a person, looked like him, pretty much. They just brought him and said, look, it's Jesus.
He let Thomas poke
What if
his
it's-
fingers in his wounds.
It could be like a twin brother for all we know, like, you know.
What if it's like time inversion? It's like Tenet. It's like time has been in Jesus. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, all these things, like, people are like, oh, that's crazy, Jason. It's like, impossible. I'm like, well, fucking
Well, a resurrection,
that's
come on.
impossible. I mean,
Exactly.
what would be the argument against, like, multiverse Jesus? Like,
Well, I think that there's going to be like a bit of an issue here, right? Like if somebody comes to you and says like, hey, I'm God, right? And you might want them to give you some sort of sign for that, right? And so then they'll start doing like these miraculous things. You'd be like, well, I can explain that by aliens or that you're multidimensional or like blah, 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 blah. Then it just like seems like you're like insulating yourself so much that there like be no way for the person to reveal to you that they're God in the first place. Like whatever they do, you can come up with some weird ad hoc like thesis to explain that away.
you're the one that is coming up with the
Oh,
weird
happy
ad hoc
to make your
because you're like,
acquaintance.
well, the way I'm explaining this is that I have to assume that God exists, and if God exists, then also God. So when you say that Jesus resurrected from the dead, you're not assuming that God exists to be able to make that.
Yeah, no, I'm not assuming that. I'm saying that's the best explanation of
Wait a minute. So Jesus resurrecting from the dead is more probable absent any belief in God.
No, I'm saying theism would be the best explanation for that event happening. So it's an argument for God's existence.
Wait a minute, but you're starting from the position that Jesus did resurrect from the dead. So you're like, okay, if we start from the assumption that he did resurrect from the dead, what's the explanation for that? Right?
Yeah, that's after we've already gone through my case that the resurrection happened. If that's been established, then yeah, I'm going to say God raising Jesus from the dead is the best explanation for that.
No, the position is we don't know if Jesus resurrected from the dead, and so we're trying to determine what I guess we're trying to determine what actually happened and what possibility is he resurrected from the dead. And your evidence that he resurrected from the dead is that God exists, and therefore it's possible that he resurrected from the dead? Oh, okay.
You've heard my argument before, Jason. You know that's not how my
You're gonna wait a minute, but is your argument some type of like minimal facts, maximal facts argument?
Mazel tov.
Yeah, it's basically that we have eyewitness testimony that's neither plausibly false nor, not plausibly, deliberately false nor plausibly honestly mistaken, so that leaves us with that it's true. Nothing in there appeals to God's existence.
Wait, but the presumption in your hypothesis of, I think that the facts, the minimal facts, maximal facts, whatever the fuck you want to say, points to a resurrection, has built within it an assumption that resurrections are possible with God, right?
Yeah.
And so therefore the probability, when you're like trying to evaluate what's the likelihood of the outcome of these events, to say that the most probable outcome is Jesus resurrecting from the dead, assumes that resurrecting from the dead is possible because God exists.
No, just saying that God's non-existence is not shown to be conclusively proven. And so given that, we have to remain open to the possibility that God exists, and so therefore the possibility that he would raise someone from the dead.
And so
therefore all it presupposes is that atheism has not been conclusively proven.
All right, fine. But given that, then therefore it's more likely that Christ resurrected from the dead, as opposed to all kinds of other scenarios. He didn't fucking die. It was a mistake in the authorship. The hallucination, swoon theory is more likely than those outcomes.
Yeah, it's that a resurrection is better explained.
It's crazy. Like, I don't think you provide to support that. Like, I could just be like, you're trying to say that it's more likely that the evidence points to something of which we have never seen ever, ever, ever. We have no conclusive evidence that people resurrect from the dead. I just want to be like, well, if you come to the conclusion that it's possible that God exists, then therefore my probabilities go up, and this evidence points to be more likely that Jesus resurrected from the dead.
No, that's just saying you can't rule that out as an explanation. That's the only point in like saying we take a neutral position on the question of God's existence.
That theory, I also can't eliminate the fact that Jesus is a time traveler, or Jesus is a multiverse person. So why is it more likely? That Jesus isn't just like a time traveler?
Yeah, well, I think I gave you the symmetry breaker there, right? Is that part of the data is that this event is being presented as the vindication of his divine claims. Now, you could say, I think he's like an alien or that he's a time traveler or whatever, and he's trying to deceive me about it, right? You can build that into the hypothesis, but then you're, making it more ad hoc, and you face the sort of, like, insulation that I highlighted before.
Yeah, but once again, to come to the conclusion that I think that the evidence points to him being resurrected from the dead is supported by God exists and he aided these events in a
I never done that.
Yeah, but like when you say you don't appeal to it, like I find that to be seriously tenuous.
Show me the point where I appeal to that.
Well, wait a minute, like when you even the concept of Christ resurrecting from the dead has built within it that it's supported by a prophecy that is constructed under a worldview of which God exists.
I mean, you don't have to include anything about prophecies in there. I mean, I think it's there, but like that's not doing any work in my argument.
So if you just eliminate all of that stuff, you think that the evidence that there were these things written down in the Gospels that kind of stuff that leads you to believe, that provides this overwhelming evidence that it's more likely that the guy actually resurrected from the dead, as opposed to these other things that we know are possible. You want to go to the one thing of which we have never seen or have suggest that biologically it's not even possible.
Well, hang on. It seems like there's a lot being thrown out here, right? I thought we were talking about the resurrection, like, by God, as opposed to, like, time traveler or a wizard or something like that. And so, like, on that view, like, if we are agreeing on the data, right, that Jesus came back from the dead, and the question at that point, right, is the inference to theism. And we haven't seen Einstein's other things, too, right? So they're not going to be on a better foot. Now, these other hypotheses that, like, you're saying that we know these other things happen, that's at a different level, right? Because we're not talking about the explanation for the event. That's disputing whether the event even.
Well, there are two separate things, but, like, one is whether the event of the resurrection did happen. But one way of explaining it could be that I saw this guy walking around that was after he died. He resurrected from the dead. One hypothesis, instead of him physically, like his body was dead, and then God or something resurrected the body. Another alternative is he's Jesus the time traveler, or he's Jesus multiverse Jesus. Like, so that those are two hypotheses. One, Jesus multiverse Jesus to explain the situation. He was bodily resurrected from the dead. So of those two, you think that it's more likely to be bodily resurrected from the dead as opposed to Jesus the time traveler?
Yeah, and I gave you the reason, right? Is that is what's suggested, like by the actual data itself, is that Jesus has said that this resurrection is going to be the vindication that his message comes from God. If he said this is gonna, like, I'm gonna prove I'm a time traveler, and then I'm gonna do this by showing up again after I die, then that would be the explanation suggested by the data. But that's not the way it's presented, right? So it's part of the data. This is supposed to function as a divine vindication.
In combination of the likelihood of a person resurrecting from the dead, plus that conditional or kind of, I don't know, like, how you would frame this, like probabilistically, but like, so that it is written down that Jesus said these things. Like, I don't think that outweighs other outcomes that could have happened that go against or that have some likelihood of occurring in real time or that could really happen. Like, how do I frame this? I don't know if I'm framing this correctly, but like, we have a claim that resurrected from the dead, and then we have writings of Jesus saying, this is what I'm going to do. I think that, like, I could explain that in other ways. And then, even with those two things combined, it's more probable that there are other outcomes as to what happened as opposed to him resurrecting from the dead.
Well, I mean, that's fine, right? Then, I would ask you to present which one, you think is the most likely, and we can talk about it. But, again, I was really more narrowly focusing on this, like, time traveler.
Time traveler, yeah. Now, the reason I brought that up was because people want to say that Christ resurrected from the dead, and if I were to propose, well, Christ is a time traveler, or Christ is a multiverse duplicate, somebody might say, that's just crazy, Jesus. That's just like not possible that he traveled in time. And I'm just going to then say, well, what's crazy is that you think he resurrected from the dead. So that's kind of the reason why I brought it up. So I don't know if it's an actual, like, well, it's not my position, but...
Oh, yeah, I hear you. And look, if we were just dealing with, like, the bare fact that Jesus rose from the dead, right? Like, let's take Jesus out of it completely, right? Like, let's just say that, like, King George III comes back to life tomorrow. Given that, like, yeah, I don't really have a great reason to say it's more likely that God did that than that King George III is a time traveler, or that, some other explanation is in play. So if we're just dealing with, like, that bare fact, Jesus came back from the dead, then, like, I agree that kind of taken in isolation, it's a bit ambiguous. It's when you have the specific context with it, right, provided by the Gospels, that's when I think it becomes a lot more plausible that God is acting here, because that's the way the event is presented.
Yeah, but so I think that, like, one framing of this could be that we have a story. First of all, this concept of, like, resurrections, people coming back from the dead, which have associations with divinity, are not uncommon. So that kind of mythos is not uncommon. So we have a story that is of people who wrote some shit about this person many years afterwards, even I know you want to say 12 years, but the consensus is more like 30, 40 years, of which they want to press the story of divinity, associations with Jesus. Those stories are written, maybe some embellished, and I think it's just more likely that the combination of, like, those stories being written to support a view that they want to promote, combined with some people that thought it actually did happen that were mistaken, some people who had hallucinatory outcomes and were, had this view, other people that had other motivations, like, all of those combined provide a story or an outcome that may be much likely than actually saying that the guy resurrected from the dead. So I just think that you could construct these kinds of points that fit with the statements that are in law or in other historical documents that are actually not in alignment with Christ resurrected from the dead. And then that makes more sense.
Well, maybe this will be a point of agreement, right? I think if, like, the mainstream scholarly position with respect towards the Gospels, like, namely that they are late, anonymous, working from earlier traditions, definitely not coming from eyewitnesses, or at least not, like, directly from them. If eyewitnesses aren't involved at all, there's a heavy dose of legend, and, like, blah, 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 blah. If I accepted that view, then, yeah, I probably wouldn't believe in the resurrection myself, right? Certainly, I wouldn't be anywhere near as confident in it as I'm in. My own judgment, having, looked at this, I mean, fairly considerably, is that assessment of the Gospels is just wrong, right? And so I really think that is where, like, the heart of the conversation should be happening, right? Like, not whether, aliens are a better explanation than God for raising Jesus from the dead, or wherever else these arguments usually go. I really think, like, one's judgment about this is going to be heavily informed by, like, what do you make of the testimony? Like, what do you think it is? And look, if you think that you're justified in thinking that this is not coming from eyewitnesses, it's legendary, whatever, like, I would say then that you would be be justified given that conclusion and probably thinking the resurrection probably didn't happen, right? That's just not what I think the gospel's on.
But, like, just from a person, like, kind of externally, it just seems like, once again, you have a view that Jesus resurrected from the dead, and so now you're just kind of, I'm going to use the word concoct, but I don't mean for it to come across as negatively, but you've come up with kind of a viewpoint that
Post hoc.
this kind of post hoc rationalization aspect where you believe that Jesus resurrected. You know that if you accept the scholarly consensus on news, that like undermines your that aspect. You don't want to sound unreasonable, so you're like, how do I figure out a way to make it sound reasonable? Well, one way of doing that is to say they actually are eyewitness testimonies, and it is closer to Jesus's time period. And I'm just going to throw out that other evidence, and I do that and believe this thing, then I'm more assured in my viewpoint, and I think it's more reasonable. So, but that just seems to be some biased thinking.
Let's say that's going on.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, you can finish your point, that's fine.
It's incredibly biased thinking.
I was going to say, let's say that's going on, right? Like, let's say that I am completely biased. I mean, I'm not going to deny I have some biases, that's right. Clearly I do. But fundamentally, like, there are facts of the matter about whether evidence supports propositions. And so, like, the propositions I believe and adduce in support of my resurrection argument, I take those to be supported by evidence. And principally, because there is a fact of the matter there, we can ascertain it. So even if I'm biased, right, I could be the most biased person on the planet, and it could still be the case that the evidence supports the proposition that Jesus rose from the dead. So, while I understand the point that you're making, like, I don't know, it just, I worry that there's like a hint of genetic fallacy lurking around here. And so, yeah, I mean, that's my
Genetic
thoughts.
fallacy? What do you mean by that? Genetic fallacy?
Saying that my belief in the resurrection is false because it originated in the wrong way or whatever.
Yeah.
No, I think they're just saying that because there's no evidence. Testimony is not evidence.
Yes, testimony is
No, it's not. Testimony without evidence is not
You have an epistemologist, a philosopher of religion, and Dave, and you just said testimony as an evidence. Good luck.
And
Not this again.
I'm curious if you guys can say why testimony is not or is not evidence. That's an interesting.
People can
Because they
testify
think
that
it
Trump
means
is the best president ever, but it's not evidence that he's the
It's
best
just not
president
proof.
ever.
Well, it's evidence that that's their opinion, right?
Yeah, an opinion is not evidence of fact.
Right, but I'm saying their testimony about their opinion is evidence of their opinion.
No, but it's more than that, Dave. It's also evidence for what they're claiming. So.
Right, but there's not going to be a fact in the matter about who the best president is, unless like we specify very clearly what it is best, right? And if by best you mean like the president who owns the libs the most, then like maybe Trump is the best president ever, given that criteria. It's just all going to depend like what are you building into your definition of best.
Trump doesn't own anything. He's a tool for Zionists, nothing more.
Well, I mean, I would say you're a tool of your own hands, but we all have our opinions.
Look at
Paul doesn't believe in the resurrection. He doesn't accept Paul. He doesn't accept John, and he doesn't accept certain aspects of Matthew.
And he thinks the swoon hypothesis is reasonable. Don't forget that.
And you don't accept the covenant of Abraham, and you don't accept the laws of Moses.
I was grasping.
Maybe a Jew.
There you have it.
I do accept the covenant of Abraham and the laws of Moses.
No, you believe that
God
God
made
You don't accept that you're under that, right, Andrew?
You believe that God made these unfair laws that we couldn't
No, but I
follow.
accept them insofar as I mean that they occurred, they happened, they are legit, they serve their purpose.
Right.
But
We
you
don't
think
think
they're
they're
wrong.
wrong. We don't think they're wrong. We think we're not under them anymore.
It's like Paul taught that.
Let's try not to talk over each other. Let's try.
Sorry, Jason C. Hans doesn't believe that either. So I don't understand why he's trying to hold me to that standard. He doesn't believe that he's under the covenant of Abraham. He accepts Jesus. So I don't understand. Anyway.
Jesus actually says not a single jot or tittle will drop from the law. Heaven and earth will pass away before the law will pass away.
So kneeling for until
bacon and the
Okay,
fries, but
when somebody has a period, do you cast them out of the city for a bit and let them get cleansed?
Look,
Or what
at
do you do?
least the half of the laws are obsolete because there's no more temple
Okay, so you
anymore.
agree things can change.
Let me finish. I believe since half the mitzvahs are obsolete, I believe what's far more important is following the spirit of the law. And the spirit of the law is to submit to the Creator's will and to fight my ego and to try to keep my ego in check so I don't cause suffering for myself and the people around me. That's the spirit of the law. And Jesus sums it up. There's only two laws. Love God with all your heart, mind, and soul, and treat other people as you would treat yourself. And he simplified it. Yeah, but he didn't get rid of them. He just simplified it. It's just like the great Rabbi Hillel. They said, hey, can you sum up the Torah while standing on one leg? He said, sure. Don't do to other people what you would hate done to yourself. And then he goes, the rest is all commentary. So, yeah.
Well, I'm largely sympathetic to that, Hans. I don't know why you think I don't agree.
Well, that's good. The only problem I have is when Christians tell other people, if you don't believe the way I believe, you're going to hell.
Well,
Here, let me help you go to hell.
But
I'm going to save your soul by torturing you.
First of all, we have to establish that hell exists, that Jesus taught that, and that Christianity is exclusive. Christianity is not an inclusive religion. It doesn't mean that it's not. It isn't the case that everybody, just by virtue of them being human, that they're accepted without accepting Christ. Christ is it. So I don't understand. Like, it sounds like you want to try to make it seem like you can be a Muslim and that's okay. You can be an atheist and that's
Hindu. Yeah, that's all okay. Because it's your behavior that matters most, not, talking the talk. And some atheists, I think, are far more holy than many Christians. And you know as well as I do, Paul does say this in Corinthians, that you are to believe in the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ, because that's how we're saved.
Yeah, but we're not racing to see who can be the holiest, Hans, and that's what saved you. The whole point is that Christ covers you for your failures. So even if you are a quote-unquote Christian who acts worse than an atheist, we're not trying to see we're not comparing who's done the most sin. Like, that's not how Christianity understands you get saved. You get saved, it's not who's better than the other person.
Okay, all I'm saying is that for Christians to say, if you're not a Christian, you're going to hell, absurd. I appreciate Christianity and what they believe in. I just wish they would stay in their own lane instead of stepping on other people's toes and assaulting other people for their beliefs.
I guess it
Do you think anyone's going to hell?
Well, maybe it depends on what Christians think salvation is. I mean, what do you think salvation? I mean, is it a good place? No. I think I have a pretty good idea of it, but I don't know if anybody else does, because a lot of Christians don't seem to. But I take more of an orthodox view on this, and I think it makes a lot of things a little bit easier. So if you think that salvation is God like letting you into his social club, and like, oh, there's a good place and a bad place, I think that's mistaken. So one reason I think it's mistaken is because it's not how Jesus talks about it. Especially in John, he seems to do a lot of like theological carving out. What he seems to say is that there's like a connection missing between you and the only eternal life source in the universe. And the connection is a lack of sin. If you sin, you disconnect yourself from the Father. And the only way to be reconnected to the Father is by going through the Son. And so if you think of it that way, then it's like, it's not as if we're saying, or Christians or any religious person is saying, that you're just not saved if you're not a good person. What it's saying is that you aren't connected to the only thing that allows for life. So it's like there's a one eternal life source in the universe. Being connected to it is eternal life. And the opposite is not eternal life. Yeah. So if that's the way you think of it, then saying like God doesn't like certain people or some people are worse than others, it seems a bit like a category mistake. And I'm not saying anybody's making this. The Christians present this horribly, and there's disagreement over it in general. But the way I've seen it sort of put is that it's like you're not connected to the life source in the universe because you've separated yourself from God. So the only connection you have to the life source of the universe is severed. So what's left is decay. So that's what we do. That's where we're at. And so Jesus, the reason it's good news that there's a gospel is because Jesus came to bridge that gap and allow you to do it without having to meet a whole bunch of hoops to jump through. Initially, it was blood sacrifice and all these other things, but Jesus goes, okay, I'm going to be a sufficient sacrifice. I'll make a perfect bridge. And then now you don't have to jump through these hoops anymore. And it's so incredibly potent that in John, I think in Romans 5, Paul has to pause and say, now I know what you're thinking. Should I just sin more and that grace would have happened? Does that like, I don't know, like probably people don't agree, but I mean, does that make sense? Like if you put
No,
it
I
that way,
think you're making a lot of sense, but I'm just saying that Jesus was not casting out the law. He was just breaking it down to make it simple that we could follow just the spirit of the law instead of go through the motions. And the spirit of the law is to serve creation. That's why he washed the feet of his disciples. And they protested that. So he's just saying, hey, help creatures that are lesser than you. That's your job here. And he is the one that separates the sheep from the goats. And the goats always vacillate between fear and desire. And so when they're trapped in that, you're going to cause suffering for people around you, including yourself. So he apparently at Judgment Day, which I'm sure Andrew and Dave believe in, Christ decides who is saved and who is not. And I believe.
I think maybe a couple of things are a little. I would tweak a couple. I agree largely with what you said. I think that human beings are supposed to be the go-between between like the natural order and God. We were supposed to do that, and we completely blew it. And so now what we do is we dominate nature in the horrible ways, and we misuse our prerogatives and our abilities. And look at the mess it's got us in. I mean, if we were actually following what Christ said, we would be doing what you say. But I will say this: Christ actually says I'm not here to condemn anybody. I'm here to give the world like he's extreme with grace. But it's the fact that you have to accept it. That's the troublesome bit. Now I don't say you have to agree with this, but I think that it's like if you see Christ as judge, you're right. But he says I don't judge anybody. I just give grace. Like that's it. But if you don't co-sign on this and accept the free gift of salvation, you have no part with him. So when he separates the sheep from the goats, he's sort of talking about who's there and who isn't. He says, I don't know you, not get out of here, I don't like you, or something like that. He's like, I never knew you.
He says, I never knew you because you never served anyone.
Oh, no, he says
he's very clear about
practice
that.
lawlessness. He said, I know. But I think the general, maybe you disagree with the sense of what he's saying, but I get the sense that what he's saying is that it's like, there's not a connection between you and me. You've refused that. So what's left is all
and the reason there was no connection, he says, when did you clothe the naked? When did you feed the hungry? You didn't. So he says, depart from me.
Yeah.
And that's when he says, I never knew you, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that I do believe that he chooses between the incorrigible, unrepentant people who served only themselves and those who serve the creation. And wouldn't you rather be hanging out on an earth that's civilized with people who are following the golden rule versus heading out to a new earth, caveman style, starting over again with the worst offenders that were rejected from this planet?
Totally.
I think that's what hell is. Hell is okay, now you're going to go hang out with the worst
in-person clubhouse. Hell is like an in-person clubhouse situation. It's like no exit John Paul Sartre, like we're just in clubhouse, but we can't get away from each other. We're just welded together with all the people that hate.
Well, you guys are all into the same book and the same God, right? Like you and Hans and Andrew.
Jordan meet Honeybear.
Matthew. Right. You guys are all into the same book and the same God, is that right?
I would say the more I read the Bible, the more I believe it.
Well, no, are you guys all? It's all the same book and same God.
The guy who thinks that Pilate had a secret clue to keep Jesus from actually dying on the cross. That's the guy who believes the Bible.
I believe the goal of the Bible, not the teachings of Paul. I mean, there was this.
Right. You believe the parts that you like. We know.
No. I believe the prophets. The only person I have a problem with in the Bible is Paul.
And apparently Jesus saying that he's going to die and resurrect and all that stuff that you don't believe.
I
I don't believe in the resurrection. What's that?
You don't believe Jesus.
Why do you have a problem with Paul?
Well, because of his fruits.
Which were?
Well, I mean, what do you know about Paul? Maybe we can cut to the chase. What do you know about him?
Wait, does it say same book club members fighting still? Is that what's going on here? I'm just trying to figure out what I'm listening to. Okay.
Well, I mean, people can read the same thing and bring their bias to that book, right? I read the Bible as an atheist. I came from an atheist family. My father was raised on an Indian reservation. He fucking hated Christians because he thought they were hypocrites. So that's the environment that I grew up in. I did not even, pick up and read a Bible until after I graduated from college. So
yeah, I read the Bible too.
At it with a different perspective. I'd be willing to bet you that Dave was born and raised in a Christian family.
Well, wait, so we all read the Bible?
I have.
And you guys, the only difference between me and you guys is that you guys believed it. Is that right? And you thought it was like an accurate depiction of reality and what a God
I believe the goal of the Bible
doesn't believe it. But he believes the parts he likes.
Well, no, but you guys all believe it like it's somewhat accurate of a representation of what a God would do and what he did and stuff.
Yeah. Meet Honey
I'm
Badger.
just trying to get a clear bead on what you guys are actually fighting about.
No, I mean, this is pretty standard line from the atheist.
Yeah. Well, when I was 10 years old, I just stopped believing that it was actually real. I was like, oh, this is like Aesop's fables. Okay, I get it. And you guys just kept going with it. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't start till I was 20.
I think that's pretty
I
accurate.
think maybe you should stop giving up on stuff so early. Maybe give it a little bit of a...
Well, wait. What is it?
Believing in leprechauns and fairies and Santa Claus, like we should all believe in all this stuff as adults, really?
I don't know. I don't know if I stopped believing those things at 10.
Well, I kind of stopped the whole Jesus thing. It was still kind of romantic. I could like meet girls and stuff at these like events, and I could listen to Pastor Rick Warren. Yeah, I could listen to Pastor Rick Warren before he was a big mega church, Obama opening guy.
Reverend Wayne, Gary Wayne, right? From
yeah, I could listen to all this stuff and still be like realistic about what I was taking in and absorbing as a child, right?
So what? What's your
Or do you doubt
was realistic about the Bible?
Wait, do you doubt me when I say that? Like, is there something wrong with me? Like,
what's your background, honey? I'm curious if you have.
I just told you some of it. Did you hear what I said?
No, your education background. I'm curious what you do.
Oh, I just have a college degree, just a regular one.
In what?
Bachelor's.
It's fine. What are you interested in?
A bunch of things, tons of things. Yeah.
No, I meant like. No, I can tell you. I am curious about you though. I'm just.
Okay, but I just wanted to hone. I don't want to talk about me. I'm just trying to figure out like. So I just want to make sure I understand this. You guys all kept believing it as you.
Yeah, the fairy tale bit. I'm just.
Yeah, okay. I was just making sure.
Humanities or STEM side? I'm curious.
Yeah, I believe it all the way up to the Paul's bullshit and the resurrection, that we're saved by the belief in the resurrection.
Yeah, all the parts that you
That's when I start going like, what? Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Plus, I mean, look at the fruits of Christianity. Christ said we should judge something by its fruits. Look at the fruits of Christianity.
Look at the
fruits
of
Christianity. Do you think your dad was correct in thinking that Christians are hypocrites?
Yeah.
I mean, when you hear about Christ, it sounds like a very woke guy for today's standards for the Christians.
Yeah, Christ seems way too hip to be a Christian, that's for sure.
I don't know. I always took Christ to be a lot more harsh than Paul. It's odd to hear. I've been hearing this line lately that it's like Paul's the problem, and like he created all this crazy doctrine and stuff like that. But it's like I've always taken Christ more harsh. I mean, he's the one who separates the sheep from the goats and stuff. I mean, he's the Dominical utterances are where you get most of the doctrine of hell. I mean, he talks about Gehenna quite a bit. He's extremely severe with people who are hypocritical anyway. Paul, on the other hand, it seems like you could probably get a universalist doctrine out of Paul's letters. So I wonder if anyone senses that tension or if that's interesting. I don't know.
They just don't like Paul because he's anti-gay.
No, it's not just that. I mean, look, Christ says
hell, but like Paul talks about the wrath of God, which is like I think more problematic theologically, being wrathful.
Yes.
Like hell you can interpret
Jesus is
some sort of,
pretty wrathful.
you know,
I mean, it's one thing that I've noticed about Jesus. He comes down on people
Sure,
quite
but
a bit.
just
It's
talking
also
about
pretty
hell,
cool. I mean, he turned water into wine, hung out prostitutes. I mean, come on.
just talking about hell can be like understood very different ways, like, including some like non-physical, puricative, like universalist, like understanding of hell, like by Origin or Gregory of Nyssa. So it's like, but wrath of God, like seems, I would say, more theologically problematic.
Yeah, but it seems like, dude, but that line kind of comes from Jesus more. I'd have to pull texts, but it doesn't seem like that's really the line that Paul takes. He does it like the way what I said before was in Romans 4. I think it's Romans 4. He has to like pause and say, "Now I know what you're thinking. Everything you do accrues to your benefit, and any losses that you take are going to be accrued to Christ on the cross. So if you sin, grace will abound. So if you do nice things, then you get rewarded for the nice things. If you do terrible things, it just goes to Christ on the cross, and then you're acquitted. So it's like, so what you're thinking, he has to like pause and stop you and say, this is so loose that it's like, should you sin that grace should abound? He's like, no, that's not how you do it. You should do other things. But it's so incredibly open and unrestricted that like grace just covers everything. That it's like legit. It's like it's so much that he has to be like, now I know what you're thinking. We should just go party. But does that make sense?
No, it does make sense, but at the same time, God says he stands on two legs, justice and righteousness. So it's not just that someone who's gone through life being selfish and conquering gets the same reward as someone who behaved wrong. That's just not just.
Yeah, but Jesus does that whole parable of the workers, right? So the workers in the field, it's interesting because it's like the response he gives them is like, he gives like the newest workers their money first, everybody gets the same amount, and the people who worked all day are like, hey, we worked through the heat of the day, and he goes, is it wrong for me to do what's mine as I choose, or you just hate my generosity?
No, that's not what he said.
He said,
we made an agreement, and I stuck to it. I made a personal agreement with you, and you, and you, and you, and you agreed to it, so what's the problem?
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like, so, but that's the grace. It's like people who barely did any work getting a day's wage does seem unfair from the people who did all the work.
They didn't deserve it.
Exactly, it's grace.
Well, I look, he was talking about a harvest, and I think he was talking about a vineyard harvest.
Judge Jeff.
You wanna get it picked, so you're willing to make whatever deals, to get it done. And
but they were jealous. That was the point. They were mad at the work they put in wasn't acknowledged as more. And he's like, I agreed to give you the same as the other people. Why are you mad at my generosity? That was the only. I'm not trying to be contentious on the point. I'm just pointing out that
Even when the work,
was a good response.
even when the work was the same. Hold on, one second. Even when the work was the same, like with Cain and Abel, like just because one had an agricultural sacrifice and the other one had an animal sacrifice doesn't mean that the work was any less. You know what I mean? He just preferred the sacrifice over the plant sacrifice. So he just picks and chooses arbitrarily sometimes.
Now, I think I've wondered about that too. I don't think that Cain gave the best of what he had. I think that's why God was displeased with his sacrifice. It doesn't really make it clear. You're right about that. But then God asked him to, raise your countenance because if you think badly of yourself, you're going to sin. And he didn't. He killed his brother. So I don't know. I mean, Cain had an issue.
Who knows? What do you think, Dave? What do you think's going on there? There's so many ways to interpret it. You're kind of quiet. You're kind of quiet.
No, I mean, you're really quiet, bro.
There's a prominent medieval Jewish rabbi, I think it's Joseph Albo, like if Billy was here in the audience, he can correct me, that gave an interpretation or theory, whatever, like interpretation why like Cain's sacrifice was not preferred. And his theory is that Cain was full vegetarian and thought that like it's unjust to kill an animal for sacrifice, and God thought that
Killing his brother was
so
fine.
So he chose Abel's sacrifice to show that that's a wrong principle, and then Cain took that the wrong way. Okay, it's wrong principle. So I guess.
See, I heard a bit of a different theory on that. That Cain got pissed off that God favored Abel, in that the seeing him work, but you're favoring him, and he got all pissed off and bent out of shape for that.
Yeah, he got jealous.
There's also the prodigal son is also another example of kind of something we could see as unjust. Because one child was very good and the other one wasn't, and the prodigal son got all the benefits.
The being pissed off, like, because God didn't prefer his sacrifice. I think that's like, virtually explicit in the text. Like the question is theologically, and various Christians and Jews have proposed like, creative interpretations. Why did God prefer, Abel's sacrifice? Like that was the question. That's not answered in the text.
Maybe God likes a barbecue. I mean, what's the Jewish word? What's the Hebrew word for barbecue?
Yeah, so some people have actually thought that. Like, yeah.
I mean, it could just be that God doesn't have a preference between, like, the things they were producing, but Cain just did a shitty job.
Well, no, because the Bible says that God likes the smell of burnt flesh, so that's clearly not the case.
Did it say he doesn't like this stuff?
Yeah, some people have made that connection from Jade, but pleasing the role of like meat.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, so some people have said like, the previous thing also, it is unconnected with the sacrifices, but there was something that Cain did, like either in deed or mentally, and like that's why the sacrifice of Abel was preferred.
And maybe it didn't work out.
Huh? Yes. It's on my desk. Hi, Artie. You got breakfast? How do you feel?
I like Tom's peaks.
I got you, Tom. Mike is on.
Muted. Oh, good.
Yeah. I still think the Abraham and Isaac story is like the most interesting of those like early Bible stories. Like the Cain and Abel thing is less mysterious. Like how God
killing animals, here and there, but like killing sounds a bit worse.
I just think there's so much to that where it's like God commands him to go do something and then commands him not to do it. Like
on that issue, like Jews have bad theories because of the words of the Hebrew language. Well, I mean, technically, he didn't tell him to kill his son. He told him because the word for sacrifice is often used as a sacrifice. Like also etymologically can mean something totally like mundane, like raise up or something like that. I can't give them correctly. And like some rabbis were saying he didn't say to kill his son. He was going to raise him up like to the hill to your point. And like he misunderstood and thought that this Hebrew word was used in the sense of sacrifice. And like was about to kill his son. And God suddenly whoa, not in that.
yeah, that's even more problematic. That's even more problematic because that just means like I don't know what God was like unclear or ambiguous the first time.
Even more than that, you're going to have scriptures that clearly show that Abraham knew that God could raise him from the dead and all this stuff. That's not going to happen if you try to.
That would still make sense if Abraham was just misunderstanding what God wanted him to do, what's being told to do by God.
Well, no, because God brought back to his remembrance like things that were about promises about his son, and that doesn't make sense if he completely misunderstood and God didn't actually want him to go up there.
Also
Well, you think God would know like right away upon commanding him that he was taking it the wrong way?
Yeah.
No, but that's not what I meant.
Also, about God raising Isaac from the dead, like there are some other now, like rabbis who have a different opinion, and they say, well, actually, he killed Isaac because there's also like a quirk in the Hebrew text, like where it says they go up the hill, but then he goes there. Like in some points, like it switches between the plural and the singular, and they want to say like, well, the text is indicating that Isaac is dead at that part of the text, and then like he gets resurrected by God, and like the bull, or not the bull, the ram is given like to sacrifice. So thank you to God for resurrecting Isaac.
like wow, he's about to kill him, and then it's like no, no.
I don't remember details. Like I just know that such a theory exists that they like make the Hebrew work somehow.
Interesting. Hey Zelini, I looked up the thing you gave me yesterday. It was interesting. It was mostly about Jeremiah 8, because he says the lying tongues of scribes and the lying pen of the scribes and stuff like that. But they do mention 7:28 or whatever. It was interesting. But I don't think I got exactly.
I couldn't remember like if he actually. I know that I think I vaguely remember the author of that paper does think that 7:22 is an example of like the corruptions that are referred in 8:8.
Right.
But I could like I was like when I told you the name of February, I was like, does he mention in that paper at all? I couldn't remember.
There was a collection of things, but it was mostly just, it was a lot of squabbling. It was a
So
lot of
where
like
we
people
gonna
squabbling
find?
about that Muslims saying that the Torah is corrupt. That was the
It's
usual.
really such a waste of time.
General line. It wasn't like they were trying to say, like the specific thing that we were talking about was not quite what was at issue, but it was relevant. What he said was relevant, so I'm glad I followed up on it.
Say nothing.
Does he mention in that
Mm-hmm.
that paper? Does he mention the Epiphanius and these other like early Christian sources for alternative Torahs? I can't remember.
I didn't see. I looked at the paper, but I don't think I got exactly the paper. I saw like a collage of views, because I looked up the reference you gave me, and then the collage of views that came up was like, it was a lot of different debates from people at the popular level. It wasn't like scholarly work.
The
Torah.
title of
Yeah.
is called False
I
like
see.
a Google Scholar if you type in like false.
There's your thumbs up.
I think that's the name of the paper.
Yeah. I think what happened was I googled it.
Don't
And
eat too much Indian food.
I went down the line. I got distracted.
Don't eat too much
And
Indian
I don't think I
food.
actually looked at it. Yeah, so it was interesting.
Maybe I should have said that at the beginning.
Be
Like
careful on the mutton.
Yeah, I thought no. Well, you shouldn't have to say that, but I think I maybe just got distracted in the middle. But it was interesting that it's a point of debate, and I've been reading Jeremiah recently. So
there is like because it's like historically it's weird. Like there are some data points like that are secondhand. So like Epiphanius and some other sources mention these existence of alternative Jewish groups, and they say something like,
Don't eat too
oh,
much
they
Indian
hold to the
food.
Torah, but
Be
not
careful
this
on the
Torah
chicken
that we
mutton
have.
and dinner
They have
before.
some other Torah which is different in content, and then like Epiphanius says, for example, for this group,
Don't eat too much Indian food.
Nazarene, depending how translated, he says like, and their Torah does not have commandments of animal sacrifice. He says that as an example of the differences between like their Torah and our, the official one.
It does seem like one of the tensions in Islam though is that like they're committed that like the word of God can't be corrupted, and they also commit that like the word of God has been corrupted.
I mean,
Like it's kind of a strange.
Can't be corrupted.
You can reinterpret. Well, I mean, there's ways out of the tension. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Well, I mean, they do think that with the Torah and the Injil were divine revelation.
Sure, but they're not.
Yeah, I think you get that from hadiths. I don't think that's in Quran. So they don't technically have to abide by that.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, just
He
to
puts the
defend
Torah on the
point
cushion.
about the historic like groups. So like,
I think there is some stuff in the Quran. Sorry.
Like the main problem, like, in order to have like a robust theory of this, like what these groups hold, is that we don't have the extant alternative Torahs that are like different to this extent, like mentioned by Epiphanius for Nazarene. Of course, we have like the Samaritan Torah that does have various differences compared to the Jewish Torah, including like in the Ten Commandments. Like one of the commandments is like to set up the cult of Yahweh on Mount Gerizim, which is like totally unrelated to the Ten Commandments in this Torah that we have.
That's crazy. Do you think it's contextual? Like, do they run into conflicts, or is it like a contextual?
It's just an alternative text. Like it has a bunch of like differences. There is
crazy.
one document which is very. I think like most like critical scholars also, not just like conservative scholars or whatever. Like, but most critical scholars think it's a forgery. It's called the Moses Scroll. I forget the exact name. Like how it's differently called, which is like some sort of alleged, at least, part of an alternative Torah that
lacks any commandments of animal sacrifices in the parts where they should be. So like, but yeah, as I said, like I think it's like a very minority position to think this is an unauthentic document. But it would be cool to find this like some sort of a scene, like non-Qumran a scene, or like some Nasserean from Epiphanius, like alternative Torah, to see like what is the exact extent of the differences. Because the only differences we know of is like they were, I guess, most shocked that there was no animal sacrifices.
Yeah.
That's what they meant.
Hey, Zelini, can I ask what you do? Like, what are you? You have a regular job? You do scholarship, anything?
I have a regular job. I'm like just working class.
Oh, I was curious because I wondered if you ever thought about like trying to publish anything that you say, because you have a lot of eclectic knowledge. I mean, obviously you and I can agree on some stuff, but I would like to, I don't know. I just wondered if you ever thought about digging into any of that, or at like any sort of like putting work out there.
Like time, you know, I kind of just lost contact with. So I was first in seminary, and then right after seminary I went to philosophy, and at the end of philosophy, like I got kids, and like just lost contact with college. Like I didn't have time to do anything. Like some people have like called me like for a few years. I was like I was a member of like a bioethics society, which was kind of like it's a facultative. It didn't give you like any points for classes or anything. Like but it was just like assistant professors, and there was a few like of us students who were like doing various discussions, writing some essays about ethics stuff. But like they were calling me at least to come back to that, but I was like no time.
You should do a Substack. At least do a Substack.
I mean, like the closest thing that I managed to do like a few months ago, actually it's probably like half a year ago, and just because like my kids are now old enough to go to school, so I have more time. Like I did an interview in my language in my country with a guy who has like a YouTube channel, and he brings like philosophers of religion, and he brought like for example Swinburne, he brought Graham Oppy, he had like William Lane Craig. And I did an interview on his channel to explain liberal theology on like our language and to explain like limited theism. And like the first video was 5 hours, and we like I just gave a cursory overview, like of basically this chart in my profile picture. And the second video was like 3 or like 1.5 hours of, again, just an introduction. Limited theism, arguments against it, arguments for, how it matches with the Bible and Christianity.
Do you have any information?
5-hour cursory overview.
Do you have any information in biology? Why would you be in biology ethics?
No, bioethics is just like a term. I don't know if in English, like in the West, it's used differently, but I mean, it is the same term in my language. So, like bioethics society. It means.
But it has nothing to do with biology.
No, it has to. Yeah, basically, it has to do with applied ethics.
It's usually medicine. What's the Serbian word, Zoe?
Well,
typically every hospital has a board member that's a bioethicist.
Yeah, that's like a totally different.
Choices.
And do you have any information on
No.
What's it called in Serbian, Zoe?
We call bioethics just bioethics.
Yes.
So it's the same term, but like the society that I was a member of, like the things that we dealt with, you need a cursory knowledge of biology, of course, but the point of the society was to do applied ethics. So like we would do stuff like abortion, euthanasia, homosexuality, and like ethical discussions about those issues. Like that was like in general applied ethics was like basically the point of society.
But
they just called it bioethics for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Can I just say real fast that I think Zeleny having kids, right? I bet they fall asleep instantly no matter what he reads them at night, right?
Can you just imagine, like, how good you would sleep if Zeleny was reading you a bedtime story?
I have the exact.
God, that'd be amazing.
Many church fathers didn't want any Greek eggs in there.
Yeah, but Sully, like, it doesn't even matter if, like, what he said, he could read the most exciting story on Earth, and they'd be asleep in 10 seconds.
It's a lot of people.
I did teach my kids with like meditation exercises because they fall asleep.
I think you gotta start like respiring with jabs. You're just gonna end up talking more.
Did you say exorcisms? Do you perform exorcisms before they go to sleep?
He does.
Exercises.
Doesn't everybody?
I
Meditation exercises. Yeah, exercises.
Name the demon to.
I mean, I do them nightly. I don't know about you guys.
I exercise myself all the time when I'm quite in bed. Like, what do you mean?
So what else is going on? What else have we talked about?
I'm supposed to do a stream with my friend Lidouche from Discord soon.
Oh, what's it about? So.
It's about we're like reacting to the Joe Schmidt and Miles Donahue fine tuning.
Can you give me I'll use $10 word. Can you limit it for me?
Yeah. So Joe Schmidt and Miles Donahue did a video where they just went through a bunch of objections to the fine tuning argument. And so they each, they go through like and say something about each of a few of these objections, and then my buddy wanted to like respond to what they were saying in that video. So they go through like multiverse responses, electrons in love is another one. There's a few. So I mean, you're probably familiar with some of the common fine tuning responses.
Yeah. It's not really my area, but I got the chance to delve into it a little bit. I've mostly heard arguments for, and then people push back. A lot of times the pushback that I see is they confuse it with the design argument, and that's aggravating because it's like that's just not really what it is. Like the William Paley variety, and it's like it just isn't like.
Oh yeah.
A lot of times people will be like, yeah, like because you really did a number on the design argument, like saying that it's like, well, it better. It seems like how do I say it? So it seems more likely that with the difficulties of the world that we live in, and the brokenness and the foibles, and that it's like it's more likely that the God it indicates being created by is like a child God who did a first hypothesis of making worlds, and he got like a D+ on it, or like a senile God who like started making it and then sort of like it fizzled out halfway through.
Sure. Like, so yeah, I mean, but I think that's because the Paley stuff is kind of weak to begin with. But like, I mean, I would still consider fine tuning to be a design argument. It's just like a different sort of design. Like it's still you could class it under a bunch of different types of arguments. So sometimes it's considered a cosmological argument. Yeah. So it's an inference to a designer. So like in that sense, it's saying like here's a feature of the world that's more expected given a designer, something like that.
Yeah, like it depends. Like I'm sorry. So it depends on how you take it, because like the thing that I found interesting about it initially was that like fine tuning is not like some philosophy of religion label that people are like, oh, it's got to be, a design. It's Will is here. He wants to see if you can come up. I don't know how you do that, so I was gonna let him off. But you guys will stir the pot.
I mean, Dan Linford does a good job of like explaining that when a physicist says fine tuning, they don't mean the same thing that the apologist means, right? Or that the everyday person.
Or at least what he says is there's like a few different things that only one of them is
right. Two have different definitions. It's one of those terms like theory has a scientific meaning and a colloquial meaning, which are close to the same.
I mean, Dan will say like there's a few different usages in physics of the term fine tuning, and probably the most common one is to say that like a theory is fine tuning, which is a defect of a theory, right? You want a less finely tuned. Yeah, you want a less
finely tuned theory, because like fine tuning is like
it's a bad thing to have as a spandrel in your theories because it makes it seem like it's not. It makes it seem
Not
like
every,
not the
not
right way
every
to think
marriage
about it.
lasts.
It's more like curve fitting, right? It's like, okay, you have a framework, and then you have to fit the data by like finely adjusting certain parameters in your equation, you know, to get it.
50-50.
Right.
Yeah.
So you want a theory that just does that for you.
The data looks like fussed with. Like curve fitting is a good term.
The theory is the thing that's like, it's like, so we have a broad curve, and then in order to have, so it's, I mean, curve fitting isn't an exact analogy what I'm talking about anyway, but it's like, say, you know, you have a broad theory, say it's got laws, but like you don't know what the constants are, and then you go and check the data, and you say like, okay, if I make the constants this, then it works, right, with these equations, right?
The goal.
You want a theory that like you can just use to predict those values without having to do it by measuring them first and then building them back into the theory if you can get them. Right.
And that's the mark of a better theory. Because like I'm not so confident with model building in this kind of regard. I'm more my ground is less in that range. I can do stuff like that now because I have to do formal epistemology sometimes. So it's like my secondary advisor is a formal epistemologist, so I can kind of outsource more than anything. But no, it's an interesting idea. Like model building isn't my purview though, so I just like that. So it's like some of this stuff is a little bit elusive to me, just because I don't do it. I don't work with it all the time. So does that make sense?
So I thought that the thing though was not so much that it's a defect of the theory, the fine tuning, right? But that because it is like
this is just
like
the
very
way that
specific. Well, hang on.
the term,
right? That it is because it's theory specific, right, or model specific, right? It's that you can't take it to be saying something like actual about the universe, right? Is what Dan would say, right? Not that it's as much a defect as just like not like something that you should assume is significant that long.
No, but we're just talking about when physicists talk about fine tuning in physics papers. Like, what do they like? They're not talking about this art.
Yeah, but does this say that it's a defect of the theory? I don't think they say that.
Yeah. Well, they think that like the more like yes, you want a theory that doesn't require like fine tuning. If there's a better theory,
you would like your concept to be derivable, right?
Right.
But
so like, so the point is that like okay, here's an example that's like relevant to the argument, right? So the cosmological constant, there was a predicted value from quantum field theory, which is basically like a vacuum density calculation, right? That they used to get a prediction for the cosmological constant, and then it's like widely known that it was one of the worst predictions in the history of physics because it failed by 120 orders of magnitude when they went and measured the cosmological constant. It's from that they get. Yeah, that's literally where that number comes from, by the way. Which is kind of crazy.
I also know that I think it's asymptotic safe gravity or something, right? Like one of the things that proponents will put forward is that it does derive like the gravitational universal constant. One of those constants, right, that are just brute force put in there in most models, right? It actually does make a basis for rather than just
right, and we would look at that as a good thing because the theory doesn't require as much fine tuning. Basically, is the idea. And so, but this is a good the cosmological constant 120 orders of magnitude thing is a good example. The idea is that the theory had to be tailored to match the data by that many orders of magnitude. And that's where people like Luke Barnes get this idea that, so the cosmological constant can vary across and only a small fraction of that equation. The problem
I've always had though with it's just that like I think it fails on like a broad brush, like just first glance, right? Because God doesn't require like any specific values to create life, right? Like most Christians don't think heaven like follows physical laws, but you've got all sorts of life there, right?
Oh sure, yeah. But you want to be
angels and all sorts of shit.
Yeah, you want to be careful because there's this electrons in love objection.
Yeah, I'm aware of
already have.
Love, yeah.
And the idea is like, so that's like the idea, like, okay, well,
Why are
there's many
you
different
really
kinds of
running
life
for
that are not like
Congress?
biological, you know.
Yeah, you don't want them to be physical,
Then what they'll do is they'll just say, okay, we're going to back around the psychophysical laws, right, to try to rule out all those possibilities. So then what I want to say is like, no, but see, God could create life in any, regardless.
Yeah, I agree, but like, what I'm saying is that
and it could be like us.
doesn't even need physical,
like,
right? And originally doesn't even use it. So why do you think like he applies specific like physical rules, right? When the originals say like he's using that.
Right, sure. Yeah.
It's completely non-physical.
One of the examples I would use is like occasionalism. I think occasionalism is relevant to like, occasionalism is like a coherent thesis under classical theism where there are actually no efficient causal relations between created things. So all the efficient causation is directly like from God. Like God directly efficiently causes every event. And then you get that like the things we're calling laws are actually like Humean regularities, correct? And it's very clear that God can do whatever he wants.
Anyone actually like reporting?
No. He doesn't. It's pretty unpopular.
Not Raj came up with it, and there are people I think that hold to it or versions of it, but it's like it is originally.
Let me take that back. Christians,
it's unpopular, but
I've heard a lot of Muslims say that though. Like
it's unpopular, but it's kind of irrelevant how popular it is. Like the point is just that it's like consistent with classical theism.
Right.
Most people don't deny that.
Yeah, okay, I'm fine with that.
And then from there, it's you at least get this idea that like, yeah, God, you know, whatever the mass of the electron happens to be, or the cosmological constant, or the fine structure constant, or like all these other constants and parameters that people appeal to. God could make life just like us. You know, as it may not be us if you're like an origins essentialist, but like it would be very similar to us. You know, like if he poofed a rabbit into your lap, you would think that that rabbit is like a biological organism. You know, so he can make life like us in universes that have deviant constants. And then the question is like, does he have a reason to value these sorts of constants? And when you realize that the instrumental relation is breaking down there, it just seems to like, it seems to me that God can get any value he wants, regardliss of what the constants and parameters of. So it becomes very unclear like why he has any special value for these kinds of quote unquote life.
Yeah, like there's a tension that I think any theist, right, who thinks that is like a good argument, they've got some tension if they also think like God's omnipotent, right? Because like it does seem like it'd be a very good argument for like just a potent God, right? But if you think he's omnipotent, then there's no reason at all to think that. Yeah, like Zeleny, like it'd be a good argument for Zeleny, I think, but not for like normal theists.
Which is by the way the same. This is like I was. Sally is gonna like hate this because it's repetitive for him. I sent him like a DM with these quotes. Stuart Mill like pointed things out like 150 years ago. He was a limited theist, by the way. He has this like it's called 3 Essays on Religion, and the third essay like goes through like various like stuff, you know, like design, divine hiddenness, skeptic theism, like all of these things that we keep debating, like in 2026, like you basically already kind of knew it, not by name of course, but like if I could just, I'll try to read it quickly, just 2 short-ish quotes by him. So this is about design. It says, it's not too much to say that every indication of design in the universe is evidence against the omnipotence of the designer. For what do we mean by design? We mean contrivance.
Will you marry me? Oh, yes! Yes, I will marry you.
Limitation of power. Who would use means to an end that he could achieve just by saying the word? The very idea of
Will you marry me?
effectiveness
Will
that
you
the direct
marry
action
me?
of the being who employs them doesn't have. Otherwise, they aren't means, but merely clutter. And then he, of course, addresses like what would be the first response. He says you might want to say, well, an omnipotent creator, though he didn't need contrivances such as man must use, he thought fit to use
them, in order to leave traces that enable man to recognize his created man? I answer that this equally implies a limit to his omnipotence. For if he wanted man to know that they and the world are made by him, he in his omnipotence had only to will that they should be aware of it. And then of course he addresses, well, maybe these skepticism basically where, that the anomaly theist might say, well, okay, maybe he doesn't need the contrivances, maybe he doesn't use them to leave clues for you, maybe it's some sort of other reason that we might not know. And like, it's like all of these things, I'm just fascinated by this,
Okay, like, it's fair. It's like a fair response to what I'm saying, right? But in the like dialectic about the fine-tuning argument, you would not believe how much work the whole unlimited, no arbitrary limit stuff is doing. Like when you get into like, so there's so many like back and forth between like, here's a response to the original fine-tuning argument, here's a response to that response, and so on, and like. It comes up so often that they will appeal to no arbitrary limits to get like a priori likelihood boosts where it counts and stuff like that. If you can't do that move, I think that you'll just like lose like one of the pillars that's like holding up the whole thing right now. So like even though like what I'm saying doesn't apply to limited theism because maybe a limited God would have some reason to value certain constants and parameters if he had control of them or whatever. It's gonna fail at like a different stage of the dialectic.
Can I just say something really quick here? Can I say something really quick here? Sorry. Given, okay, what I know from the fine-tuning argument, it's a strange conclusion when, like, over 99.99 ad infinitum, basically, of the universe is instantly lethal to humans. Like, if I walked into a house where, like, every room, hallway, and surface would kill me, I wouldn't like infer that this thing was designed for me. I kind of infer that I'm like surviving in one little tiny corner.
Yeah, but I don't think they want to say that it's they don't usually say it's built for humans. They say it's built for life, biological life.
Can I?
Well, they're kind of inferring humans. Let's be real.
But it depends on which.
I thought the strong of the argument, because I'm pretty skeptical of this. I thought the stronger form of the argument was that it's not necessarily that life would exist, but that atoms would just goop. That there's very few iterations of the universal constants where you even have any interaction between fundamental elements of the universe.
That's one step.
Yeah, that's necessary, but life would be hostile to me. It's that you couldn't have anything, and so it's a backwards mystical.
Well, if we just had atoms and no life, there'd be no point. It's about life permitting universes.
The whole
but atoms could be alive if you wanted it, right?
No interaction between matter or energy.
Yeah, so that's necessary.
I thought that was the claim.
It's almost like saying that you found a puddle in the Sahara, and the Sahara is now designed for water. Like, no, it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't add up to me.
I'll tell you
that was always my criticism. And I thought this rejoinder was stronger.
The argument is. Hold on. The argument says that the conditional probability of life-permitting conditions on theism is higher than the conditional probability of life-permitting conditions on naturalism or atheism.
The conditional
There's a few different ways to say. So that's one premise.
Conditional probability given that life exists.
Yeah, exactly.
The conditional probability.
No.
Given theism, but the conditional probability given theism is one.
Can I just finish? There's two. So okay, there's a relative likelihood premise, which is just saying like this data is more expected on theism than naturalism, and then there's a sort of constraint on priors, premise, which just says that like, the prior on naturalism is not so much higher than the prior on theism that it swamps like the strength of the support, right? And then they appeal to the particular physics to say that if the probability of life-permitting conditions on naturalism is like astronomically low, like you were saying, right? Which is like it's very, very astronomically low on chance or on naturalism, right? And then this is how they support the relative likelihood premise, is by saying it's very low on naturalism based on this stuff from physics, and it's not that well understood and clear. It's reason.
I just wanted to make that point because I think if you start to say there's a weaker form of this that I had always responded to extremely skeptically, which was, life is we have a carbon-based life form, life's designed for us, and the answer's like, well, you'd just be a different kind of life, right? That doesn't prove anything. But if you start with, you could have just no matter energy interaction whatsoever, then you get around the odds that carbon-based versus silicon-based versus some other kind of base life. So I do think that's probably the way to think about the stronger, the more Steelman version of you just have no interaction.
Yeah, no. That's why they'll say
life fitting versus life fitting, right? Very different.
Well, what they mean is that there's this parameter space that so basically the argument goes like this: they want to hold fixed in the background the form of the laws of physics as we currently understand. That's something we could grant. I don't think it makes much of a difference, so we grant that. And then there's a couple other things that they want to put in the background, but that's the most important one is the form of the laws. And then they say, the possibility ranges for these constants that we're not holding fixed, right, are huge. And only a small, sliver of that can even give rise to complex structure formation, right? Which is what you're saying, right? Right. And that's why they say, so when they say life-permitting conditions, really they mean conditions under which complex structure formation is possible.
Right. That's
sorry, I could add one more thing. In lieu of supernatural intervention. Right?
I gotta ask a question based on this, Sully.
The thing is that that's such a bad argument because, given that there's something that has very small probability of happening, right? We don't make conclusions after the fact. It's like once something happens, if you win the lottery, right? You have very small probabilities of winning them. But once you win the lottery, you don't calculate and say I won the lottery, that there has to be a miracle explaining this, right? The person who won the lottery, right, doesn't necessarily have some fine-tuning example of this person must have divine intervention or something like that. It had to happen somewhere, and the place that happened.
Can I ask you a question? I don't think
it didn't happen
quite that. It's not quite that. It wouldn't have been a lottery whatsoever. The selection effect thing is a well-taken point, but the idea that this would have been just by chance seems pretty unlikely to most people that examine these the specific physical the constants. That's the usual idea.
So, sorry, I shouldn't be clear.
The puddle example, and a puddle thinks that it was it's perfectly fitted to the ground that it's sat in. Right? That's not quite the claim. The claim is that there are ratios between the strong nuclear force and different. I think not Luke Barnes. Aaron Wall told me that it was 17. There's 17 different constants that if they were adjusted at all in one part in 10 to 10 to the 20 million, 10 to the 20th.
No. That you wouldn't
have a universe. Rather than having a universe, you'd have humans.
That's not exactly right. Yeah, that point is actually important. So people take this one the wrong way, right? It's the constants can actually vary by quite a bit from their actual values and still have complex structure formation. In fact, it's 30 orders of magnitude for some of them, right? So there's on how much they could vary by and still give rise to complex. But the point is that even that range for which they could vary is a tiny, tiny sliver of the massive possibilities.
But the thing is, when you're talking about the conditional probability, right? The fact that you're saying what is the probability that these things are fine-tuned given that life exists? Isn't that it's not
Maria Celeste.
Okay.
No,
it doesn't matter. What is the probability that this constants were chosen?
How's your day? Beautiful? It's too early for this.
Isn't that number one?
We're not putting
to have a probability distribution about the intentions of an infinite mind.
The point is not to background or any entailed concept.
think of it like the teleological, like the strongest form of this is. So I agree with the selection affects criticism, so I'm not a supporter of the fine-tuning argument. But if we're steel-nailing their position, I think it's something like, it's not, this one thing happened, I won the lottery. I was walking down the beach, I found a space shuttle. What are the odds that the space shuttle just randomly assembled itself in one shot? It's more along.
Well, it's not even just. There's further responses.
Right, but
You're right for the first shot. The first shot say we should probably just stick to, maybe we should background that there's a single universe. I still think that you rebut the argument. But if you do a selection type effect thing, so either you have like a multiverse or the constants are changing.
Multiverse kills this, right? Multiverse kills this.
Well, no, because then what they say is there's many different ways that you could have a multiverse, right? So you could imagine like a multiverse where all the universes have the same constants, or a multiverse where just these types of constants that you have are still
like positive, whichever way makes it work, whichever way helps your particular argument.
Yeah. I'm not saying that responses and responses, but
it's one universe that keeps collapsing and expanding. You could say that all of them are different, all of them are the same, and then it supports your argument. We don't know, so you're just.
Well, they wanted the proponents wanted them to say of the fine-tuning argument want to say look, you need like a sort of finely tuned multiverse structure to get the likelihood of,
Is that how Luke argues it? I have a fortunate universe, but I don't remember how he actually hashes this out with his.
Hey, Sully, you sound like you know this. How much of that you need to finally? Is there evidence for that, or is that mere postulating? Is it okay, so that theory is true?
Okay.
Assuming that theory is true, multiverse. Yeah, would you need to find that they would all be the same, or do we know enough about that theory that we can make reasonable?
If there is and ours are just
as far as right now,
from the queue.
Yeah, they're very broad frameworks.
I'm going off a jag.
If you background them, you don't get a whole lot because even just for our universe, there are 500 million different models of string theory.
These are men who for years are repeating themselves, saying the same shit.
It's not even including the ones that I guess are empirically
over
ruled out already because
and
those
over
are in the
and over again.
The fine-tuning arguments modality. So it's probably.
I'll be back.
I just wondering if it's just a matter of, it could be this, it could be that, if there's any actual evidential arguments supporting your view. Because otherwise it just feels like it could be my way, it could be your way, and now we're stuck.
Right. Yeah. I do think it ends up being a wash ultimately.
I just want to know if I should waste time on learning more about this argument, or if
it's such a poor argument.
It's got an interesting it's got an interesting back and forth.
It's like a thought experiment more than anything. I find it completely unappealing, but it's converted more people to Christianity than any other single argument I know.
But that's because the average person is
my subjective experience.
Yeah, but that's because big numbers have a magical effect on people.
Yeah, right? It doesn't prove me as a Christian, but I'm severely in the minority of the folks I know, and many of the very smart, theologians or philosophers, people that spend their time in this space, are very convinced by it. It's interesting because I find it utterly it happened the way it happened. It doesn't prove. I'm very much in that camp.
It's such a poor argument that I'm surprised that so many people believe this.
Has that been other people's experience? Because I find most people are very compelled.
It's throwing a dart and then drawing the bullseye afterwards and saying look, I hit the bullseye. How people get convinced like that?
Well, look, I'll give you the kind of basic so it's okay, it seems on naturalism, this is a matter of chance. This is the intuition, right?
Yeah.
It seems on naturalism, if we don't give you any other information, you're in a black room, you haven't looked at anything yet, okay? And all I tell you is naturalism is true, right? That you don't get a strong prediction between all these different values of constants take. And then on theism, the idea is that these kinds of constants are especially valuable because they give rise to life and all these other values, right? And for that reason, God selects for valuable things, so it's not as unexpected on theism, right?
I have a body for all.
Because
Just a minute, please. If you can, sir, give me 1 minute. Okay. How can
create our principle.
Live without beliefs. Nobody lives without beliefs. That's just stupid.
But if the argument is to compare the probability given naturalism to the probability given theism,
Psychological
illusionists
who don't believe in belief. Yeah, but
hey,
they believe
hold on,
that.
Jude, hold on, Jude.
They don't believe
If the argument is to compare the probability of life given naturalism to the probability of life given theism, can you really compute probabilities given theism? Like, what's the conditional probability? What's the conditional probability of life existing in the center of the sun given theism?
Yeah.
This is not a thing.
Yeah, I mean, it could. I guess it could.
It's
not
It's 100%. It's 100%.
It's not about the probability of like the life existing. The life existing is just the cherry on top. The argument based on the constant of the universe.
No,
Because
that's not
you
right.
can't. Yeah, you can say that.
Without
Because
my brother.
you can't make the argument without admitting there is
With the
constants
constants of
of
the
the universe.
No, the
We're gonna
constants,
be
that's
some.
not the point of the argument.
Yeah, exactly. There were gonna be some.
They are the core.
Just a minute, please.
It's that the constants are fine tuned. It's not that it just has constants.
The law in itself
But
comes from
there
our
is
in the
constant, and you but
Hang on a second. This is a great room, great discussion. Let's keep it that way. Let's not overtalk each other. And right now the discussion and topic is fine-tuning argument. Let's focus on that.
Thank you.
I mean, the
Okay.
law meaning thinking when it comes from our principle.
Can you beat this guy?
Yeah, dude, catch up to the conversation.
For the Russian, you're like,
yeah, if you admit there is constant, you already lost, by the way, in the universe.
In Soviet Russia, beliefs choose you.
It's not that they're just constants. It's that the constants are fine-tuned. And fine-tuned for something. It's not just random constants fine-tuned for anything.
Yeah, but you might
Yeah,
be
but
mistaking your terms
if you admit
They're
there is
fine-tuned for
constant,
death.
if you admitting there is a designer. I don't know.
No,
That's
no
true.
reason
That's the whole
person
discussion.
fails.
Wow.
The constants are fine-tuned for our models, not for our existence.
They're fine-tuned for
Okay,
death.
can I ask you, That's can not I right flip,
Also,
can I flip the question then? The Can I concept flip is the tuned question? or not tuned is the question. Okay, can I flip the question then? Can you imagine perfectly cube thing? It's not like design, it just exists by chance.
yeah, we can imagine that. Well, those aren't the two only options.
But what's the
Like there are
probability
plenty of
of
Platonists who would say that perfect cubes
how
don't exist, they're not designed, and it's not by
what's
chance,
the
they're necessary
probability
objects.
of how the probability of perfect cube existing by chance against
It's
being
not by
designed
chance.
that-
Like if you're a Platonist, it's not by chance. Jesus Christ, they're necessary Platonic objects. All shapes are necessary objects that do not exist by chance and were not designed.
So they are not designed and they're not by chance?
Yeah, that's right. Those aren't the only two options.
What's the third option?
And there is no perfect cube.
Third option is that they are necessary objects, right? That they're Platonic objects that are necessary. Fourth option is they're just brute, right? That like chance isn't really involved at all, and no designer. Like I'm sure there are more than four options too. So
Okay, what about Mohammed? You're talking about like a mathematical cube or like a physical cube system?
all he said was perfect cube, so I interpret it, either way.
I thought he was talking about like a physical cube existing, which it doesn't exist.
Okay, that could still be like necessary because the laws are not random. Didn't just like things bump into each other.
It's just a probability question, right?
It's less likely you'd have a physical cube than it's less likely you would have a perfect cube than a non-perfect. That's all I'm saying. It's just the reiteration of the same point, right? That
exactly.
There are more ways that you can have a universe of goop than a non-universe of goop. So the probability is such that you're more likely to have the goop. We didn't have the goop. Then there's some odds that there's a design. That's all it's saying. And then the rejoinder is just okay.
It depends what you mean by goop, right?
The lower probability thing could happen.
Yeah, it depends what you mean by goop, because if goop is like a physical thing, right, made of at least like
What I mean
subatomic
by
particles.
goop is not interacting matter, right? Like just inert dead space, something like that.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't consider that goop. I thought goop is like a physical thing that can be touched.
No,
Azra.
meaning you just have people call it helium soup, or they're different way of saying it.
William,
Okay, so you just mean like the mass density is so low that you don't get any gravitational interactions?
I thought that was the strong form, because as soon as you start talking about fitting this to existing life, you just can posit, well, there could be different kinds of life, and now you've gotten yourself nowhere. So I think the strongest form of this has to say, no. It's that you just have no interaction once there'll be different kinds of life. Response goes away.
Or like recollapse into a vacuum or something.
Yeah, it's something where you have no interaction. You can't even. It's not even having complex forms. You still have forms, right? You still have basic constituent parts at most. That's also the argument.
It also depends on your
the like if you're me and you have a non-intuitive response that this doesn't move you, it's because you go. Sometimes the low probability thing happens.
Yeah, but it also.
And so that made it.
Well, in my case, I
just depends on your on your ability theory, right? Like.
Yeah, I'm doubtful that's even possible.
If you're
so what do you mean?
Amnesia, right? Then this is not going to move you at all.
Right. Well, I probably
William, the thing is like, if those things happen at random, let's say that this goop universe and like non-goop universe, like
do we want to use a different word than goop just before we go down?
Okay,
yeah, I'd rather use a different word, right? Because I completely misunderstood what you meant.
Let's say a non-stable universe.
No, non-stable would be active. Let's just say inert. Inert's clear.
Okay, an inert universe and a non-inert universe, right? Let's say that an inert universe is much more likely to happen if we had like a probability distribution. All this universe have the same chance, and there are much more possibilities for inert, right? And kind of the argument that you're saying. So the fact that an inert happened, you're gonna say, oh wow, like there was a such chance of happening. But the thing is that analysis needs to be done a priori of the experiment, right? Not a fortiori. Like if you're trying.
What experiment are you talking about?
Like the experiment of the experiment is like if creations of the universe, right? If you were to run to vision of universe at random, and since the probability of getting an inert universe is much higher than a non-inert universe, right? You can make a conclusion if you do before you create the universe, if you get a non-inert, you can say like, oh wow, like just something unlikely. But the fact that you're analyzing after the fact, then you need a conditional probability to understand this, and then you run into this condition and like, oh, what is the probability of this universe existing, given the existence of the universe, or given the existence of life in the universe? And that's pretty much one. Right?
I confess that my statistics is all descriptive, and I'm not a probability theorist, so I may just be missing this. And so maybe someone can help me, but I don't see why if I have a set of data, I don't see why I have to run it before. Like you can say, what are the odds that what just happened versus what are the odds of something that's going to happen? Like it seems like the same analysis to me.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that either.
Yeah.
So you think?
I mean, we do this all the time in real life, right? Like, some event happens, right? Let's say like someone's trying to figure out who did a crime, right? You can look at who was likely to have done it, do some sort of statistical analysis, right? This is how we like investigate like international computer crimes and stuff all the time. Like, and this part of it.
And all of my data, when we run like group, this is basic statistics stuff. But when we run like group studies on people, we get all their answers, and then
that's right.
What's the adjusted R-squared? What's the p-value? Like this is all after the data happened. And I say, what are the odds?
No, that's not true. Right? That's not true. You start with a null hypothesis, right? And then you say, this is what we want to prove. That's before the experiment. If you were to do that after the experiment, then you messed up the whole experiment, right?
I mean, you could set the null hypothesis. I mean, in theory, mathematically, set the null hypothesis after.
Before. You do it before.
You accuse me of p-hacking, potentially, but you could just set the null hypothesis. What are the odds of the universe doesn't exist. I think
Yeah,
and then go like you can do that after.
But look at the difference of these two things, right? Like I can say that what is the probability of William existing, right? The probability of you existing, like the probability of you existing and at some time in history, right? You could think of it as very small, but like you wouldn't say that the probability of you existing right now is like it's given that you exist is pretty much given.
I would say it's
one,
very
right?
small. I would say it's the probability that I exist is small, even though it happened.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on like the background assumptions, right? Like if you're assuming that like,
Probably like a deterministic universe, maybe. Then
yeah, like universe isn't like fixed, right? And you got all of time to play with. Like the probability of him existing at this time or any other particular time is very tiny.
Well, okay,
exactly. If you assume like you have to have what the rules are now, then the probability of him existing right now is 1.
The probability of him existing right now, it's given that he exists.
That's not probability. We're not talking. I'm confused by this because that doesn't strike me as Lily. That's just the actual. Like the data set. Like if I have all of the data, then like it's always 1, right? Everything that happened. But what you're suggesting, like if you had varied, like
okay,
you're sort of saying nothing can have varied. My mom couldn't have walked left the day she walked right, right? Like. I think what you're suggesting, like it's not even a question if we're saying there could have been no other variables. The universe is fixed and determined, and then like everything that happens happened. Okay. But I think the idea is like what things could have changed, how many of those things could have changed, and how many of those would have resulted in not being. I mean, in some sense, you can't even run that data because it's too complex. So the idea being that once something happens, you can never calculate the probability that it could have happened seems off to me.
No, well,
that is essentially what I think.
So look. The conditional probabilities, for example, if I say, what is the probability that the next person that talks after me is going to be William, right? That probability, it's a conditional probability, like given that you are in this set of people that can talk, right? We could calculate that probabilities. That's not a trivial one, right?
Winston spoke next.
But the way that you would calculate that, hang on. The way you would calculate that is the exact same way you would have calculated if you said, somebody spoke after me, what's the chances that it was William? Whether you knew that or not, right? Either way, you would take like some data of like the rates at which everyone spoke up in the past and in what situations and for length of time and, after who. Right, you take all that data, you're going to run it exactly the same way whether you know who actually spoke or not.
I think you're pointing out that you have to set your whole hypothesis ahead of time is a methodological thing against p-hacking and that sort of thing more than you can still run the numbers.
Yeah, William's right. Like, assuming you're rigorous and not like, you're careful to not bias your conclusions, you're going to get like the same answer whether you know the result or not.
Okay, so let me finish this.
Okay.
Like, please. Like, let's say we want to calculate the probability that the next one that will speak after me be you, right? Given that I know that only the people who are in this room above, like, have access to the microphone, right? And let me make an assumption, say like everybody has equal chance, like every single person has equal chance to speak it. So then, since there's 18 people, not including me, that will be 17, so it will be 1/17. That is a conditional probability, right, of William speaking, given that you are in this group of people who can actually speak. That will be like the calculation.
Not in a rigorous way, but I'll grant it for the toy model.
Well, I mean, if all the assumptions that I made are correct, then it will be rigorous, right?
Assuming everyone has equal chances.
Yes, exactly. So all of those stuff will be rigorous, right? 17 people. Now, it will be very different, right?
Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering lord. Avenger. right? Thou art the head of the hawk. At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis. Thou art the begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the timber of the water.
That gives you a conditional probability. You cannot say like, oh wow, it's such a unlikely event because it is not once you have that information. This argument already has very specific information. In particular, our own existence is part of this thing. We couldn't even consider this question to be done if we didn't exist, if there was no one to ask this question. Yeah. So saying like, oh, what is the probability that a human being will exist and will ask this question?
Can I add something, Carlos?
It doesn't retro.
Can I add something, Carlos? Carlos, would you mind if I can I forward something?
That's the anthropic argument.
Well, can I add something here? I worry that you might be. I learned about this, so go slow with me. But let me see if you vibe with this. Do you know what the inverse gamblish fallacy is? Like the gamblish fallacy is like the dice are blind, but the gambler thinks, well, I rolled 5 times, so I'm likely to get a 6 this time on a fair die because I've rolled 5 times, so it's probably going to come up like I'm overdue, right? Does that make sense? Okay, I'll see if it does. Okay, yeah. So the inverse gamblers.
Yes, I'm speak for him. It makes sense. Yes.
The inverse gambler's fallacy is that you roll a 6 and then you look at the die and you go, well, they must have been rolled a certain amount of times beforehand. That were like I must have rolled like 5 times beforehand because I just got a 6 and that's highly unlikely. Okay, so if you're looking at something like Wheeler universes, which apparently is like the multiverse theory. I'm going to read this because it's from Roger White. I was just like looking at this while you guys are talking. We note that against all odds, the Big Bang has produced a life-permitting universe, extremely unlikely in one shot, but highly likely after several. So we conclude there must have been, or that there have probably been, many Big Bangs in the past. The mistake is in supposing that the existence of many other universes makes it more likely that this one, the only one that we've observed, will be life-permitting. Okay, does that make sense to you? So that's a pushback on something that's in here. I'm not sure if that makes sense to everybody. I'd rather forward that to you guys and see what you think. Have I explained that okay, or?
I mean, look, there's such a thing as ex ante and ex post probability, and there's no difference in calculating the two.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Just Google ex post probability. Yeah. I think that's right. I hesitate to speak authoritatively because I got a B- in stats the first time I took it. Yes, the first time. And so I'm not the guy for this, but I do a lot of stats, but it's not this kind of thing. Me and R do a lot of stats, I should say, thank God for R. But it's just ex post probability. So ex ante is what he's talking about, but ex post probability is not before. It's the same. You just say, what's worthy on. How surprising is it that William spoke? Not surprising, he has a big mouth, but it's still, how surprising. That's a different. I don't see why you can't.
It's like it's more like it's more like William speaking, so everybody else must have gotten a chance. That's kind of it.
Ex post and ex ante has to deal with historical versus forecasting. Why would you take that they'd have to be equally?
How surprising is it that
Strike the master.
The only reason to look at it in those two different perspectives is to account for changes going forward vis-a-vis the historical trend.
The reason you would look at it differently is where you are at the time continuum. Did this thing already happen, or am I wondering if it's going to happen? It's going to be the same math.
No, it's not the same. Again, it's like it's you have information a priori of like you have a conditional probability. I didn't know what word you were using. That I didn't only know it as conditional probability, right? You know, like once you know that it's like, for example, you are in this room available to speak, right? That information tells us that the probability of you speaking is not such a small probability.
I love that. And since you're talking about that, I want everybody except Concrete to mute up. Concrete, unmute, please.
Steve,
this.
Concrete, concrete, if I may.
Don't take it personally.
Concrete, I just wanted to say thank you very much for the way you treated me in your room the last time I was there within the past. Let me finish.
Can I apologize, Steve?
Yes.
Steve, I apologize. I was trolling you. I didn't think you were going to take it that serious.
What the hell's going on?
What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? What the hell is
Why
going
are you
on?
two beefing when we were in the middle of a perfectly
You know what? If you don't like it, I will kick you to the goo.
No, come on, Steve, don't do that.
We're calling dinner.
Okay, well, just everybody mute up for 60 seconds. Everybody mute up.
Why don't we just message him privately?
Hurry the fuck up, Steve.
Who said that?
I did, bro. Hurry up. You're gonna just.
Who is I?
CM, bro. It doesn't matter. Just.
All right, CM, down to the fucking
Oh
goo.
my gosh, why is this happening?
All right. Anybody else want to interrupt me?
I do.
And your name is?
I'm Jor. It's nice to meet you.
Well, Steve, just be honest. They were having a really good conversation.
I know, and I interrupted for 2 minutes. I don't care if they were having a good conversation. I don't care if everybody...
That's okay. There you go. Anyway.
So, all right.
What are the odds that would happen?
God damn, that was unnecessary. So, like, I understand.
Let me tell you, I grew up with two brothers.
Me too. I grew up with 3, so I know.
Just make the house with peanut butter and bread.
Yeah, he don't eat the peanut butter. He don't do the nuts, but he definitely, you hear him in the middle of the night scurrying around and shit.
Yeah, any soda or any favorite beverage you have, just don't put it in the refrigerator. I'm just telling you from experience.
He's following my lead because I'll drink sparkling water, but I don't drink juice. I don't drink soda. None of that. Nothing.
Okay. So you're good with the sparkling water.
Yeah, that's
Well,
like
you better buy more of it just in case.
Yeah. No, he told me, he's like, I like that sparkling water. I've been squeezing a lemon and it tastes like soda. Could you buy more?
Oh my God.
I said, all right, you got it.
So what is he planning to do over the summer?
Luckily, one of my brother-in-laws is a general contractor, so he's been taking him on gigs, installing kitchens and bathrooms.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he's getting some hands-on work out there.
Okay. Well, at least he's not doing it at Howard. That's the good thing. Yeah.
Oh, Sherry.
I was angry. I couldn't help it. I couldn't resist. It is very nasty. I will admit that is nasty. Don't deny it at all.
Yeah, well, God bless you, Divine. I remember my summer vacation. There was one summer vacation, the summer break, where instead of working, I decided to coach, to help coach a basketball team. And so I was crisscrossing the state, with this team, and me and my best friend, we were working together, and we were in college. But we put together this team, kids who, wanted to do something, but they weren't a part of the team, and they didn't have the money to really go places. So we
so I'm home a little bit more. And she was like, I'm thankful that you have a heart to work with these kids, but you're gonna do this next summer, you have to get a job because you are driving me nuts. And that was the last year I did that. So bless you. Hope that you can, you can still get peace in the midst of having a young person home. But it seems like they have something to do, so that's nice.
I'm glad I'm glad he's here because I did miss him while he was gone. He's like you. He gets on his mother's nerves more than me. He kind of leaves me alone. He kind of leaves me alone. All I get is Zelle requests. That's the.
That's hilarious.
You seen that thing where they making songs out of they begging ass kids? I'm gonna make a song out of this guy.
That's hilarious.
I'm not
there yet, thankfully.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Was you about to say something? You was about to get at me again?
No. I was saying I'm at the gym. And, I'm on a treadmill, but I want to get on this roller thing. And I happened to look over there. I'm like, oh, all right, they should be done by the time I get off of this thing. They ain't moving on the thing. They over there bowled up together. Okay, I spoke to say you're leaving now. It's about time. What the hell? This ain't no come make out gym. What the hell's going on? Oh, excuse me. I was sitting here contemplating, like, okay, am I gonna go over there? Am I gonna tell him, can I get here, please? What? But I don't have to do that now.
Actually, a filter
Thanks, that's
into
why
a
I
completely compatible garbage.
No, I would never. I would say, oh, no, I'm sorry. How much longer?
Now, before you get into the back row, can I ask you one question? When you first old boy out today, did you remove him from the room, or just move him to the goo?
I didn't curse anybody. What are you talking about?
Excuse me?
Excuse you?
So we were talking about not bearing false witness.
Exactly. So why are you doing that?
So, I'm sorry,
tell me.
what did you say to Concrete when he was either removed or moved to the goo?
I don't know. What did I say?
Okay.
That's your opinion, sir. What did I say? See, okay. So before you tell me, no, excuse me, because perhaps maybe I have a different definition for curse out. Curse out to me is a rapid fire of curse words, profanity. That's what I think.
It's actually a filter
So
who's
maybe your
completely
definition's a little
incompatible.
different, because I don't